good in South Africa will disappear.
All right. All right. Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening. This is another episode of Hangout with Uncle Benno and the Real Fam. All right. I really don't plan to do this live, but again, we have to call out evil where we see one. So this video been trending for quite some time now. I'm about to play a video for you guys. It's a video of a South African pastor who claimed that the world is going to end. Is it on September 23? Yeah, today is September 25th. So the moment I saw that video, a part of me wanted to call his ass out, but I'm just like, I just leave this religion people, Jare. Maybe they do their own, I do my own. And make I wait whether in own prophecy go different from all the prophecy we've heard over the years. So this dude claim he's a prophet. God has revealed to him the world will end. Everybody prepare. Rapture will take place. You are going to go to heaven. In fact, everybody will levitate and enter heaven. We Nigerians, maybe not all Nigerians, but some of us Nigerians, we frown at stuff like that because we know it's all bullshit. I'm sorry. Sorry, pardon my language. I'm a Christian anyway. So don't say, oh, he's an atheist, he's a Muslim. I'm a Christian, a child of God. And I know BS when I see BS. So I'm doing this show just because if we don't call these folks out, they won't stop. They will continue to contaminate the people who God actually ordained to preach his message, to lead his people back to him. You see, these folks, these black cut looking like kind of human being that parade themselves as men of God all the time. If we don't call them out, there will be no changes. I know this will annoy many of our Christian brothers and sisters. I know some people will say, leave the anointed. We're not going to leave no freaky anointing, fake anointed people alone. It's becoming too much. And if you're wondering why I'm already pissed now, it's because when this MF come out with all this, their bullshit of God told me, if I'm not a prophet of God, guess the people who they deceive almost 100% of the time is the poor people. The poor people are usually the one who fall victim to their scams. So I'm sorry to Christian brothers and sisters. We got to call it out. We will call it out. So this dude came out and said, oh, there's going to be rapture. God have showed him the location where the rapture will take place. And then people started walking towards that place. I saw the video and I shake my head like, blood of Zachariah. Really? Some carry their children, some women holding each other, climbing that hill, going like, I'm going to play the video. But let me welcome my real fam first. Shout out to everybody. My sweet Abby, how you doing? Madam Sulanji, our own Sue Mama. What's up, Mommy? How you doing? Happy Thursday. Monday to Friday anyway. Abby, how you doing, my sweet sister? Uncle Dio, you're welcome, sir. How are you doing today? All right, who else do we have in the building? Juliet. Juliet Ozo, it's been a while, Juliet. How are you? All right. After talking about this fake pastor and the gullible followers who will believe anything, I also want to touch up on what is going on social media now. There is this story about Paul. Is this Paul or Peter? No, it's Paul. So there's this story about Paul Okoye, and there's no story per se. So there's this girl, this lady that called herself feminist and all of that, who somehow dabbled or called out Paul Okoye again, saying all kind of whatever she want to say about Paul sleeping with the house help, and that Paul actually coerced the house girl into having intimacy with him, and that there is no consent and all of that. And I think this time around, that story has been out there for as long as I can remember. People have accused Paul of sleeping with house girl. That is why his marriage broke up and all of that. But I think this time around, he hit a chord with Paul, because Paul actually responded to that lady and said he's going to spend as much money as he can, that he's going to fish her out and we get her to pay for this, which I am 1000% in support. And okay, I think my baby girl Abby is here. Shout out to Auntie Grace and Uncle Patrick. You're welcome, sir. That Chucky. What's up, bro? How you doing, Baba? All right. So he said he's gonna spend as much money as possible to call out or to make sure that get paid for it. And I support him 1000%. So for those who go about doing the feminist thing, I think it's time you all need to educate other women about what feminism is all about. Feminism is not about you thrashing people or saying all kind of nasty things, unconfirmed story, all in the name of I'm a feminist. I don't think that's what feminism is all about. So we're going to talk about that briefly. I wanted to run this show for 55 minutes, but if Real Fam have topics they want to cover, I guess Abby and other Real Fam members, they can take over the studio. Welcome everybody. Oh, Sister Rose, how are you doing? You're welcome, Sister Rose. So let's get down into this business. Uncle Emeka, rapture they take place. Uncle Emeka, I hope you don't prepare. Rapture they come. Oh. So let's look at what went down with this rapture thing again. These people, they are really making mockery of Christianity, I swear. And it's getting to me now. All right. Oh, Jesus. All right. Let me start the show. Let me play the video of Uncle Rapture. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Please do me a favor, hit the like, please. The likes is the currency that makes the channel flow. So if you haven't hit the like yet, please kindly hit the like. Let's take that out of the equation. I don't know, my voice may be lagging. I've been trying to reach out to AT&T. I don't know what's happening to AT&T. The network are kind of messed up these days. So in case if the voice is keeping or is lagging, please bear with me. I actually have the highest say gigabyte, or which one be the one when they sell for me, sir, is the fastest internet speed so far, because I'm paying like ×2 of what people regularly pay, and I'm paying that because of all the gadgets and all the upload and downloads I have to do. So I still don't know why the internet is lagging. Anyway, here is the video of the pastor who claimed there's going to be rapture. He's a South African pastor, by the way. So let's listen to what Uncle Jesus PA got to say.
And the judgment of God is going to fall upon the world for 7 years. We are only left with 3 months or just a little over 3 months, and then the rapture would happen, where millions of Christians all around the world, including South Africa, will disappear in a split second. And after this great disappearance, after the removal of Christians in the world, then the judgment of God is going to fall upon the world for 7 years. We are only left with 3 months, or just a little over 3 months, and then the rapture would happen, where millions of Christians all around the world, including South Africa, will disappear in a split second. And after this great disappearance, after the removal of Christians in the world, then the judgment of God is going to fall upon the world for 7 years. We are only left with 3 months, or just a little over 3 months, and then the rapture would happen, where millions of Christians all around the world, including South Africa, will disappear in a split second. And after this great disappearance, after the removal of Christians in the world, then the judgment of God is going to fall upon the world for 7 years. We are only...
Okay. Let me just restate what I heard him saying. Maybe my hearing is faulty. He said the rapture will happen, and when the rapture happens, the Christians will disappear in split second, including South Africans, and then God will now judge the world for 7 years. All right. I believe we all had that right. Now, here is what follows. These are videos of the gullible believers who were waiting for the rapture to take place. Okay? Okay. That is them shouting, "Oh, he's coming. Jesus is here now, he's almost here. Yay!" Well, you see it right here. I'm not making this up. Okay? You see it right there. I'm not making this up. Sister Rose said, I thought Christ said no one knows the day or hour. No, South African pastors and some Nigerian pastors, they know the days and hour. Okay? All I'm saying is, as long as the followers of this fake prophet do not call them out on their BS, they won't stop. If you go now and check all these folks that are yelling in the wilderness, in their imaginary man-made wilderness, many of them would have sold their properties, cash out their retirement benefit, and give it to that pastor. This is where I'm often in support of government sanctioning the religion sects. Yes, I know the debate was on one time that should government get involved in what Christians are doing or Muslims or all of that. We kind of feel like no. Government should not get involved. I think recently a governor in Nigeria, Niger State governor or something, actually said that all the clergymen in his state, they should submit the message they want to preach every Sunday or on their worship day for approval. And the internet went crazy, like, oh no, that is infringing on God's word. That is, how did they even describe itself? That government should have nothing to do with religion practices. But we no longer have religion practices that are carried out or performed as it was ordained by God. So we should call them out. This BS is too much. Happy how you day, Gary, my dear?
Uncle Ben, good evening. I'm currently typing from heaven. Where are you?
How far? How heaven day now? Sure, you help me arrange one flat. I beg you.
No, because in heaven they actually respect Gen Z, so I'm having a good time.
Oh Lord Jesus. I saw a video where these people were walking, climbing the hill to this position where this rapture would take place. What is wrong with Africans? Eh? What is wrong? Hear the noise. Eh? Look at that. Abby, is this not Abby? Is this not madness of the highest order?
It's madness. Even the Bible, this is how the Bible told us rapture will take place. Don't they read their Bible?
I just the verse right now, man. These folks, they are really getting on my nerves. As much as I try to stay away from their shenanigans, but this is iron nonsense. I remember one time, was it in year 2000? There was this rumor then. Oh, the world will end, the world will end, the world will end, and everybody. I was in Nigeria. People were preparing. What go end? Oh, hey, my money. Oh, hey, my wife, my pikin. They say what go end. 25 years later, we're still here. I still doubt if many of these our religion leaders really grasp the full interpretation of that text in the Bible. Yes, because the Bible teaches about this future event that we all called rapture, where Jesus will descend from heaven and believers, both living and dead, they will be caught up to meet him in the air. I think I'm not good with biblical reference, but I think in Thessalonica something like that was being supported, and even First Corinthians said something about it. And it was speaking of something about physical transformation from mortal to immortal bodies at Christ's return. But nobody can say they really truly grasp the full meaning of that text. Well, what I understand is this: whether we like it or not, we go pay for this word one day. And when we pay, there may be another word in the spiritual realm. Oh, thank you, Uncle Dayo. First Thessalonians 5:16. I remember. I read a lot of stuff about that. I just feel when people buy, there will be this spiritual realm where things might be ongoing, but nobody can say categorically that this is how it's going to take place or happen. I'm just at this point, I just know God for myself. I am not listening to some message that's going to give me headache. Kole walk ni. Abby, are you ready, my dear?
For heaven, for rapture.
For the rapture.
At this point, anything. I don't mind.
Okay, so Abby, if your pastor come tomorrow and say rapture won't happen, what will you do?
Which pastor is that? I don't have pastor, Uncle Ben. It's only those that have pastors.
You don't go to church?
I go to Anglican church.
You not get reverend?
Your reverends don't talk like that.
You are right. Oh, you are right. Absolutely. Reverends usually don't speak like this, except for those Soji reverend that is now turning the practice into something now, because I think we have a couple of them in Nigeria now that they are beginning to speak like pastors. But reverend bishops, they usually conduct themselves in a way that you can tell that these are people who dedicated their life to serving God, and they are not ready to teach people nonsense. It is always these Pentecostal pastors. Seriously, it is always these Pentecostal pastors. Let me see if there are some comments here. Let's check it out. Chucky say, Ada be speaking from heaven. Okay, Chucky, will you leave my girl alone?
Uncle Ben, thank you very much for that.
Netizen Global said, I never knew there is a location where rapture will take place. Now everything that they taste comes for Africa. Lord help us. Auntie Grace said, the unfortunate thing is that we are helping him to get the popularity he's looking for. They don't know God, but looking for payout via social media, and he's getting it. Exactly. And if you watch the video where he's making all this claim, did you see the interviewers, right? The two ladies in red, like said they won't do juju. Just imagine. Mr. Rose, I'm not there, Mike. Where will I find? I will not find myself in those gatherings. Anyway, that is it about raptures. Let me go to better story. Because this rapture thing, it provoked me. Mad. Check better story here. I think my internet is Lobaton. I don't think anybody can hear me. Abby, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. We can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Okay, let me quickly hear from Papia and Okwemeka before I move on. I'm on an over. My internet they hang. I don't know what's happening. I think I have to make sure I get these AT&T people to come and do their thing. Welcome, Uncle Emeka. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing very well. Welcome, Real Farm, Abby, CB, Netizen, Juliet, my brother Chucky, and Uncle Ben, my brother Ben. You're always coming up with something. Eh?
Good evening,
Good evening, Abby. I didn't know me and your mama is from the same place, so but it's okay.
Uncle Ben, did you see that I found my real life uncle yesterday?
You see now. Hey,
okay,
let me see how life be.
No wonder
Uncle Emeka is always.
I didn't know we are related, and the liking was natural. Okay, that's
wow. Wow, see God at work. Oh. Hey, Bilba, Auntie Yinka, you welcome. Oh. I hope I never rapture.
Let me just do a quick, my own little contribution on this. Two topics I try to stay away from, honestly, is religion, politics. If you notice, I've never contributed anything when we are having a political discussion here, because I hate politicians, I hate politics. So I leave them alone. Another one is religion. So I'm not going to say much other than, yes, I'm a Christian. I was actually raised in a Catholic home. My father was a knight. My mom was very, Catholic, charismatic, and up till, and the only religion I actually knew was Catholic religion. But at a certain point in time, when all these scandals started breaking out, I just left them. I have a relationship with God, but I have not been to church in God knows when. So all these things that I see here, they also do that. I don't know the type of faith that people in East Africa and South Africa has, because I think I saw one also somewhere in Kenya that this man was telling them to eat grass, and they were actually eating grass, and he was videoing them. So all I can say is that these are gullible people. The reason why they do the things they do, in my opinion, actually has to do with money. When people are desperate and they don't have any other place to turn to, they can easily be conned by religious bigots. And that is also very, very common in Nigeria. Most people just, that's the only hope they have, So I'll leave it at that. These are gullible people. If they choose to believe him, that's on them. I don't know what to tell them. Thank you. Maybe Uncle Dio and Pastor Patrick can give an in-depth analysis of this, because to me, I saw it. I'm like, this is nonsense. I did what you call waka pass, read and waka. I'm like, this is nonsense. I just kept going. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Uncle Emeka. Papi, what's your take, sir? Uncle Dio.
Good evening, Refam. Good evening, Uncle Beno. Good evening, Uncle Emeka, Abi, CB, and everybody on the platform, Auntie Grace and all. Actually, this is not the first time somebody will come out to claim that rapture is going to happen at a particular time. We have been having it over the years, but it is not so. The Bible makes it clear that day and time knows no man. However, there are some signs that the Bible gave that we should watch out for, that once all those signs have been fulfilled, then we can be sure that rapture can take place at any moment from that time. But some of those signs that we are watching out for, some of them are yet to be fulfilled. So anybody that comes out to say, oh, it's so date, we just laugh it off. Presently now, when you are asking, was it Abby? And Abby said that she was already in heaven. Me, I was already taking selfie with Jesus Christ in heaven, where I was, because according to them, I was having selfie with Jesus Christ, and I never knew that me and Father Abraham look so much alike. When I saw him, we just look like twin brothers. So heaven is real, my dear brothers. But for the purpose of this particular topic, I would like to tell our members out there, please, anybody that tells rapture is taking place on so day, please disregard them. Disregard them. But what the devil is trying to do, definitely rapture will take place one of these days. But devil want to make a mismatch of it, so that even when people were supposed to be preparing for the end time, for the rapture, they will not take it seriously again. That's why we have so many failed prophets coming out to say, oh, it take place on so date, and the thing will not take place. So by the time the actual rapture will not take place, most people will not be prepared. They will just think that it is one of those lies that they have been lying. But there are some pointers to know exactly when it will take place. But whatever it is, rapture can happen to you and I by the nature of death, or by being alive and be transformed, according to the book of 1 Thessalonians 5:16. But if you are not living your life as if you can go anytime, I will just adjure you, if you are a Christian, please prepare yourself as if you can go anytime. God can come for you today. But if you are going to be listening to all these people carrying fake news, whatever they are saying, that so day to rapture will take place. In fact, he was not the only one. There is this other one that calls himself Hubert Angel. That one to say that between the September 23rd and 24th, that is the feast of that's a feast that normally do in Israel around that time. That's when Christ will come. All of them have been saying it for the past couple of months, but now we are on 24th. Nothing has happened. We know that it was a lie from day one. We know that it was not true, because there are still some things that are supposed to happen before the rapture that is yet to happen. So that's why we know that it's not yet time. It is close, but it's not yet time. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dio. Our sister Yinka Pepe Talk says, COVID times and the complete shutdown confirmed that connection to God is really personal. We had the deepest connection to God and to one another in my home. It was a beautiful time here. Absolutely. Sister Rose went biblical this morning. Hey, you dey go church, Sister Rose? I don't know, say you know road where go church. I'm just kidding. So Sister Rose said, you don't gather in any particular place. The Bible said 2 men will be farming, one will remain and the other taking. God bless you, Sister Rose. That's why I kept saying that sometimes the people who no be pastor, they understand the Bible more than those who claim they be pastor, especially not be all pastors. Some of these pastors of these Pentecostal churches that are refining and fine-tuning Bible, twisting it to however it suits them. May God help us. Netizen Global say, this one, everyone is in heaven. Please, I never born. This one, my leg is leaving the ground. Oh my, I beg, I don't feel laugh. All right, Abby, I will leave this to you to anchor. We're gonna talk about the next segment now, but let me take this from Auntie Grace. Auntie Grace say it is hurtful when these magicians with their followers are referred to as Christians. Thank you, ma. Now part of when they annoy me past be that. And those followers, they follow like Mumu. Jeez. I beg you. Make I no just talk. Hey Benedict, how you doing? You welcome, Benedict. Benedict said, it's funny that in this day and age, people are still being tricked by things like this. Even the Bible did not outline a specific place where we must all gather for the rapture. Thank you, my namesake, Benedict. My namesake. I better come back again. No, I don't finally find my own sister, like Uncle Emeka find your own baby girl yesterday. Thanks, Benedict. All right, Abby, let's quickly cover this other segment. If the conversation continues, I may have to leave you guys in charge of this, but let's just talk about this briefly.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
All right. The second part of today's show is what has to do with Paul Okoye. You know, Paul Okoye is the second twin brother of Peter Okoye, and they are both known as PSQUARE. So Paul Okoye is divorced, and when he got divorced, one of the rumors we had at that time was that he was sleeping with the house help. I think that went on for a while. Now, Abby, you know, you guys follow all these stories better than I can do. I want you to help me clarify a couple of things as far as this Paul Okoye story is concerned. Did he ever came out to debunk the rumor? Did he ever debunk the rumor of him sleeping with the house help, or he never addressed it? Because that is what brought up this conversation. So Abby, over to you. Can you walk me through, and the rest of the real fam, can you walk us through what actually went down in that marriage first, before we move on to the feminists who say him out loud? Well. So what happened, my dear?
So a couple years ago, Anita, who is his ex-wife, who is Paul Okoye's ex-wife, came out to tell us that she was leaving her husband and had filed for divorce. And somehow she also put out, or I don't know if it was her, if it just leaked, but there was also the petition, or should I say the suit papers, was also released to the internet, of which I'm looking at now. I only have 16 to 24. So this is all alleged, but also all of us on the internet at that time, we saw this, right? And item 16 particularly says, allegedly, I'm reading it off the papers, that I know as a fact that the respondent on 11th June 2020 threw the petitioner's sister and I out of the house after we discovered that he had started an illicit affair with one of the house helps by name Florence. So that was actually on the court papers that was leaked to the internet. So that is where these rumors, in quotes, came from. So in a sense, they are not really rumors, but in other sense, we're not the wife. So we can't say for a fact, while that is the wife's account, or his ex-wife's account, sorry, Anita, we can't repeat it because we don't know that it is true, even from her accounts. Uncle Ben, do you understand what I'm saying? So, but it is part of the court documents that was released. This was alleged against him as part of what she wanted to gain from the divorce. So that's it, Uncle Ben.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Abby. So now there is this girl that on, I don't know which day that actually happened, but I know you would have seen it. So this girl was making insinuation on social media, unprovoked. Let me say that again. Unprovoked. This guy just came out of the blues and
It wasn't
said,
really unprovoked, Uncle Ben.
Okay, walk me through what happened then.
So Ifoma, who is Paul Okoye's current wife, came out to celebrate her 25th birthday. 25th birthday. She had a bouquet of roses in her hand. You know, she was celebrating. And then someone quoted her tweet saying, mind you, this man is like 42 or 43, right? So in a sense, it's not really unprovoked, because what it is that people start to recount the fact that, wait, there's a good 20 years between them. This is odd, right? And then
Okay.
that's what led to the conversation. And then another girl allegedly said, didn't he also cheat on his wife with their housemaid? That was the first response. She's also a known Twitter, now ex feminist. And then the lady in question that you're talking about said RAPED/coerced their domestic help. She's the help. How could she say no? Plus, she was most likely way younger. Somebody replied, what the hell? And then she continued and said, when he was found out, he sent his wife and sister-in-law at the time out of the house. Very yama yama, NIGGA. So that's basically how it happened. So it started from people criticizing the age gap, to, by the way, he has other issues that we've heard of, so he might not be a great guy. So that's kind of how it happened. Uncle Ben.
Yeah. Okay, but now the reason I said unprovoked is this. Was the lady having any issue with Paul Okoye when they started all this back and forth?
No, but it's an ongoing, not her particularly, it was an ongoing issue of the age difference between him and Ifoma. That's what I'm saying. It's been addressed off and on since they
Abby,
got.
how is that their business?
It's not their business now, but that's how I hear.
Exactly.
That's how the social media space is set up. And you saw my comments on the backstage. This particular one, I'm not happy about, in as much as I am a feminist and believe in the feminism movement. There has to be boundaries. This particular one is crazy. But yeah, there's always been an underlying issue with people not being very happy about the age difference between Paul Okoye and his current wife, Ifoma.
But how is that their business? Age difference. I know, Abby, you are not a fan of people marrying people way older than them. I know.
Yes.
But is it not their own business? Regina Daniel marries her grandpa, and people were praising her. I don't get it. But before we ask all our uncles and sisters to contribute to this, can you please explain again what feminism is all about? Because I don't see why a feminist should get involved in issues like this. Can you help me clarify that?
Yes. I'm going to actually read from the internet, which is also my same thought. Feminism is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of both sexes. So man and woman, right? So that's what feminism is. Feminism is just believing that man and woman are equal and they deserve the same things or equal rights in society. That's simply what it is. However, I think it's important to clarify that sometimes it seems like it's extreme because a lot of women tend to be angry because of the power disparity between men and women and all of the long suffering a lot of women have gone through. However, I always say this, there's a time and place. Read the room. It's not everything that you fight about. There's a time and a place for these fights. That's the only issue I tend to have with social media feminists for the most part. But I think it's important to understand why sometimes it seems like they can be extreme. We've gone through long suffering, and like most human beings, forget man or woman, like most human beings, there's always going to be a tendency to, in a sense, snap. I guess that's the right word, when you've been in that situation. So yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Now, if I may ask, do you support Paul to find this girl and teach her a lesson? Because me, I do.
Yes, I do. I also said in backstage, you probably were asleep when we were discussing it, Sister Bimpe and I said I support as long as he does it in the legal way. So I don't want Paul to use his influence. And the reason I say this is because, he's Paul Okoye. He has the money, he has the contacts. I don't want him to use his influence to get anybody arrested unlawfully. If this is not a criminal case, I think it should be done the right way. She should be sued, charged to court, etc. That's the only thing I would say. He should do it the right way. That's what I'm going to say. But I do agree that she can and should be used as a scapegoat.
All right, that's a good one. So Uncle Emeka and and Papi, I don't know if you guys are really listening to or follow all this Gen Z and their wahala up and down social media, but the situation here, sir, is that somebody out of the blues, as far as I'm concerned, starts dragging Paul Okoye. So, and now Paul is angry. Paul actually said he's going to come after her. This is exactly what Paul says. Paul said, I hardly reply, but you see this one at Chubi Diva. If you like, go private, leave X. I will find you. I will use every necessary means, power, resources, money. You will face the law. I will use you to set an example. Scapegoat in bracket. Your only way out is to leave the surface of this earth and relocate to space. To everyone that brought my attention to her tweet, thank you. So, Uncle Emeka, what do
Yes.
you think of this case, sir?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I don't know much about this case. This is all. I can only go by what I'm seeing on the social media, which is what you just posted. And if you ask me, this is more than, even though he might be writing this out of annoyance, that there is an undertone of threat in this message. So as much as you are saying you're going to use this person as a scapegoat, be careful what you put out there, because it can be used against you in the court of law. And I really don't know the dynamics. I don't know anything about this rude boy and his marriage and how he got married and stuff like that. So, but in legal terms, he has to be very, very careful, because if anything happens to this lady right now, people will blame it on him based on these tweets that he sent out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't even think he's going to do much. But I see what you are saying, because vetting online can actually put you in a lot of trouble. That's just what Uncle Emeka is saying in a nutshell. But again, you get how these people go drag person for internet, especially these so-called Nigerian feminists. They won't get as it be. So I quite understand the anger that Paul is expressing right there. May God just help that girl, Sha. Uncle Dio, please, what's your take, sir?
Thank you very much, Uncle Ben. The thing is this. Number one, this narrative seems to have been going on for a while. And I don't think Paul Okoye has ever came out to debunk it. I don't know. I'm not on that space, so I can't say whether he has come out to debunk, to disclaim it, or maybe to debunk it whatsoever. However, I believe this particular thing came out during the divorce process of him and his ex-wife. When you're filing for a divorce, excuse me, when you're filing for a divorce, it is possible for you to collate some things just for you to win your case. So I was telling Abby in the backstage that whatever this his ex-wife has said, it may be true and it may not be true, but they were just trying to gather some things for her to be able to get the divorce that she wanted to get. And now that she has gotten the divorce, nobody's talking about it again. But somebody now went to brought it out, put it on the social media, where in the context of the divorce proceedings, where that thing was mentioned. That was what Abby posted at the backstage. That particular paragraph that says that it was being alleged that he was having an affair with their house help. So when it was found out, that was why he now sent out the ex-wife and the sister. But during the divorce process, I was it was never indicted for whether sleeping with the sister or whether sleeping with the house help or whatever. So what I can say here is simple. Paul Okoye is trying to like come out to change that narrative because it's not looking as if he's is an abuser, to use the most fairest word. He's an abuser because they are saying that he is 40 something and his new wife is like less than half of his age or something like that. So
Around, yeah,
and
25.
now, yes,
25.
around 20 years gap between them. And then that is not even painful enough for them now to be accusing him to be sleeping with the house help. See, one thing about Nigerian space is that if somebody accuses you and you know that that thing is not true and you keep quiet, they will take your silence to mean that it is true. It's normal. People will just naturally, since he has not said anything about it, that means it is true. But his anger can be well understood. At the same time, I like what Uncle Emeka said. He should not use it as a threat. Okay, let him go for whoever is claiming that in a legal way. Let them come and produce the evidence. The ASEP is not dead yet. I believe the ASEP is still in the country. Let her come out also to come and confirm or to come and debunk it. Because anybody that is claiming that, oh, this man is this, is a RAP, IST, is this, is a coerce, he may be coercing the poor girl, whatsoever. They are just speaking what they have no evidence about. And if it's going on unchecked, you know the way it is. Every Nigerian people will believe it to be true. So that's what I'm doing, to try to kill it before it gets out of hand. At the same time, it should not go about it threatening, because God forbid, if anything happened to that young girl, they will say it is because of his threat that he's the one responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Uncle Dayo. Okay, Abby, if you're
Yes.
going to help me out here, what is a better way to handle Nigerian bloggers? They have made a mess of social media space, posting and discussing irrelevant issue about people, or perhaps what they are not supposed to be meddling in, they will be meddling in them. They are your generation. What do you think should be done?
Uncle Ben, Linda Ikeji, my generation. No, on a very serious note though, I personally, and I know that it's tough because I think we often forget that celebrities are human beings as well, and they are allowed their emotions. They are with their phone. Sometimes they're not always with their team, you know. But my opinion is that I would have gotten my legal team on this and just released an official statement, and then the next thing, that girl would be getting a lawsuit. That's what I would have done, because really and truly, when I came to the backstage today, I said that is even to now, like as I speak to you, it's still going hot on X. There's now a group of, you see, Insta blog Uloma is actually one of the ladies that is known, particularly on X, to head the feminists. She's one of the founders of what is called FEMCO. It's called FEMCO. FEMCO plays very. I'm going to be very honest here and say that FEMCO plays a very important role that a lot of people do not recognize. FEMCO has helped a lot in ABUS issues. FEMCO was very big during the NSAS situation. In fact, it was the NSAS that actually birthed FEMCO. They helped with a lot of legal aid. A lot of female lawyers came out to make sure people that were unlawfully arrested during NSAS were released. They amazing people. But the major issue with Uloma and the rest of her colleagues on FEMCO is that they can also be very extreme. These are women that Uloma has been married before, has a son out of her relationship or her marriage. And allegedly, it seems like a lot of it is just from a bitter place because of their failed marriages, allegedly. But that name Uloma is very big on X for feminism issues. Same with the other lady, CB. I don't know if you remember her, the one that works with BBC. I can't remember her name now. She's an Igbo lady. She works for BBC. They are big names in the feminism, Nigerian feminism space. And these are some of the issues, right? Because people like Uloma are pushing and telling him, touch that girl. I'm waiting for you. And then this is Uloma that is backed up with a lot of lawyers, feminist lawyers that are not playing about this. And this is why, for me, my opinion, you move in silence. If you feel like you want to debunk, like Uncle Dio said, is there a reason why he's not been debunking? That's another thing. Is there a reason? Maybe because if he debunks, he'll be going against his ex-wife, calling her a liar. And then maybe she has something on him. So he can't say that. Because if I were him, it's been going on for years. Why can't he debunk it? Did it really happen, allegedly? That's on that issue. And then if he debunks it, the person that is calling a liar will be annoyed and bring evidence. So I wonder why you're threatening someone rather than actually saving your name and saying, I'm going to say this for the last time. I'm never going to address this again. This never happened. In the meantime, I'm coming for you. But he's never done that. Now he just wants his scapegoats. Scapegoats without debunking anything. I don't know. It's a bit strange to me. If you ask me, I don't know. It's strange. That's all.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity there. But I still think something is wrong with Nigerian feminists. I'm sorry, sisters. A lot of them are not really practicing this feminism right. Many of them are on a mission, a revenge mission. It's like some of them just HATE men, dabbling into what doesn't concern them. This debunking or no debunking now, to be frank, I don't think Paul owes anybody explanation. Honestly, I don't think he always owes anybody explanation. It's his private life and his private trouble. So that's why I think people should have just let the matter die. The wife has divorced him. They are having fantastic co-parenting situation together, and he has not been involved in any. I don't think anyone has ever harassed him of SA. So why the need to debunk, to come to social media and now begin to shalaye? And like you rightly said, if he debunks it, then he's calling his ex-wife a liar. And even from one of the story I heard, I don't even think the girl in question is a house help. I think it's a sister to the ex-wife or something.
No, she's the house. I just read the copy past you. She's the house help.
Like the house help that they hired.
Yeah, Florence, the house help. Yeah, I read it from the court papers. I didn't read it from top of my head, Uncle Ben. What I read in the beginning of this live stream was item 16 from the court papers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it again?
Now, no, don't worry. Make I just put small bows here because I'm trying to be a good boy, but my spirit is saying, no, Ben, you need to ask. Abby, as a woman, because I saw the conversation you sisters were having in the backstage yesterday. Is it yesterday or yesterday night or this morning? I think I saw somewhere where you guys were discussing cooking and no cooking, and I think Sister Sue was the one that said, hey, if money day. Oh, it started with Sister Yinka actually. Sister Yinka was say, if I become very wealthy, the first thing I'm doing, I'm hiring a chef. And we say, sister, with all of them, they want the same thing. I want higher help. So now it made me want to ask this question. And I'm asking the question because I put the blame on women.
Uncle Ben, I don't like
you said what?
I don't like what you just did. You did not complete what we said. We said chef and personal trainer. But you've conveniently left.
No. That personal trainers, you can't even be part of the conversation. Don't even go there.
That's what we said. Chef and personal trainer. If you're going to quote us, you have to do it fully. Chef.
Okay.
And personal trainer.
Okay. Sue is the one that brought that angle that she's going to hire a chef and a personal trainer. And I remember vividly, I was telling you ladies yesterday, say, make una know they add personal trainer to any conversation. In fact, hearing personal trainer alone, if they make my own blood, they rise.
But Uncle Ben, it's because you assume that the personal trainer has to be a man. But there are female personal trainers out there. You've assumed that the personal trainer has to be a man. But there are female personal trainers out there.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay. If any woman will sign paper. If you're gonna, in fact, we go include that for prenup. You're gonna hire any trainer, it must be. I don't even want women self. The women personal trainer you have now, that they press, they are pressing. We're not doing no personal trainer. I will be your personal trainer. Don't worry. We will work out together. Okay? Abby, don't you won't derail this conversation. No try, Abby. What I'm about to ask is this: why would a housewife get a house help that is a grown-ass young lady who, because of the wealth and everything, will also be looking beautiful? Is that not the housewife setting up the man for failure? Is that not the housewife that is trying to bring temptation around the man?
Uncle
You
Ben,
want to defend it, Abby?
Uncle Ben, drop the link for people that have this, that can answer this question for you. Let them come in.
I no question for me. Unless I go, I dey go work now. Unless I go to hear from
No,
my phone.
Uncle Ben, that question you asked, that's not how it works.
How does it work?
Because you're basically saying that as a wife, I've brought in a woman for my husband to cheat on me. That's what you're saying. But there are women.
That's what it looks like.
Yes, we know there are women at his office, Uncle Ben. A dog is a dog. That's not my problem.
You don't wait. See, Abby, let me explain something to you. Thank God, Uncle Yinka and Uncle Emeka and Uncle Dayo, they are here. You see, men are disciplined. Some men are very, very disciplined. They will not deliberately go out of their way to cheat on you. They can have female staff all around the place at their work. They will not step out or do anything. It's quite different when you carry a grown-ass woman, younger girl, you put her inside the same house with your husband. I don't know. Let's be realistic here.
Well, I can't be realistic with you on this one. Because even if we can say the same for if the domestic staff, whether it's driver, was a younger boy as what I was driving your wife. Those kind of things should not even be in conversation.
Why should the driver driving the wife in the first place?
In Lagos, everybody has a driver.
That is the problem.
But in Lagos, that's just how things are set up, Uncle Ben. By the time you go from one end to the other end, you're in traffic for 3 hours. It's not even about, I'm saying these are someone who has younger friends my age that have nice cars that would want to drive, but they decide to employ drivers because it's just convenience. You find yourself in traffic for hours, and it's more productive for you to be at the back seat doing some work. It's not about, most of the time, it's actually more convenience than anything else. Lagos is very different, Uncle Ben, and you know this.
All right, no problem. Let's
I just think that the rules are the rules. I shouldn't be bothered as a wife about the people that are around you as my husband, whether they're in our space.
No. I disagree with that.
I don't understand why I have to be married to somebody who puts me in a situation where I have to overthink situations, Uncle Ben. I can't send my young girl that works for me to the house to drop something, to pick up something. Uncle Ben, no. What kind of life is that?
You guys are not hearing this thing, no.
I'm hearing. I understand.
There is this saying in African parlance that says prevention is better than cure. Well, Uncle Emeka, we are back to you again, sir. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying, Uncle Emeka. I am not in support of you dangling meat in front of rats. That's all I'm saying.
There's meat everywhere.
Over to you, Uncle Emeka.
Yeah, Uncle Ben.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try and look at this from a different perspective, which is that times have changed. People are now able to afford things that they in the past couldn't have afforded. Now, in terms of this personal trainer thing that you are using as an example,
I'll be over to you.
It is not as if the lady or the girl cannot go to the gym, but if you have money, sometimes they need somebody to motivate them. I know how I struggle going to the gym at least 4 times every week. Every time I'm on my way to the gym, I'm so mad. But at the end of the day, yes, at the end of the day, I look at it that it's for my own good, it's for my own health. Now, coming to this particular instance, if the husband is rich, or even if the lady is rich and she can afford a personal trainer, what that does is that even the days that she doesn't want to work out, because there is a personal trainer that will come, she will be forced to get out of bed or get out of whatever comfort zone that she finds herself and be forced to work out. This is very common, even here among all these musicians, all these movie stars. They all have personal trainers that come to the house and train them, and that's why they still, maintain their shape. The only thing is that when they now post things on their, for example, Instagram, the average person will want to look like them, but you don't know what it costs to maintain that shape. I personally do not have a problem with, if you can afford a personal trainer, then get a personal trainer. I really don't see this as if the person that my spouse or partner will now go ahead and start having some kind of illegal something with the trainer, just like Abby mentioned. So if you have a young driver, do you now think that your wife will, even though sometimes it happens, but everybody has to trust somebody. If you have a partner, able to trust your partner, that the partner should be able to at least respect the sanctity of your marriage. If you start suspecting every young man or woman around you, then there is definitely a trust in that relationship. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think it's just a matter of preference. Thank you.
Please, Uncle Meka, please, can you address this house help situation where Uncle Ben said dangling meat? I don't know.
That's what that's why I said that there has to be a matter of trust. There is actually temptation everywhere. There's temptation in all spaces. It depends on how you control yourself. And it's like having a very young secretary, and sometimes you are even seeing the secretary more than you see your wife at home, because most people these days actually spend more time in the office than at home. Does that mean that will lead to an affair? No. Has it happened before? Yes. So it's a question of, how do you control yourself? How much do you love your partner? Do you and your partner have mutual trust and mutual respect for each other? And that's why I guess those that are married, those of you that are married, says that marriage is a walk. You have to keep working on it. People like me, I don't that part of it. I don't have that problem. I'm not married. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank
Uncle Emeka, you dey find trouble. You next time remove yourself from the equation.
Yes,
Okay,
so I have to. I don't have that problem. I want peace.
You don't want problem always. Okay, Uncle Dayo, can you please touch on this whole thing of wife having a personal trainer, and also the whole idea that you're the one setting your husband up if you bring a younger woman to the house to be the house help? Uncle Dayo?
I thank you for, yes, Amir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I can, sir. Go ahead.
Now, what I'm trying to say is that I quite appreciate this idea of maybe having a personal trainer or bringing somebody to come and help in the house. I always want to make life easy. If I have the money, I want to make life easier for my wife, make life easier for her, in the sense that I want her to keep looking younger and beautiful for me. Because it's not about who you are bringing to the house, it's about what purpose you want to achieve with it. The wife that wants a personal trainer or maybe have a chef in the house to be cooking because she's trying to reduce her workload. And you, as a husband, if you can afford it, please do it. Do it. She's not going to bring in a chef that will be putting the husband in a kind of a difficult situation, or maybe that will be putting our marriage in jeopardy. for whatever reason. But I want to limit this conversation to the people we are talking about. Now, I want to sound a note of warning here. Remember, the person we are talking about is an influencer. He's a popular musician. And from the study that we all know out there in social media, an average lady over there, maybe a certain percentage of girls out there, they want to experience these popular figures by themselves. I'm not implying anything. Don't get me wrong, please. If such a person find themselves walking in the house with this big star, you can never know how far they can go, just because they wanted to have it on their record that, oh, I've been with this person. Hope you're getting what I'm saying. That's number one. When Two-Face was trending, I once said it on this platform some time ago that there was a particular show that I went in via, I think at this hotel or so. He wanted to go and eat himself in the toilet, and as he entered, hundreds of girls were rushing him. That it took the effort of his bodyguards to be able to pull him out. I know two Baba now. When he came out, he was just laughing. He said, all of them won't carry belly. There are always girls out there that just want to be with them. Now, if you have such a husband like that, and you now employ a random girl from nowhere, don't be surprised. Something like that may happen in your own home without you knowing it. Though you, the wife, don't plan it, but it's a risk. I think that's what Uncle Benu was trying to say. But on a general setting, in a home, there should be trust. If your wife cannot trust you to be disciplined in your own home, and if your husband cannot trust you, the wife, to be disciplined in your own home, then there's a problem in that marriage. There should be trust and discipline. I can never imagine me not getting a driver for my wife, and I'd be worrying that, oh, maybe the driver is sleeping with my wife. It can never cross my mind. Same thing also, I don't believe that any woman can get a chef and then she'll be worried that, oh, maybe this chef is sleeping with her husband. It doesn't work like that.
No vessel. I get one quick back. No vessel.
Okay.
I agree with your take. Let me just mute you so that I won't be echoing. So I agree with your take that husband and wife are supposed to have trust, but we have stories upon stories upon stories of disciplining men and women, Christian men and women, who never planned that they were ever going to cheat on each other, and they end up doing so with domestic staff. Why? Is it not because they are dangling the carrot before the rabbit? That's just what I'm saying, sir. It's no matter of trust. Sometimes that's why the Bible says we should be praying against temptation. I think I heard that one from the Bible. So that's just my pushback, sir. Uncle Dayo, please continue, sir.
Okay, it says, lead us not into temptation. That's what the Lord's Prayer says. Lead us not into temptation. So if you are saying that the wife may be leading the husband into temptation by bringing in a beautiful chef into the house, you may be right to some extent. But the question is, the husband has a problem. Why can't he control himself in front of other women? Now, this same husband, if he happen to get a beautiful secretary in the office, that means it can easily fall for that same issue. So what I want us to really agree here is that everything now, some wives know that their husband is a girly man. That is, I know they stay for one place. So such wives should not bring in something that will put the husband under temptation. Same thing, some husband that knows that their wife are still there outside, they should not bring in a handsome driver to be driving her. It depends on your understanding in your marriage. If you trust your wife and if you trust your husband, this type of thing will never even cross your minds. But if both of you are like cat and dog and you are watching each other, please don't invite such into your home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Dayo. I just wanted to say that with this whole thing, growing up, I grew up on a barracks. I've said this before, Air Force Base, Ikeja. And I remember growing up, we used to hear about so many house helps that were pregnant. It was either somebody's orderly or somebody's driver, or even the Oga themselves, right? And then obviously this pregnancy, when is the Oga, this pregnancy will most likely disappear for obvious reasons. But it's been happening. It happens all the time. I think the whole idea is not that it can't happen or we don't understand what Uncle Ben is saying. I think generally the idea is we should be able to say, what's the word, move away from it. It should not be happening. And it should not be my responsibility to start figuring out what to do. Because now, what is the solution? We go by Uncle Ben's logic. We can't have male chefs either. We can't have male help either, because that would mean that there's a possibility of the wife cheating as well, right? It goes both ways if you think about it. The same way with personal trainers, drivers and all sorts, right? We even had a house help in my own house that got pregnant one time. I just remembered. But that one was her own boyfriend that she met on the base as well. But yeah, it's been going on for years. And also, Uncle Dai, I wanted to say that I believe, from what I've heard with a few people that I know, there are certain agencies that are very particular about the helps. I know that they can only do so much with their checks and their searches, but it's not every agency that a lot of these people that celebrities use. They don't use the regular agencies. They go through different kinds of checks. And also, I would like to believe that most people also tend to try and go back home to find a house help in these situations, which I think is the rumor that Uncle Ben was talking about, where they were like, oh, it's the wife's sister. No, just a girl from the wife's. Sorry, can you mute, please, ma? I think it's just a girl from the wife's part of the country. Sometimes that's what happens. There's an auntie that has a cousin that has someone that can come to Lagos or whatever to help you guys around the house. So that's what happened in PSQUARE's in Paul's situation. Anyway, honey babe, good evening, sis. Can you share your thoughts with us, please?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you, honey babe.
Can you hear me? Sorry, because I'm using
yes,
headphones.
Honey babe, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I just think it's very interesting that no one's mentioned accountability. You have total autonomy over yourself as a full-grown adult, and I feel you should have self-discipline. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it's not for the wife to now have the whole responsibility because her husband cannot control himself. Whether you have a personal trainer, whether you have a chef, if a man's going to cheat, he's going to cheat. So if a man or someone has an inclination to cheat, it doesn't matter. I mean, you hear of many stories where people cheat, like I said, secretaries, in many, many places. So this dangling of meat, I don't understand it. And I think in 2025, I think we need to have this mindset that let's stop exalting people that can't control themselves. I can see someone and say, this man is very good looking, and I will jog on. I'm not going to strip naked and allow him to jump on top of me because I can't control myself. I can admire someone. I can see someone that's attractive, but I have autonomy over my body and I'm able to control myself. So I think this is the age-old mindset that the blame is always on the woman because a man can't control his instincts. He can't control the fact that he sees a woman and he can't control himself. Now, I've had a personal trainer that has been a man. And like I said, maybe it's just me, but I was able to control myself and I didn't jump on top of him because I'm paying him to obviously help me to lose weight. This was a while ago before I had the kids, and he did the job. So I think whether in any walk of life, you're going to meet the opposite sex. And I think it's very, very important for you to be able to have the mindset and the control to be able to navigate life. You're going to meet women everywhere. You're going to meet men everywhere. For you to have this mindset that I cannot hire a woman or a house help shows that you married the wrong person, shows that you made a mistake marrying that person, because like Brother Dial said, there should be trust and there should be respect on both sides. If you are spending every single day being the FBI, I can't hire this, I can't have this person in my house, I can't do this, then I think you've made the mistake of marrying the wrong person, because I very much believe that everybody has self-control. Like I said, you have celebrities, I know not in Nigeria, that have personal trainers, personal chefs, and there's not an issue. Why is it an issue in Nigeria? Because the mindset is that it's always the women that are to blame. If you show too much cleavage, I can't control myself, I'm going to jump on top of her. There should be accountability for, and there should be education in that you should know how to control yourself as a man, as a child, as a teenager, as a young gentleman, and going upwards. There should be education in that. This is the way you behave as a man. And this is the way you need to control yourself when you have instincts or you have urges. That should be the most important thing, rather than blaming and saying you're dangling meat. Can you not control yourself? So I think that's just my mindset, because there's many people that have house help, whether there's no problem. Why is it different because it's Nigeria? Because we don't have no self-control. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, honey babe. Do you have anything to say about the actual topic at hand? Did you hear it about
No, if you can just refresh my memory, because I came quite late, as you know.
So basically, we have a Twitter, in quotes, feminist that is going for one of the PSQUARE brothers, Paul Okoye.
Okay.
Because his young wife, he married a younger lady not too long ago. She's 25.
Yes, I remember.
She just turned 25, and she posted a picture celebrating the flowers and the present that he bought her. And somebody quoted that, referencing how there's almost 20 years between them. And then that kind of opened a can of worms, where someone now said, oh, by the way, he was accused of graping his house help when he was married to his ex-wife, which is why his ex-wife actually pointed out in her court papers, right? So now he went ahead to threaten the girl, and said that he's coming after her and he's going to be using her as a scapegoat.
So who's he threatening? His second wife or the house help?
The random girl that decided to repeat that whole thing about him graping their domestic staff when he was married.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's very simple for me. If you know, like I said, if you've been falsely accused of SA or grape, then it's very simple. Go to court, have discovery, do what you need to do. It's very easy. There's always a balance of power in terms of how it works in Nigeria. Someone could accuse you of something, and then the next thing to do is you want to threaten them. If he has a problem with what she said, I know the judicial system doesn't work in Nigeria, but it is what it is. Go to court and hash it out. Bring your evidence and let her bring her evidence. Threatening someone over social media is not very classy. Have a statement to say categorically, it wasn't me. I'm going to physically fight the accusations, and we're going to go to court. It's that simple for me. All this study on social media, it doesn't work for me. So I think it's very simple for him. Do a statement if you want to, but I think someone that, to me, has been falsely accused of rape would make a statement and would say that, you know what, I categorically disagree with the accusation, and I'm going to vigorously fight it in court. So that's all I have to say regarding that.
Okay. I want to bring... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that to me, if you're not going to... Yeah, I was going to say... Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of went off, Elizabeth. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so I was going to say that if he's not doing that, red flag, question mark. Because for me, something as serious as this, why wouldn't you, if, like I said, your reputation is everything, isn't it? Why wouldn't you go to court and fight it? If you're not and you're leaning back, I question you that maybe it's true. So I think it's not a question of it's nobody's business. If someone accuses you of a grievous act like rape, why wouldn't you defend yourself if it's not true? And why wouldn't you go to court to sue the person if you know that it's not true? So I think that's what I would do. And that's what I think his position should be.
Okay. Thank you, Honey Babe, for that, because this also brings the conversation, which Uncle Ben actually started, but he touched on it briefly, where he said something along the lines of Paul not owing anybody any explanations. And yeah,
that's typical. I think it's very easy. I think put yourself in a position where a woman accuses you of rape, and let's see if you would have the same position. That is nobody's business. Everybody will look at you. Everybody will think you are, and you would want to, because it's your reputation, you would want to establish that you are innocent. So it's very easy saying that. When it's you that's been accused of it, I think you would have a different mindset.
Yeah, so like I said, I do understand that perspective of it's nobody's business, but my own issue here is this. This has been a running rumor in quotes for a very long time now. I
Yes,
personally
yes.
would have nipped it in the bud. But also
Of
when you
course, of course.
when you put things into perspective, you have some time and some energy to decide that you're going to go after someone and use them as a scapegoat. But you have not had the time to say, listen, this did not happen. However,
Exactly.
however,
Exactly.
honey babe, if he says this that did not happen, it would also mean that he's calling his ex-wife a liar. Calling his ex-wife a liar could also open a can of worms, because is
Exactly.
she going to reply and then
Exactly.
have evidence that says that she's not a liar? You know, so
Exactly. I think,
these are the
yes, I think
issues.
for me, sorry, what I was gonna say, that to me, right, if someone, like I said, is being accused of SA, the fact that you've never addressed it, red flags, question mark. Because for me, every normal human being that has sense, if they've been accused of something and you know it's not true, especially as something as heinous as rape and SA, why wouldn't you say that that's not true? Blah blah blah, and do the necessary, if you necessarily go into court. I know you can't prove it either way, but you would do what you have to do, regardless of what the outcome would be. For the fact that he hasn't come out, and for the fact that if he says it isn't true, it's gonna trigger a chain of events where the wife is being accused of being a liar, and she could come out and bring evidence, tells me everything I need to know that is probably true, allegedly. Don't want anyone to sue me, but that's a question mark for me, because if you're innocent, why wouldn't you say you're innocent and do the necessary and go to court? The fact that he's keeping quiet is because it can only happen in Nigeria. You can't, no normal person to me in the UK or in America would allow such a thing on their character and not do something about it. It doesn't make sense to me. So for me, it's just the way it is. Well, yeah, I can be accused of rape and SA, no biggie, it's Nigeria. What's she gonna do? I'm gonna intimidate her. So I think, and I know if it happened in the West, I guarantee you any gentleman that was accused of these same things would say no. I will come after you, I will sue you, and I will categorically make a statement. This is not true.
Okay. Can I just
I would like to make a pushback here, please. Can I
go
make a
ahead?
pushback, please?
Yes, please. Yes, go ahead,
Now,
sir.
I want us to quickly understand something, okay? What was in that court proceeding paper was not RAPE or whatever. It is an having an affair. It was saying having an affair, but in this particular case of this girl that we're talking about, she has taken it a step further, talking about RAPE and coercion. So let us get it clear. The wife in that court paper was saying that, now, if you can read it again, Abby, just let us see what was written in that paper. It was saying having an affair with the house help. Nobody
Okay.
said that he slept with the house help or RAPE the house help. Now, that is number one. Then again, I want to say this. My mother taught me something while I was a young boy. He said, if your wife should come out and say, oh, my husband has this smelly boil under his bum bum, the whole world will believe her, even though that is not true, because they believe that she's the only one that can see you to that extent. So, will you now, in trying to prove her wrong, be opening your bum bum to everybody to see that no, there's nothing like that? Oh, no, there are some things that if your partner accuses you of, you just look at it and look away because you know it is not true. That's number one. Number two is that what Paul is going after in this case um of this feminist lady is not the same thing that the wife was accusing him of. And I feel it's different from RAPE. Let us just understand that. Thank you.
Okay, sir, Uncle Dio. I'm going to
Sorry,
that was actually
can
my
I
sorry, one second,
okay.
honey babe. Sorry,
Okay.
sis. That was actually my next talking point, and I'll bring it back and then everybody can contribute. But before then, CB, please can we read some comments and then we can move on to the next part of the conversation, which is basically what Uncle Dio just said. CB, are you
Okay,
there?
Abby. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, thank you.
Okay. Um, this comment from Sister Rose says, um, but because one can't prove something doesn't mean it did not happen. I think that's her responding to the accusations, the essay accusations of Paul and his allegedly of Paul and his house help. So that's that. And because of my network, I didn't
Okay, let
really
me see.
start
Let me see
some
if I can.
comments because of my network. But let me read this one from Sister Yinka. Sister Yinka said, I had a personal trainer as well. He worked with me for 1 full year. There were never any issues. Oh my God. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
So,
Okay.
yes, let me take that comment again from Sister Yinka. She said, I had a personal trainer as well. He worked with me for 1 full year. There were never any issues. That from Sister Yinka. I think she's reacting to having a personal trainer as a guy. Um, having
As
a
a woman.
male personal trainer as a wife. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry about
Okay,
so.
let's move
But
on.
Abby, I was going to say something.
Okay.
I think, yeah, talking about spouses having affair with their domestic staff, I think what we should be talking about is discipline. I'm not
Exactly.
saying that it's easy, but I feel like if you have discipline, you have solved your problems already. And then if you value your relationship or marriage, you should be able to hold yourself back. Okay, we are talking about domestic staffs now. Me, in my opinion, they are too far. Let's talk about relatives. Don't you
Mm-hmm.
have beautiful or attractive relatives come around, like your sister-in-law or your brother-in-law? Are you going to say because your sister-in-law is attractive and then you just jump on her, or you jump on your brother-in-law because he's attractive, he's looking good, he has muscles and his chest is wide and all of that? So I just feel like everything boils down to discipline, because it's not it's not just the house help. There are some people that are having an affair with their children's teacher. So
Yeah,
it's
the house
discipline we should be
teacher, lesson
talking about.
teacher. Yeah, you're so
Yes,
right.
and you don't
Even
see
like
her every
sisters
day. You
themselves.
just, yeah, you just saw her once, and the next thing is you're attracted to her, and you're already undressing her in your head. Um, you understand what I'm saying? So I think we should. It's 2025, just like Honey Babe said. We should be teaching people self-control and discipline, or
Okay.
we should be. How do I even put this? You should have self-control as an adult. Accountability. Anything you do, you are responsible for your
Responsible
actions,
for
and we
it.
hold, yes, the whole talk of, oh, she's attractive, that's why I fell for her, or oh, he's attractive, that's why I fell for, it's not nice. It's doesn't speak well of us. And I think this thing is common, like Honey Babe said, in Nigeria. People are just
Yeah.
so obsessed with, oh, if you employ a driver for your wife, she automatically start liking him and all of that. Self-control is very important. Thank you.
I agree with you, CB. Thank you for that. I'm going to read that item 16 from the lawsuit as requested by Papi, and then I think it will open a different conversation entirely. So it says that I know as a fact that the respondent on 11th June 2020 threw the petitioner's sister and I out of the house after we discovered that he had started an illicit affair with one of the house helps by name Florence. So that's one of the things that Anita Okoye, Paul Okoye's ex-wife, allegedly had on her court papers when she was filing for divorce. Now, to continue that conversation, I also want to add something for context, and I think that is when Honey Babe, you can let us know what you think, and we can come back to Uncle Dio or anybody else that comes into the studio. I think it's important that we remember, and I said it on the backstage, Uncle Dio. I said sleeping with your domestic staff, right, is some sort of coercion. Is actually coercive, Uncle Dio. No matter how you want to put it, consent is a bit dicey, cannot be freely given. if there is power imbalances. There's a power disparity in this situation, right? So you're talking about someone that you're the boss, you're paying her her wages. Can you imagine how much it's going to take for you to say no? And for him, the boss, to actually even bully the subordinates into doing his bidding, right? So somehow that causes an imbalance. And coercion, which I always say that sometimes all I'm trying to do here is just to give information. It's not even about my own thought process, it's about information, right? Coercion is a very big part of RAPE. That is just the situation. So yes, while that person has not outright has no right to outrightly come and say things like that explicitly, especially in this situation where you're dealing with a celebrity that has all of these connections and all of this money and is a human being as well, it's tough for you to be in that situation. She's not exactly wrong when you put things into perspective. Coercion is a form of grape, and if there's that power disparity between boss and house help, is most likely going to be coercion. And that's what happens all the time. What are the chances that househelp can tell her organ no? So I think this is what a lot of feminists are trying to enlighten us about when it comes to the variations of grape. Honey babe, please can you come in here?
Fantastic comment, Abby. I was going to go on that. I think it's quite interesting where they defined it as an affair. You've got a house help that is obviously probably the main breadwinner of the family. We don't know how many siblings. We don't know if any of them are working. She's now a house help. You've got an Oga that wants to have an affair with her. Please tell me if she said no, if he wouldn't threaten her or sack her. So there's definitely is coercion, there's manipulation, and there's also definitely the balance of power. Let me put it into the context of, okay, go back to the UK. I am working, I'm the subordinate, I'm an employee, and I have a manager that is sexually attracted to me. Every single time he now, says very inappropriate things to me and, pressures me, says that on your next appraisal, I'm not going to give you a great appraisal unless you have carry on with me. That's coercion. And I'm just putting it in the context of a situation in my workplace. And I'm trying to now show it in the situation of the household. I would have to take the chance and probably say no, and I could be sacked. But in the situation of the house help, she's afraid for her income. She's probably the only breadwinner, and so she's been manipulated and pressured and coerced to sleep with him. So I think you need to understand the balance of power. And if it was a situation of what I just said in terms of me being an employee and my manager, they would, if they found out about our so-called affair, they would sack him. They obviously would sack me, and they would sack him because they said he used coercion, and there was a balance of power, and he could be sacked for misconduct. So there is a real thing where there is coercion, and I think a lot of people need to understand the way that it works and the way that you pressure people and manipulate people into doing things they don't want to do. And definitely when there's a balance of power between an orga and someone that is a house help. So I think it's real, and I think people need to understand the context. So it wasn't even an affair. It's someone manipulating someone because he has power over a house help.
Thanks, honey babe.
Thank you, honey babe.
Have you landed?
I don't know what sound is that. What sound is that?
I don't know. I hope it's not me, but I'm off.
I think it's from
Uncle Ben, right?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, all right. Thank you, honey babe. Uncle Dio, can you add anything?
Abby? Oh, yes, I can add a lot of things because.
Sorry, Uncle Dio, 1 second.
Because.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Uncle Dio.
Yeah, I was going to say we should read Sister Rose. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh. Uncle Ben, you try and mute, sir.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Read Sister Rose's comment. Yes.
Okay, yes, I was going to say that. So, Sister Rose is saying many men, especially if they have some power, think they are entitled to any woman. Remember useless oboes and the waitress in To Kill a Monkey. Okay. I think that's buttressing Honey Babe's point now, Abby, right?
Yeah, she's agreeing that there's always like a power disparity when it's help versus boss kind of thing, you know. So yeah.
Okay.
Sister
And you can
Natu
go ahead.
says, sorry, Sister Natu said, Abby.
Can I say
Okay,
something?
1 second, sorry, sir.
1 second, sorry, sir.
Sister Natu said, Abby, I disagree. Some willingly throw themselves. Okay. Uncle Dio, can you also help me add
Can you also help me add
Sister Natu's comment
Sister
to
Nasu's
your
comment to your
analysis, please, sir?
analysis, sir? Abby, I can tell you something for free, okay? Many times when issues like this comes up, I've seen over and over again where women would like to paint a narrative, even though maybe the woman is the perpetrator, you paint a narrative that make the woman look like a victim. Even the wife in her accusation never said her ex-husband raped or coerced the house
Sir,
help.
please, the R
What they
word.
said was
Oh.
that. You say
Yeah,
what?
can you change it, please?
Yeah,
Can you change it to break?
Sorry,
Break.
please. Sorry, please. RAPD, the house help. Are you getting me? She never said so. Neither did she say that. Did she say anywhere in that court paper that he coerced the house help? It is we now. It is the feminism movement that is now saying that that must be what has happened. You have never even thought about the fact that some of these girls can throw themselves at these men. You don't want to consider that narrative. You are always thinking that men are beasts, men are brutal, and you are painting everybody with the same brush. Please, let's stop doing that. That's number one. Number two, when you put out a narrative like that out there, what are you really trying to kind of achieve? You are trying to say that because he has money, because he has fame, so he can get whatever he wants. Like Saros was likening it to this guy, or boss, into kill a monkey. Not every man is like that. Please, we should desist from that narrative, because if you are going to be doing that to every situation like this, we will not be able to get the truth and get the balance out of it. And back to the lady herself, back to the house of herself. Everywhere in the world, women has been SA all over the place. We are still on one that happened in Nigeria by this senator Natasha, allegedly being SA by our own Senate president. It happens everywhere. But women have a choice. If you are being SA anywhere, you can either report it if you are in an organization, and I believe many organizations have a kind of a system in place whereby you can escalate the decision, and that person or that perpetrator will surely get punished for it. So let's stop looking as if women are always helpless. Oh, because she's the head of the family. Hey, if they sack her, she will not get money. It's all BS. It's all BS. If you have integrity, I've seen people resign from work for less than that. What I was talking about? I've seen people resign from a lucrative job for less than that. If you really have integrity, how can somebody be like SAU and you say because of the salary you want to remain there? Come on, that's not the end of the world. Whether you are being SA or not, if the person wants to sack you, if he sack you, why can't you walk away with your integrity intact? Why compromise? If I thought that is the narrative that we want to follow, if you want to follow, okay, because he has the power, he has the money, the lady still have a choice. Why can't she walk away? Why can't she say no? Accepted is in Nigeria, whereby the law is not that powerful. But in countries like in the West and all, they will sue that guy's ass to oblivion, and they make good money out of him being a star. Is that not what we're talking about on the net? That even you were like advising that you want to advise your own siblings to be careful with ladies out there. So please, when it comes to issues like this, let us not just create a narrative to make the woman a victim simply because we want to score a point against men. No, feminism should not be like that. Feminism should be objective. What really happened? What actually happened? What are the facts? Yes, nobody can prove an RAP case because it's neither here nor there. Particularly in a country like Nigeria, it is much more difficult. But if it actually happened, before it happened, there must be proof and there must be evidence. And for your information, we have so many independent organizations now in Nigeria that are onto this case. If they should hear anything like RAP, they will come for you for free. They will get you a lawyer and they get you justice. They're all over the place in Nigeria now as of today. So you don't need to spend a dime. If you are a lady and you have and anybody, SAU or RAPU, just get to these NGOs. They will fight your case to the last kobo and they get you justice. So I don't want us to always see any situation like this that just come up and say, oh, the man is a beast, the man has money. That's why we are just assuming, not that it really happened, and we are already creating a narrative to paint as if this way it must have happened. He must have coerced her, he must have RAPE her, he must have done this, he must have done that. For what? For a star like him, he has the ladies, he has girls at his beck and call. If you want to mess around, he has the baddies all over the place that are willing to give it to him for free. Why will he now come to coerce his own househelp? I don't believe in that narrative. And I actually believe that what the wife was trying to say is just to prove a point why she wants to divorce. Anybody can put a narrative out there why she wants to divorce. It's like your wife coming out and be saying that, oh, I want to divorce my husband. Why? Because he cannot perform. He's a 2 minutes man. And the man knows that he can perform even more than 30 minutes. Question is, how will he defend himself? No way. He cannot say, okay, let me be sleeping with every woman to prove that I can perform more than 2 minutes. Come on, what are we talking about? Some cases you don't just even give reference to. You don't even reference it at all. Just waka pass. So as for this issue of this house help, I don't believe anything like that happened. Yes, when you say an affair, that is what the wife was saying. He has an illicit affair. Maybe he may be dating the house help, but I want to believe that if anything like that happened between them, it is consensual. It's not coerced, it's not RAPE. So please, let's get that clear. Thank you.
Sorry, can I push back? Can I push back, please? You need to understand, I don't know whether it's because you're based in Nigeria, but if that case was to be in the UK, there's coercion, there's imbalance of power. So I don't think you understand how it works in the West. When you have a position of power where you have someone that's a subordinate to you, there's an imbalance of power. So that would be a problem. And that person, if it was in a work environment, would be sacked for misconduct. You're automatically assuming that it may not be the case where she's being coerced. Why is that? I sent a video in the backstage where this lawyer talked about the average young woman in Nigeria. 8 out of 10 women have been essayed, have been touched up, groped by family members. It's an academic in Nigeria. So for you to now believe that this situation may not be a situation of coercion or rape, I find it quite interesting, where we know that every corner, even your dad, even your uncles and aunts and uncles, most of them, and I don't want to generalize, a large majority of them, there's essay everywhere, all over Nigeria, simply because of lack of self-control. So the assumption to say that that woman may not be a victim, I don't agree with that, because I personally believe that if all of us came on, most of the women came onto this show, I guarantee you 100% of us would have a story to say in regards of where we've maybe in our teenage years or in our 20s have been essayed or touched up or groped by a man. Do you understand? So I'm trying to say that these things happen. It's not a minority, it's a large majority.
We are not talking about essay, how wild it has gone here. We are talking about a particular case that involves a man and his ex-wife. If you want to talk about general violence like that,
Let's not talk
yes,
about that.
yes, she's an house help that is working with them. That the wife alleged that her ex-husband was having an illicit affair with. Are you getting me, honey babe? It was the
And I
wife
just
that
said to you,
alleged that.
I get
Uh-huh.
you. Yeah, I get you.
Now, what I'm trying to say here is that the housewife, the ex-wife, was like alleging that her ex-husband was having an illicit affair with their house help. That was the reason why. And then the day that he was confronted with it, the ex-husband sent her and her sister packing out of the house. Are you getting me? That was what brought out this issue. And then somebody on the internet now brought it out and say he must have been RAPE and coercing the house help. So that's why we're having this argument here now. And I am saying that, yes, the ex-wife may bring it out as my ex-husband is having an affair with our house help. But that affair may be consensual. It must not necessarily because Nigeria is wild with SA, Nigeria is wild with RAPE, Nigeria is wild with all these evil vices. It does not mean that that was what really happened in this particular case. Let's be at least objective here. Just going one side over a matter will not allow us to really see the true picture. The only person that can confirm or deny this is the wife and the house help. If the house help can be asked, have you ever been RAPE? And she says yes, then we can believe her. Or the wife, if she can confirm that, oh, my ex-husband has been RAPing this girl, then we know. But up till now, nobody has said anything like that. Not even in that context, not even in that their allegation. So why will somebody that is not in their house, somebody that is not in their family, somebody that don't even see what happened, now come out and say that it was a case of RAPE and coercion? That's my own bone of contention there. It's not right. Feminist movements should be objective, and they should work with facts, not with narratives.
Uncle Dio, I'm not a feminist. What I'm saying to you is that if this happens in, Sister Rose's channel, it says in some jobs, and someone mute. Let me land, please. What I'm saying to you is that.
1 second, sis. Uncle Dio's network. 1 second, sis, please.
I just want him to mute
network.
Yeah.
Uncle Dio's network. He has to be muted before anybody talks. You can't talk back and forth, Uncle Dio.
Okay.
Otherwise,
what I wanted to say is that Sister Rose said it. In some jobs, there is procedures and there's certain standards you have in a workplace. Even fraternizing, i.e., having an affair with a colleague, that's grounds for dismissal. There is certain boundaries you have. Uncle Dai doesn't seem to understand that there is an imbalance of power if you are a boss and someone is an subordinate, an employee. And I don't think he understands the balance of power. I get what you're saying. We don't know. And it could be a case where it was consensual. But I still say that even if you're saying she consent, there's still an imbalance of power. If this happened in the UK, I guarantee you he would be prosecuted because of the imbalance of power if it was in the workplace. Even if the woman was silly enough to say yes, because we have certain boundaries and procedures, the way things are in terms of, protecting both the man and the woman. You shouldn't be fraternizing with your house help because there's an imbalance of power. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you, honey babe, for that.
I
have a question. Oh, Abby, you want to say something?
I want to explain something. It's very important for me to explain this because it's not about Uncle Dayo.
Okay, cool.
It's about the younger men. I've said this so many times that this is the one thing that I take very seriously where grape is concerned. And the reason is because on a daily basis, there are men losing their livelihood. There are men who are taking their lives because they are accused and they believe they have been accused wrongfully, when most of the time it's not even always wrongful. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's because they don't even understand that there's a thin line that separates you from grape where consent is concerned. A very thin line if you just don't do the right thing. Uncle Daya, the reason why some things are unnecessary to keep a balance, right? I consider myself a very reasonable feminist. I call things out for what they are. So for me personally, that considers myself a reasonable feminist, there's a reason why I have not brought up any topic about why the house help throwing. We know that these things happen. A lot of house helps even think about it as, oh, I'm coming from Edo State, Delta State, Taraba State, whatever state is not doing, it doesn't look as good as Lagos to catch big fish. Of course, we just discussed this Israel and Sheila's situation yesterday. It's the same thing. There are women that look at these men that come from these bigger states that they consider as the states that's popping, and they think about it as, oh, I'm about to land big fish and I'm about to blow. Of course. However, Uncle Dara, think about it like this. If it is P-Square himself that went onto the house help, there's a very high chance that there's coercion. Why? He has the money. So he can actually tell her, listen, this is what I'm going to do for you. That is manipulation, which is also coercion in this situation, right? There's that. There's also the threats. You're saying it is as easy as, oh, values. You don't have to do it. You can just say, I don't care for this job. I'm going. In Nigeria, Uncle Dayo, knowing what is going on in Nigeria with employment, most of these house helps come from agencies. You do stuff like this to a P-Square, you're most likely not going to get a job again. Not with the agency, not with the next. When it comes to these domestic things, they come from agencies. It's not that easy to turn people down in Nigeria with the dynamics. Now, let's not assume that she's the one that was pushing herself onto P-Square. P-Square is somebody's husband. He cannot say no, Uncle Dayo. Because this is exactly what Uncle Ben started with, the conversation of dangling meat. These are the issues. Let's say she's the one that's come onto the man. He can't say no. Why? Because he's a man and men are weak. One. Secondly, he cannot report to his wife. Abby, he won't report to his wife. He's not the one that will say to the agency now at this point, I no longer want this help. No, instead, he will not fall for it. Why? Because he's a man and he's weak. Are you seeing, like, there's so many issues, and this is assuming that she's the one that has come onto him. So for me, that is irrelevant, because I'm basically going to be victim blaming here, saying that, oh, he's the one that was seduced. When as a man, what is stopping you from standing up and saying, no, I don't have to do it? It's a process. When she starts wearing skimpy things, you don't go to, maybe when your wife is not around, you don't go to your wife and say, this girl is no longer dressing the way that we've asked her to dress, whether she no longer wears her uniform or whatever you've told her to wear. He won't say that. Instead, he'll be feeding his eyes. He'll be imagining her. It starts from somewhere, Uncle Dayo. Men are not as weak as men want us to believe, right? He couldn't do that. But instead, he continued the affair. Now you're saying that it is not RAPE, because even him, that's what people don't understand about these variables, which is what we're here to teach you. Even him accepting it, there's still a power play in his acceptance. That's what people don't understand. He's not.
Abby,
This conversation about grape is very, very broad, and it's not everybody that can understand it. However, because even I told you that up until 2 years ago, I did not understand all these variables, all these things in between. It takes a lot to understand it. All me I'm saying is that even if you don't understand, just listen, because people are losing their livelihood every day, especially the younger ones. People are losing their livelihood. People are taking their lives because of these accusations. So that's all we're saying here. Even as a man,
Abby,
a woman died, especially your house help you're employing, especially her. So that's what I have to say.
Abby, can I quickly say something to you? Can I quickly say something? Just for a minute. Please, I am not saying there was nothing like RPG or whatever. What I'm just saying is that let that be a balance here. Me and you, we are not there. We don't know what really happened. And I'm still saying there was nothing that was referencing RAPE or coercion in that court letter that you read. whatever has to do with that came from that lady on X. That's why I said, let us not assume, let us not go with that narrative. Let us be balanced. If it's a case of RAPE, then we can say, okay, because he's the boss, he can do it, yes, because of his position. And then back to my sister, Onibe, I understand balance of power. I myself, I've been director in 3 to 4 different companies before, and I worked with women, and I understand what that power gives. Are you getting me? So it's not a matter of
Yes.
balance of power here. Yes. It's not a matter of balance of power here. I know what happened in an office space, how to live and work in an office space, how to respect boundaries, and how to relate in an office space. But this one is domestic. Let's even say let's even say it's an office space. How come after the wife has left, up till now, the lady in question has not openly come out that, see, I was a victim. Yes, we may say, wait. Now let me land, please. Let me
Uncle
land, please.
Dio,
We may say,
really?
he will keep her quiet. He has the money. Wait now, please. We keep painting this picture as if women are helpless. Here, that's what I don't that's what I don't feel comfortable with. Our women in Nigeria are not helpless. Please, let's stop this. We are not helpless. Because the moment we keep pushing that narrative, you make men to be like beasts, oppressing women anyhow. That's not the truth. It is in the minor cases. It is not in a big. Of course, for so many reasons, even out there in the West, some ladies may not come out to come and report RAPE case because of the shame and because of whatever backlash that may come from it. It happens like that all over the world. But over here in Nigeria, women have rights too. Ordinary shouting that essay, you saw how many people came out to support Natasha. Women are not weak. So let's stop painting that so-called narrative that they cannot talk because the men will like silence them. The men where in Nigeria of today, please, it doesn't work. My main argument is this. Let's look at the case based on the facts, not just assuming and then building on that assumption until an assumption will not become the truth. Meanwhile, it's not so. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying it not happened. Neither am I saying it happened. But let us work based on what we have. And what we have is illicit affair. The wife never accused of rape of the house help. I mean, of a grape of the house help, and the house help too never came out to say she was raped. None of that happened. Fine. We can put up a narrative that you want. Okay, because he has the money, you can bury it down. I don't buy that, please. And moreover, if this kind of thing happen in the West, you know that they can sue his ass to oblivion. He will pay daily millions of naira if that thing can be proven. That's why for him to even say that he wants to use that girl as an example, that means he's sure of what he's saying. So I would not like us to just come on here and be saying that, because of this, because it's not come out to defend it now, somebody mentioned it and is going after the person. That means he's trying to hide something. No, the wife never accused him of rape. Neither does the house accuse him of rape. But this particular one on social media is painting that narrative. That's why it's coming after that person. Come and prove what we're saying. That's my stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Before we go ahead, we need to read some comments. And then when we read some comments, I'm going to give you names of celebrities that have been called out in the last couple years for rape. And we're going to figure out what has been done to them, because you will know them and we know where they are. They are in the streets freely. And we'll figure out a couple other things. But for now, let's read comments, please, CB. Can you read comments?
Okay, thank you so much, Abby. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me, right? Okay,
Yes,
everyone can hear me. Okay, this one is from Sister Natu, and Sister Natu is saying, my cousin house help started wearing bomb shots in the house until he told his wife he doesn't want to see that girl. Sometimes she walks around with bra. So what type of coercion is that? That's from Sister Natu. And then the next one is from Sister Rose. Sister Rose says, but Bradayo, see what happened to Natasha. She was almost burned at the stake. And that's from Sister Rose. The next one is from CC. CC says, an employer should not ever pursue I don't use the word sexual relationship with their house help, even if it seems consensual. The power imbalance makes it ethically problematic and potentially illegal. That's from CC. There's one
CB, are you
other one I also yeah. Sorry. I want to read this one from Sister Yinkus Pepe. Oh, okay. I think that's all. That's all. The other one was
okay?
talking about the first topic. Sorry, that's
Okay,
all.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, CB.
yeah,
Also, yeah,
Abby.
yeah.
Yeah, before we go ahead, I wanted to ask Uncle Dio one question. You know, back then in secondary school, we have these um teenagers that look very mature and very attractive. And then we have core members coming to
Is there a
teach
reason why we have
in their
music in the
school.
background?
No, not my background. But I can't
No,
hear
it's like
anything.
I mean UB's music. Never mind,
Oh
continue.
no. I think
Okay.
Uncle Ben just entered. So there's a case of this one happened in my secondary school. She was throwing herself at our biology teacher who happened to be a core member, and then the HOD, who is also our agric teacher, she saw it.
All right, thank you.
But do you know what happened? Because she's a teenager, welcome, sir. Because she's a teenager, they just gave her a minor punishment.
Okay.
But the
All
core
right, thank
member
you.
was not allowed to complete
Uncle Ben, please can you
his
mute?
PA.
Did leave the air
Okay.
dry.
Okay, let me quickly take care of that. Sorry. Okay. So, but because he was a core member, and I think the school believed that okay, you're older, so even if this guy is throwing throwing herself at you, why are you not doing something about it? Why are you allowing it? So in this case now, are you going to blame the teenage girl, or you're going to blame the core member? Because he didn't do anything. He was encouraging her, and they were caught in the act. Remember, she's just a teenage girl who wants extra marks. She doesn't want to work for it, and probably she finds this core member attractive.
Let me answer you, Atibi. You know, I've never condone or tolerate any man taking advantage of either position, wealth, or class to take advantage of the less privileged. Because what you're telling me is tantamount to being a pedophile. As a core member, you are coming to teach in a secondary school, or maybe in the junior secondary school, or maybe in the senior secondary school. Whatever it is, you should be seen as an uncle of that girl. If you cannot give birth to that girl, you should be like a uncle. Why will you do that? Of course, we have animals in human skin. We have them all over the place. And also, we have cougars. We have women that are interested in younger boys. And they will lure them with everything just to have their way with them. It cuts across both. Yes, we may be talking about the men more than the one of the women also. Women that are mature, that are always interested in younger boys. aunties, sisters, big mamas. But what I'm saying is that it is not a good thing, either way you look at it. But back to your question, people take advantage only when they think that they can get away with it. But my question is, the person we are talking about, she's not an underage person. If you are working, okay, now let me throw this question back to you, CB and Abi. If you are working in a company, let me even say, if you are working in a very, very big company, which is the biggest company in Nigeria that pays so well, you are working with the best company in Nigeria, but in your line of duty, your boss is SAU. Will you say because you've gotten the best job and you are making the best money, you will cave in? Of course you will not. You will report his ass. If that woman does not work, if you don't have a way out, you will resign. That's what a logical person, a matured lady, should do. If you cannot get him off your back through the company's processes, just leave the place and go with your integrity. That's what I'm advocating for in every circumstances also. Nobody is pushing or forcing anybody down. If she does not work for PSQUARE, she can work somewhere else and still make her life worth living. I'm not condemning her. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming her. Neither am I body shaming her. No. We are only just assuming if that ever happened, which I believe it never. This is my own personal view now. I don't believe something that what we're talking about happened. It was only just somebody on the net that assumed that this is what happened, and then every other person was jumping on it. I don't believe it happened like that. But even though if that's what really happened, she has a choice in the first place to walk out, to resign, or if she doesn't want to resign, to go with the flow, which to me is a wrong move. So what I'm trying to say here is this: if you, as a person, as bad as Lagos is, as bad as Nigeria is, as of today, I know women that would rather stay at home that is essaying or trying to RP them. That's my point. Nothing more. Thank you.
No,
Uncle
Uncle Dayo,
Dio.
you didn't answer my question, but it's fine.
Uncle Dio,
Go ahead,
let me
Abby.
I think you have an issue with the words grape collection. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that regardless of what the court paper said, that is actually what it is because of the power disparity. That's all I'm trying to explain to you. As I'm explaining to you things that there's little things. Same way a couple lives ago, I spoke about how even at a point where you're begging just the tip, it can be an issue. At the point where she withdraws consent in the middle and you don't stop, it can be an issue, Uncle Dio. So that's why I'm saying that some things are not black, or white. There's a lot of little things here and there in between that could potentially be an issue overall. So you have a problem with the words used. I even said that those words are harsh when you're not the one in it. You're not the house of Florence, you're not the ex-wife. Those words are very harsh to use in that setting where he's celebrating his young wife and all of that stuff. I already agree with that. And then in the situation where we can't even outrightly prove it because there's so many variables. But at the same time, I want you to understand that the word that has been used, though it is very harsh and extreme, there's a lot of truth to that word when this is the setup of things. That's actually all I'm trying to say. We don't know what happened. We were not there. And really and truly, there's some helps that will throw themselves at the bus, of course. But again, because of the power imbalance, it's also an issue. And it's also in the boss's place to make sure that he's not caught up in that situation. Again, think about it. We don't even know who Florence is. We just heard her name that year. And we know her name today, but we know who Paul Okoye is. These are the issues, and that's why when you're in the place of power, in a position of power, you need to actually be screwed down and know what you're doing. You can't just come and tell me I'm a man, I'm weak, I fell for it, I was tempted, It's not going to cut it. But anyway, having said that, I want to tell you a couple of reasons why a lot of Nigerian women, yes, we're not always that weak, but the truth is that sometimes the calculation is, even if I end up being a strong woman and coming to speak up and I come and drag my grapist and all of that stuff, right? What do I get from it? Uncle Dio, we saw this happen with Senator Natasha. If Senator Natasha with her rich husband could go through this, imagine the average Nigerian woman. They stand no chance. I said this before during Senator Natasha's case. I said this so many times on Mom of Five's lives. We did a couple of live streams about this. I was so angry. And the reason I was angry is because even as a young girl that grew up in Nigeria, there's a lot of uncles that made inappropriate jokes. The number of uncles, I'm talking about, I left Nigeria at 14. So I'm talking about maybe 10, 11, 12. There are uncles that will call me their wife. Ah, my baby, my wife, a 10-year-old girl, your baby, Oga. Just because you're the whatever, the security guard at the what's it called, supermarket that I go to, your baby, these are the issues. That in itself is ABUSC verbally, and that's what people don't understand, and that's why even Akpabio could not understand it, because as long as I don't put my hands on you, I've not done anything. Those are the kind of nonsense that a lot of Nigerian Agbayas they do. You know, things like that. Or is it when you go to the markets, those Igbo uncles, when you go to the market,
All right.
Oh my God, this is my favorite.
when you go to the market, where those Igbo uncles,
Simbi, can you mute Uncle Ben, please?
fine girl, come and buy jeans. These jeans go fit
Okay.
you. I'm sure you can confirm. Uncle Ben,
Hello.
can you mute yourself,
Yeah.
Hello.
please? Yes.
Yeah,
Uncle
I'm
Ben.
trying, Abby.
Hello.
Yes, Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, we
Hello.
can hear you.
Oh, you
I don't know
guys.
if you're taking a call.
Yeah, you're
You guys
making
can hear
noise.
me?
Can you mute yourself?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
can
can
you
hear
mute,
you,
please?
sir.
Yes, we can hear you. Are you
Oh,
talking
hold
to
on.
us?
Let me do
Or you're
something.
making
I'm
a call?
sorry.
Can you mute, please?
Yes, I think I
Okay.
see what's going on. Sorry.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. I have my
Thank you.
AirPods on, but the StreamYard was on my laptop speaker. So basically, I think we've all heard from everybody anyway, and I don't think we may generally agree on what's going on here, but I see a lot of lessons from this conversation, and I don't even want to go back to my initial position that people should stop hiring grown-up ladies as maid, because I know we could go back and forth. We preach self-discipline, be a principled man. Most of the people that end up sleeping with their maid, they didn't start out that they're going to sleep with the maid. The human flesh is weak. We just don't want to accept it, but I get it. I understand. Yeah, and the same thing with my position with this trainer. How many women now how many men now have lost their relationship, or women lost their marriage because of how they were cruising up to their trainers? I'm just saying it. I don't think married women would get out of the house and say, I'm going to mess with my trainer. But you know, before I would. So from touchy, boom, it go happen. All I'm just saying for me is that if you don't want some things to happen, don't give room for that. So as far as PSQUARE and the maid and hiring maid or something is concerned, I would rather said, if you are blessed, if you need house help or something, go hire a company that will send people to come and work in your house and then they leave. That will help. That's what I would recommend. Then, generally speaking, in terms of all these essay harassment and all of that, I quite understand what Uncle Dayo is saying, but it's so hard for women to get our point. But it's okay. My own take will be that, look, as a man, don't ever put yourself in a situation whereby you will be accused of essay. Don't. Either at work or at home. Because the world we live right now, once a woman say you do this, now only Holy Ghost now go feel rescue you. And strong evidence. Without those two, women will hop on it, they will just say that is it. You did it. So that's why I advise my brotherhood. If you see that the way this situation be, you need to take yourself out of it. Please take yourself out of it. All the places that I've worked, if anytime they pair any female nurses with me, I look at it like, this person, now person will get willy, I just feel like I can't trust this person. No, we're not shutting the door. And I'm not even playing with you, Seth, not to talk of say you will now be comfortable enough to come and accuse me. So that's what I want to say. But I see we've done like 2 hours, 40 minutes, and I want us to cover something else before we leave. Abby, if you don't mind, and if all the panelists, Honey Babe, Cindy, if you don't mind, I have just one more video I want to show you, and we can react to it real quick. It's about Tiwa Savage. Ashling, I see you. How are you doing, my sister? So let's just quickly do that so we can wrap it up here. It's late in the UK already. Binobi. All right. So Tiwa Savage, frankly speaking, I don't know what is going on with this lady. How old is she now, Adi? How old is Tiwa? Is she now around 45?
She's 45.
She's what?
She's in her mid
45.
45, right?
45.
Yes.
No, she's 45. I checked.
Okay.
So that's
Can we say maybe she's probably going through midlife crisis? Because this lady has been talking a lot these days. I try to figure out what all this over talking is all about. Is she releasing an album or anything? Abby, are you aware she's releasing an album or anything?
I'm not aware, but I spoke to Sisi about this a couple days ago. I think I have my theory, but I'll let you finish.
Okay, because I can't put my hands on what exactly is all this yapping all about. Now, I could appreciate that she's trying to clear the air on a couple of things, but the way it is right now in Africa, I don't think anyone is competing with Tiwa Savage when it comes to female Afrobeat performance. I don't think there is one particular thing I can't get it. Now, I can agree that maybe, just maybe, she's beginning to get to that age that she want to settle down again, that she really, really want to like be with somebody. And she figure maybe if I put myself out there, maybe if I somehow tell people my expectations, what I'm looking out for, and some of the unclear stories about me in the past, maybe that can actually open door for a man to step in. Remember, Tiwa started all this social media rampage when she first came out and say she's looking for a man who owns private jet, a millionaire, and all of that. We were still on that. We never finished that. She hopped on another podcast to say, okay, there's this person, I'm a star, he's a star, but he don't want to go public with me. We will be at a show in the green room. He will be messing with other ladies while I'm there. And then the internet erupted. Me personally, I think she was talking about whiskey. But then she came out again and said, oh, no, it's not whiskey. The person don't get name. I don't get it with some women at times. The person not get name. If you can't mention the person's name, then why bring in such topic to the social media platform, and then you're not generating another set of controversies again? Then finally, she went to the Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club is actually one of the top black podcasts in America. And anything you said on Breakfast Club, it travels so far because a lot of people listen to Breakfast Club. So again, Tiwa got on Breakfast Club and then she addressed the issue of her leak tape. You all remember that tape, right? That was leak where she was doing the do with somebody and then the person was recording. And that was like the worst kind of recording I've seen so far because the person just put her entire business out there on social media. I won't lie to you. At that point in time, I just put Tiwa in the same box as Kim Kadi, because no matter how that lady, the Kim, no matter what she does, she can never earn my respect, Laila. Because when it comes to things like this, any woman that we can easily go on Google and type your name, then add ST, and your whole business is out there. What is it about you to respect again? So when this thing come out, I have to like reach deep down and look at it from the angle that, okay, she's still my sister, we still love her. Maybe she was just in a moment of vulnerability. That's why I try to overlook it, but I'm sorry, and I know there are a lot of people who also feel like that. So now when she's addressing the leak tape again, she's now saying, oh, it was actually her boyfriend, and the boyfriend told her that he wanted to send it to maybe to her or somebody, and then he mistakenly sent it to Snapchat. And I'm like, what the heck? I mean, not good with Snapchat. I mean, not even know how these Gen Z people work with Snapchat. That is one of the platform I tried to get in there so many times when I was chasing my daughters up and down, but I can't work it. So, Abby, I'm gonna play the tape, but I need you to explain to me, how is it possible for somebody to say, I want to send a picture to somebody, and then from there the picture end up on Snapchat? Is that even possible? And then two, what is going on in the minds of women that are into this record me when we are having intimacy? What exactly is that thing? I've tried severally to understand it, but it's not clicking for me. So two things. Can it be possible to send nude to Snapchat mistakenly, unintentionally? And Tiwa was defending it. Tiwa said, actually, the app, they were together. And I'm like, Tiwa, just stop this. It doesn't make no sense. In fact, the more she tried to explain it, the more I'm getting the impression that it's like she was part of it. She knew dude was recording, and she just don't give an F about the recording. So let me play the tape and let's get your take, everybody.
It's not really getting to me. That's how I used to deal with things, and I would put it in my music. The way I would put it in my music would be like, you know, when I talked about the sex tape and Loaded, and I said, "Who's never had sex before?" But you know, like, and that's how I was able to kind of like try and get through it. But in hindsight, did I really deal with it? I don't think so. And that's what I'm doing now. It's like, I was hurt, and it's okay for me to say, I was hurt, I was a victim, it happened to me, as opposed to just trying to let me make a hit out of it, and you know, I don't care, and you know, like, so now it's different.
Yeah.
Now it's like I'm living in the truth, in my truth, and admitting to myself that, yo, that shit hurt me.
But why couldn't you admit that? Of course that would hurt you. If somebody tries to blackmail you over a sex tape, yes.
My people didn't see it like that. They thought I did it for PR. A lot of people thought, oh, she's not relevant anymore and she's doing this. And I'm like, guys, trust me. If I wanted to do that, I would have had better lighting. I would have, I would have set it up right. I would have been in sexy lingerie. My facial expression would have been not what it was. Like, you know what I mean? It would have been completely different if I really wanted to put that out.
Performing.
Yeah. So
I just want you to know, Africa's a big continent, right? But there's a lot of people watching this interview who might have never even heard that story. But there's going to be a big Google search today. Real savage sex tape. I'm telling you that right now.
Oh my God.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay. And they're going to think I'm talking about.
And he's from Ghana.
What? He's not even denying it. He said, no. What?
I'm just telling you.
He said, what?
I'm just telling you. Okay.
Look, just plug the song too, so they listen to that.
Right.
But whatever happened to what was the end result of that? Like, did you figure out who was trying to do the extortion? Were they arrested? Like, what happened?
No, I didn't. I didn't pursue it. We tried actually, but yeah, we couldn't. And me trying was just like, it was just too traumatic for me to keep talking about it, and just, yeah, like I said, I just wanted to just move on. Yeah, just move on from it.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
No, thank you, Mama.
But I think it's also, you're from Nigeria, so it's like it's very religious, and so it's like they probably was a lot harder on you.
Yo, they were like, how can you at your age have a sex tape with someone? And I'm like, first of all, I didn't even know. Like, you could,
don't watch it, but I didn't know it was happening. And the person was my boyfriend at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I wanted to do a sexy, that was my boyfriend. Like, but they saw it as being immoral.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was just dirty. And I'm like, I know what some of you guys do is even worse than this, but I was a scapegoat. And that was painful for me, man. It was really painful because they brought my son into it and said I was unfit mom. Like, my son's going to grow up and see this and he's going to be disappointed in his mom. And how can I do this? And my parents, I had to talk to my parents about this. And yeah, it was, that hurt me more than the actual thing.
Wow.
Yeah. It hurt me more. Like you're saying that I'm a bad mother for having sex. Like,
for something that was out of your control.
Yeah. Like,
as much as I wanted to play the full tape, this thing is kind of irritating. Do you all still want me to play the rest of it, or we can just discuss this? Abby, honey babe.
I've watched it.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
It's
Uncle
just
Ben.
irritating.
Uncle Ben, can we just leave it for now and talk on what you have had so far? Because there is nothing she wants to say now that we have not had before. Maybe we don't know already. Because left to me, what really brought this thing to my attention when this thing happened way back then was she claimed she was being blackmailed. That somebody was trying to blackmail her with that particular video. So instead of her to succumb to that blackmail, she rather put it out there by herself. I believe that narrative then. I believe that. And I really supported her action. Of course, it has consequences. Number one consequence is that she was the one that put it out there by herself. Or maybe the person that has it, after they realize that she's no longer going to play ball, they put it out there. That's not even relevant. What really matters is that the question that I asked earlier on, that what is it with some of these our new generation ladies about recording their intimacy? For what? What is it? What is it with this idea of sending nude pictures, not to their husbands, so to your boyfriend that are just dating? You are sending nude pictures. That's why most of the time, these guys, some of them are so mischievous. When there's anything going wrong between you and them, the very first thing that they will threaten you with are those pictures that they're going to put it on the net to coerce you using Abby's language. Coercion. And question that I normally ask is that why is it that what gets into your head to want to send, in fact, even the guy that was asking for nude pictures, I think he's a bipolar guy, because what do you want to do with it? If not that you have an ulterior motive with it. And then the most gullible one are the ladies that kept sending them. They're the one that I find most gullible, because no matter what, you are not married to this person. Things can still go wrong between you, and then you will have all your nude pictures at the disposal to do anything with it, to use it to blackmail you, or to use it to coerce you, or to use it to like extort money from you. The same thing appeared to this Tiwa own. Now, in our own case, yes, I was aware, because I followed that story earlier on in Nigeria when thing happened. She was dating this guy, and they were on this guy yacht. Inside the yacht, that was when that thing happened. But question was that, why were they recording it? That one is left to them. You were having XCX in the yacht, and then all of a sudden you were recording yourself, and then somehow somebody got hold of it, and the person was trying to blackmail you with it because you are a star. You don't like your dirty secret on the net, on the net, and they were asking you for millions. And the only way you can come out of it is to take the power out of their hands, blow it out there. And then, to me, if that's what really happened, I think she doesn't have a choice. But everything is her fault. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uncle Dayo. Honey babe, your take on this?
As normal, you're blaming one person. Like I said, she's an idiot. But at the end of the day, the boyfriend was she shagging herself or something? Obviously, they were both at fault. and they're both freaky. But what I will say, it doesn't even stop our boyfriends. There's many married people that do this nonsense deviant behavior. So let's not pretend, whether it's in the West or even in Nigeria, people are doing freaky stuff in their bedrooms. As far as I'm concerned, they're both accountable for the foolishness, because something as intimate as Kerewa should be private. I don't know what she was trying to achieve, but I think my only pushback is the fact that let's not keep doing this where we blame the woman. She did not sleep with herself. So they were both responsible and stupid enough to leak the video. Whatever story she said, I personally don't believe it. I think that she was trying to get attention, maybe try to be a Kim Kardashian or whatever it is, some stupid PR stunt that is just nonsense. But I just come back to the fact that you can't just blame her. The guy was right next to her. The guy was on top of her, as you can see in the video, and they were just as culpable. Why she allowed him to video her, I don't know. But he was the one that did the videoing as well. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm tired of this the same narrative that you just blame the woman. She did not sleep with herself.
Honey babe, I
Is
don't
that a problem
think
with what I said? Is that a
Honey
problem
babe,
with what I said?
yeah, there is a pushback, but I want to hear from Abby and Cindy before my pushback, because from your angle now, that's where I'm having my own pushback. But let Abby go first. Then
She didn't sleep with herself. They're both to blame. The boyfriend that was sleeping with her.
Honey babe,
They both consented. Yeah, they both consented. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my
you
point,
already
please.
spoken now, Honey babe. You just want to say the whole thing all over again now?
No, I'm just saying. Well, you'd never like what I have to say, do you?
No, it's not a matter of likeness. It's you make your point, we push back, but I just feel like the same point is what you want to say. But anyway, let me listen first. Maybe you want to add another context.
No,
to it.
I've said what I've said. You can have your pushback, but I stand by what I said. It's two of them that were doing it.
Okay. Abby, what's your take?
First things first, right? I'm going to be very honest and say that I don't believe that in 2025, Tiwa Savage thought that if she leaked an X tape, it would get her far. I mean, even me, I know that is not a thing. Meanwhile, this is her own industry. You just have to be on the internet as a normal person to know that this is not Kim Kardashian era. So I don't believe that it was released just because she wanted some relevance. No. Not in 2025 or 2021 or whatever. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. It hasn't worked for years. I disagree with that she was going to get to that point. I disagree. However, let me tell you something, Uncle Ben. We've heard these things from normal people. Every other day on X, the average person is coming to cry that their ex-boyfriend released a tape of this. Is not even celebrities, right? And it's always Snapchat. I just use my Snapchat to practice something now, just because I wanted to answer this question properly, right? And Uncle Ben, you need 3 clicks. So take a picture on Snapchat, right? The next thing is you add a text. Let's say tap to add a text. You add a text if you need to add a text. If you don't want to add a text, it tells you send. You send. Now you have to choose if you want to send it to your story, which are your friends only, to your public story, which is visible to everybody, or to any of your friends or contacts. So it takes 3. My story, that's number 3. Step 4, you now have to click send finally. How can you mistakenly do that, Uncle Ben? 4 clicks to send any story to either somebody or to your own stories publicly or privately. I'm talking to you. I'm using my phone to do this thing I'm saying now. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So it's not possible. So I'm tired of that nonsense. Anyone that leaks any tape did it on purpose, right? There's no way you can do 4 steps to Snapchat for it to be public. It is absolutely impossible. It takes 4 to 5 steps to put anything out on Snapchat and most apps as well. Same thing with delete. You have to confirm you delete. You have to confirm you send. There's so much confirmation that goes on most of these apps. Same with Instagram. It is hard to believe that anyone can mistakenly. The only thing you can mistakenly do is bot dial somebody. My name is Abby. AB. Most people butt down me or call me mistakenly. I'm most likely the first name on most people's phones. No problem. That's the only thing you can do, because sometimes it's a quick whatever, but not on these apps. These apps need verification over and over again to get to the point where you send it. But I don't believe that she released this to get any sort of fame or any sort of relevance at the time because she was not as popping. I don't believe that. And I don't have an answer to why it happened. Now, to answer why women allow this filming thing, I'm going to be very honest and say, except you're unaware, it is crazy to me. But obviously, if you're facing the guy and the phone is in your face, then you're aware that there's a phone there. If I saw a phone in my face while I'm going to scream. I don't care if you're calling somebody. I don't care if you're ordering Chinese. I don't need your phone around me when anything like that is happening. It's something that I'm particular about. It's one thing if you're sleeping unaware from the back, maybe. But while it's in your face, I don't understand it. Except that thing I said a couple live streams ago, which is a lot of women like to feel cool. You feel cool to the point where you're even going against your own morals. I said it a couple live streams ago. A man will be, and we say this all the time, men will even be laughing at us. I see men laughing at women all the time. Women will tell you all the things they can do over the phone. When they come there, they can't even do half of it. Why do you feel the need to feel cool for women? For men, sorry. I don't get it. That's the only thing I can think of, that she was feeling cool. Yes, baby, I don't mind you filming me. Yes, that is sexy. Yes, that is open-minded. Women are so interested in being the open-minded queens, and I don't know why. You don't have to be that open-minded, please. It is nonsense to me. That's my opinion. She thought that she was cool, the coolest babe. No other woman will let you film her, but I'm here to do it, baby. Now that makes her very, very important and the best woman on earth, because she's open-minded to allow filming. I'm telling you, in my opinion, that's the reason. There's no other reason besides wanting to feel cool. That's that. Should I stop there, or should I give my reason as to why it's acting?
You still want to give again, Abby, with all this one?
No, I told you I have a theory, but that's all I have to say about this particular tape. As to why she's talking up and down, let me know when it's time for that, and I'll give my theory on that.
Okay, so Simbi, are you still here? Hello, Simbi. I think Simbi don't come out. Nigeria internet.
Yes, Uncle Ben, I'm here. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. What's
Uncle
your
Ben.
take with Tiwa Savage situation? What is going on?
I think Abby hit the nail on the head. She said it all. It was done on purpose. I mean, she's an adult and she was very aware. And she allowed it. So yes, it was done on purpose. Abby pretty much said everything I was going to say. Yes. And then this wokeism. I am woke. That's it. I'm woke. Or I don't really care. That kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, now that everybody have pretty much dropped their own take, my sister Honey Babe, I think I can say my own pushback in regard to what you said. You nailed it absolutely. I think both people who are involved in taping themselves, they are wrong. But when you say we are blaming women, honestly speaking, and I think Abby did justice to that, there are ways that your tape will appear and we will see the position that you are as a lady, and we can tell that this thing is done without your consent, that you aren't aware that this shit is going down. But not when the tape, everything we saw, indicated that, in fact, you are probably the one that even told the guy, go ahead, I don't care, you can keep it. Whenever you miss me, just watch it. And now it made it to the internet. People are calling it out, and it looks like, oh, they are blaming women. For me, yes, I will blame women. If your tape come out and we can tell that you are an active participant, I will blame you. Don't come and cry wolf. Whatever is going through that lady's head when that tape is being recorded and you are cool with it, and then when it made it to the internet, We now want to say, oh, they are coming after women again. Let's not glorify this thing. And thank God it's coming from accountability prefect himself. She should hold herself accountable for that crap. There is something about this lady, like I've always said. I like her, don't get me wrong. I like her. I support her. I'm one of her fans. You know, she sings beautifully. But there is something about her. You know how, is it Antinika? Where do I hear this thing? There is this saying that money cannot buy class. It doesn't matter how successful you are. If you are not classy, you are not classy. So there is something about her. She is always attracting trashy men. I'm sorry. If she get to hear this, maybe she can work on it. With all the fame, with all the glams, with everything, she is always attracting all these low-grade, low-level kind of men. Like, okay, somebody should tell me, if you put yourself in her shoe, you are famous, you are wealthy, you are rich, person will go sing for King Charles. Would you end up with all these raggedy senseless guys that want to tape you? Well, now they get Kerewa. And the only thing I can put my hands on as far as this case is concerned, if she's putting out the argument that she was under the influence when that tape was being made, I will agree. I would say 100% that probably she's under the influence. Because even in her comment there, she said, do you think if I really want to make this a PR stunt, I will appear like that in the video? You think I won't do my makeup, looks very good, well presented, which I agree. So if she had spin it to mean that, oh, I actually had too much to drink, by the time we were in the middle of it, I opened my eyes and I see that the recording was ongoing already. 100% I will agree with that. But with this thing that, oh, he was actually going to send it and then he mistakenly sent it to Snapchat, oh, those are bull crap, Charlie. That's just my pushback, honey babe. Let's call this thing out when we see it. There are many women and girls now, not a lot of them, not all of them, but there are many women nowadays that will simply hide under the popular narratives to do some silly things because they already know that, okay, if this thing come out, we will flip it. People will buy my story. That's why some of them are good at crying. It just be like our Oyinbo people here. If Oyinbo people won't really finish you now, especially as a man, all they have to do is when they are explaining their side of the story, they begin crying. He did it, he touched me, and you don't finish. Your fate is sealed. So that's my personal take. That's not the general take. I think she's attracting trashy men. I think she's searching for something. She's longing for something that she hasn't found yet, and everything tells me I don't think this lady is still healed from what happened between her and her ex-husband, and it's like that is following her around. Okay, another angle is this. I do understand that her feed in the entertainment industry as a female superstar, you're gonna be around a lot of these men, young boys, all these Gen Z, Gen six pack, and they can be tempting. She's 45 now, so I don't blame her if she's seeking young energy and all of that. But allowing somebody to tape you, for me, is a no, 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 no. Now, finally, if we can address this thing, I think Zeno made a statement here. I actually started. Abby, you see this statement, Mama?
Yeah.
So Zeno said, people have their own fetish. You can't be a moral compass for people. Will I do it? No. But if it floats your boat, do you? What's your take on that one?
First of all, Zeno really, really likes Tiwa Savage. So there's bias there, right? But remember that a couple shows ago, I already said this thing about fetish and moral compass. Your morals are not, you can't assume that everybody's going to go by your morals. Really and truly, there's something called filming fetish. There's even people, I mean, there's even hotels that have mirrors on the ceiling, mirrors on the wall to fulfill that fantasy. It is actually a thing in that industry, right? In that aspect of life. So there are people, and but my point is, when you know that you can actually get the same thing from using mirrors, like reasonable people do, why not use mirrors? You're not just, as a woman, you should just know that something. I don't care how much a man is saying that he loves you. There's a very thin line between love and hate. They just never know. So just do the idea, like Cece even said in the comment section, is you want to see each other's angles. You want to see. I understand. So you use a mirror. What are you using? What are you filming for? When you're not a PORN star, what are you filming for? So yes, it is a fetish, a filming fetish, but I think that sense. I mean, come on, this is Tiwa Savage. You should know better. Even your own husband, you should know better. So I don't agree with this, especially when it's Tiwa Savage. It's stupidity as far as I'm concerned. Which fetish are you fulfilling as Tiwa Savage, knowing where it could end? It's a bad idea. A stupid one at that. So, and I'm usually very angry at things like this, to be honest. And also address if she has class. Tiwa Savage has class. You can't take that away from her. But the thing is that you have to understand that a couple of things have to work together for your good. Uncle Ben, it is extremely lonely at the top. Ashake sang this song. He was not joking. It is lonely even at the
Really?
bottom. Yeah,
Even
even
lonely
at,
for it's lonely
even
for
in the,
women.
yes, all of us in the middle. It's not lonely for. It is lonely at the top, especially.
I can't believe it's lonely for women. I thought women
No,
are
it is lonely.
vibing all the
Uncle Ben,
time.
Uncle Ben,
Yeah.
CC, D, and I were having a conversation, right? I think it was the backstage, and CC said, "Oh, Abby, since you and D, you guys know these big boys. When D was talking about Mr. Easy and them lots, why don't you guys?" And we're saying, "CC, it doesn't work like that. You could have a really rich guy, but he's just dumb." As in, I don't want to explain it to you that you can know all of these big boys that have money, that are doing well in their industries, but there's always something lacking. And then you have the ones that are everything else is good, but they lack ambition. So you know that the money, even if the money is not there now, it just may never come because they don't even have the ambition to push, right? So really and truly, I can just imagine that what Tiwa Savage is going through is exactly that. She's not seeing the men that match her on that level that can date her. They don't have to be in the industry. I mean, look at all the men in the industry. Look at Cardi B. Look at what their husbands are doing,
I think it
right?
should be extra large.
So you have that as well. You don't have men that can match you on that level. You don't have men that are emotionally intelligent, men that can hold you down. And then even if you now say, okay, you want to marry down or you want to date down, you have men that most likely may be threatened by her what's it called? Her wealth and her fame, or Uncle Ben, I can imagine that for Tiwa Savage particularly, it is tough to date. I can imagine. If it can be tough to date for me, and for women that are in the middle and the bottom, I don't know what's going to happen to women at the top. It must be tough. Honestly, I don't think it's that easy for her to date. It might be easy for her, Uncle Ben. It's easy for her to get laid because it's Tiwa Savage, but it's not easy for her to date. There's a difference. There's a difference. I think women, we look for much more than men. I think when you're a Davido, or when you're, just to compare her colleagues, or when you're a Wizkid, I have a feeling that for them, I think it's easier for them to just buy love or buy companionship because of how. But women that want that traditional thing to their relationships, they don't want to buy it. Do you understand? But for men, it's very different because a lot of men can live with just the visual aspect of things. Oh, she has done BBL. She's a baddie. I just need to buy her Chanel, buy her MS, buy her. Do you understand? Buy her Louis Vuitton.
Not be only Hermes and Chanel.
That's
Now
what I feel
Channel
like.
10.
Friends, but I feel like for women, we are more needy emotionally, so that will not cut it. But I think for all them, her counterparts that are male, I think for them it's easier to date because they just go about life based off of their visuals. The girl is good looking, she has the body that they like and stuff like that. I think it's very different for women, honestly. That's my opinion.
Okay. Zeno, I see you enter studio by fire by force.
No, I
You
just
want to
came to
come and defend
defend.
your honor
I'm just defending my point. I
All
absolutely
right,
love
let's
Tiwa
have it,
Savage.
Mama.
I absolutely love Tiwa, but however, my comment was not based off of what she did or didn't do. I'm just saying in general, we have to like learn to not use our own moral compass to judge everybody. Because I guess Uncle Dario was saying, or you and Uncle Dario were talking about how you don't understand why people do certain things. That's why I made that comment of my moral convictions are totally different from yours, and what is sin to me might not be to you, for example. So I was just saying that when we, I guess, judge people, some things that you think are bad might not be bad for somebody else. Um, and we just need to
Okay.
take that into consideration. Do I think that what Tiwa did was trashy? Absolutely. Do I think that she should have done it? Absolutely not. I don't think she should have. And honestly, I don't even know if it was her that did it or didn't do it, or if somebody else posted or didn't post it. I just think it was a bad idea. However, I'm just saying in general, I've just seen too much. I'm young, but I've seen too much in life where I personally think something is wrong and somebody looks at me like, oh, just for example, something very simple. My parents told me that when I was growing up, if you shave your leg, it would grow back and you have more hair on your head on your leg than you would do on your head. And I thought it was bad, right? That was their own conviction. I guess that was them trying to get me not to use razors as a kid. But when I grew up and I said that in college, my friends were looking at me like, are you crazy? So there are different things that we've been exposed to, or someone else has a totally different life from, that we can't just use one blanket statement and say, oh, I don't understand why people are doing this, is what I was trying to say.
Okay, I get your point, but here is what I would say in response to your point, Zeno. Um, I don't need you to tell me your specific age. Are you over or below 30?
I'm below 30.
Okay, cool. Do you have a senior or younger sister?
I'm the first kid.
Okay, but you have a younger sister, right?
Yeah, I have younger sisters.
All right. If your younger sister comes to you and say, "Hey, Zeno, I have this new boyfriend. I love him so much. I think he's a great guy. He loves me too. In fact, we do so many things together. Next time when I'm visiting him, we plan to record ourselves while we are having intimacy." What will you tell that younger sister?
It's my younger sister. First of all, arrest the boy because what's giving you that kind of mind? But that's my sister. Somebody
Zeno,
that I don't have a relationship
Zeno,
with.
Zeno, no, let me give you Chico. Elbow, better no elbow you.
I will arrest the boy. It's my younger sister. I will obviously protect my sister. But I'm saying somebody I don't know, somebody does something else. I can say it's bad, but I can't condemn them because I don't know where they're coming from.
It's not.
Is
It's
what I'm
not
trying to say.
about. It's not about condemn. The reason why I painted that, I used that example is because Uncle Dayo and I, for instance, we take similar position on a lot of issues. My sisters here, many of my sisters on this platform, they take position on some things. On some matter we agree, on some matter we don't agree. Now you see, once we get into this area, can I call it gray area, whereby we beginning to say, let people be who they want to be, let people do what they want to do. If it is okay by them, oh, just let them do it. Then we are missing the point. Morality is called morality for a reason. If we say let people do whatever they want, so far if it grinds their ball, it's okay, then we shouldn't have any concept like good or bad. Do you agree with me, Zeno?
Yes.
All right. So, fine. The reason we have, look, I live in America. America is so messed up right now, and I believe you are in the US too, right? And
Yes, sir.
Zeno. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
you can tell that right now the US is going through some moral crisis right now. The reason it got that bad is because of this idea of let people do them, do you, do you, you don't be a moral police. If our parents had allowed us to do us, we won't be where we are right now. if the community where we grew up, if everybody in that community allow us to be who we want to be, let us live life the way we want it to be. If there are no checks and balances, if there are no people who say, hey, if you want to do this, yeah, it's okay, you can do it, but there are consequences. And I don't think you're going to like the consequences. If we don't have stuff like that, we wouldn't be who we are right now. As a young lady, both you and I be right now, even without seeing you guys or living with you guys, I can tell that you can handle yourself 100% in any situation you found yourself. Except maybe for love, though, because no matter how smart a baby girl can be, when it comes to love, when they love one person, they can hardly save themselves around that person. But what I'm trying to say is this. You, Abby, Simbi, right now, I can vouch for the three of you that no matter where you go, you can handle yourself. Why? Because you've made some mistakes in the past and somebody pointed it out and then you made adjustment. You've listened to story, you've seen things happen to people, and you've learned that no, this is not the way to go. You said it in your comment in the one I highlighted that you wouldn't do it, but it's okay if people do it. Why wouldn't you do it? So the reason you don't do it is because you know there are consequences. You know that this might get on the internet and there's going to be heavy backlash. That's why you don't do it. So you can go ahead and state it categorically that this behavior is not right. So when you say it's not right, I say it's not right. Other people say it's not right. Collectively, a group of people that will now form a society, we come together and say, no, we do not accept this type of behavior. Now, everybody, we start putting checks and balances. So that's just the way it is. So for me, I really don't buy into that idea of, oh, let not be moral police. Let people do what they want to do. If we tie this to the P-Square conversation we were having earlier, then we should call out P-Square. P-Square is okay. I mean, we will say Paul allegedly it's okay to sleep with his house help. There should be nothing wrong with that, you know. So that's just the point I'm making, my dears. You know, when we call things out and we don't agree with some things, we all cannot be on the same page. But the fact that you see it as this is not right, I see it as it's not right, then we start spreading it in our community, then almost everybody will be on the same page that this is not right. I hope I make sense to you, Zeno.
Absolutely. And honestly, I totally agree with you. I think I don't have any pushback. I totally agree with you. I agree with condemning the actions or the specific case or whatever it is. For wrong, what's wrong is wrong, right? However, I'm just not for condemning the person because of an action. It might, at this point, might not be a mistake to them, but in a few years, they might come up and be, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that, because they've grown and they've understood where they're coming from. And also, too, I'm also for, if you're going to condemn an action for somebody, try to like understand. Wrong is wrong, don't get me wrong, but I've worked with kids a lot to where if you tell them, hey, what you're doing is wrong, you shouldn't be doing this, and all you're telling them is wrong, you're literally putting a sign on your face to where they feel like they can't have a conversation with you, they can't talk to you about anything because you're going to condemn them. So I think there's also has to be a positive side. They say if you use one hand to beat a child, use another hand to draw them in. Yes, condemn the action, but also give people hope, give people chances to do better in the future, or learn why explain to them why it's wrong, because they might not see it as wrong, but once you explain to them, like you just explained to me where you're coming from, I understand where you're coming from. And honestly, we're probably coming from the same point, but I'm just not for, hey, this is wrong, go to hell or whatever. But hey, this is wrong, this is why it's wrong, and this is why it could affect you in the future, because our experiences honestly shape us. But I don't know what I don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. So I'm just saying, if you're going to do that, just don't condemn the person, condemn the action, but also be willing to give some form of balance and explain to people where you're coming from.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's a good one. All right, now, Sister Yinka say, unfortunately, as an adult, there is no much one can do, but don't show up at my house again, because that's just insane. I couldn't wait. I couldn't want my children. I wouldn't want my
I
children
wouldn't.
exposed to someone with that mindset. Absolutely, absolutely. Sister Chinge said she came late. Okay, you go buy like thank Don Pedro for coming late. He said she came late. What did Paul do this time? Actually, Sister Achinye, Paul did not do anything this time. Oh. Now people now then go find Paul problem. So what happened was that this lady, according to Abby even give us a full context. So these folks, they were talking back and forth on X. I think it started, according to Abby, it started when Rude Boy celebrated his wife that is way younger than him. And then internet people, internet feminists, they now hop on it and they were like, dude is allegedly raping and coercing the house help. Yeah. So it doesn't go well with Paul this time around. And Paul said he's going to sue the girl. Paul said he's going to find her anywhere, he will locate her and show her shaggy. So that's what opened up our conversation today. All right. So we really covered so much on this episode. Remember, we started with the pastor. The pastor will say people go rapture. By now, I think all of us go don't meet for heaven now. We will don't forget this word wahala. So we spoke about that, and then we cover other issues. And Honey Babe, as well as Uncle Emeka, they came to help us make it make sense. All right. So still on Tiwa Savage, I want to ask you something, Abby. I think Cindy is still here too. Okay, Honey Babe is still here. I thought Honey Babe left. Honey
No,
Babe.
I'm still here. You're choosing to ignore me, but that's fine.
No. Honestly speaking, Honey Babe, I thought you left. I was seeing you in the chat. I didn't know you were back. So,
No, I
Honey
was
Babe,
here.
Uncle Ben, I'm
this
still
Tiwa
here.
Savage,
I'm very
all
much
right,
around. So.
good. This Tiwa Savage situation, my sister, Honey Babe, what is going on? You know, thank God, Tiwa Savage and you guys are almost like age mate, even though you senior are small. But what do you think about that behavior?
I think it's like Zeno said, it's you condemn the behavior, but you don't condemn the person. I think she's a little too old to be behaving like this, but I think it's given her grace. One thing I will say is that I totally agree with what Abby said in terms of a woman with her success, especially in the music industry. You've had a divorce, and it's probably really hard to find a certain type of men. But I'm going to reference Eve. Eve was a rap artist based in the USA. She was obviously, I'm showing my age, but she was one of I really loved her in terms of her rap. She's married to a billionaire. They've been married for almost 10 years. He's Caucasian and she's Black. I know it's interracial thing, but what I'm trying to say is that coming from the background that she came from, very famous in the hip hop world, and she was able to meet a certain caliber of a man. I remember she had an interview a couple of weeks ago, talking about her being married for 11 years and talking about what it took for her. She had really bad relationships, very similar to Tiwa Savage. She dated a lot of these hip hop artists in the 90s. I can't give you any particular person that she actually dated, but it got to a stage where she now decided that, you know what, she's going to take a break. She's going to really kind of maybe she got therapy, but she really kind of like healed from past relationships. And then she was in a place where she now decided that she wanted to date. And this particular gentleman met her at a fashion show, and the rest is history. But she was open, and she decided to look for a certain caliber of gentleman, because the guys she was dating were all rap artists and obviously did her dirty, very kind of like toxic relationship. So what I'm trying to say in reference to Tiwa Savage, I think she has to get to a stage where she needs to, you're going around she seems to be going around in circles in terms of dating a certain type of man. And I think she has to get to a stage where she needs to heal. And probably look outside the box. I'm not saying date a Caucasian, but look outside the box, because there's loads of men out there and they don't necessarily have to be in the music industry. Now, I personally believe that she's a decent person, but I think in this time in her life, she really needs to think about what is important. Now, I personally think that she's an idiot, because why would you do this for views or do this to promote any type of album? But I think there comes a stage where I think we need to condemn the behavior, because for me, I think it's kind of, I don't understand what you gain by behaving like this, where you now decide that, okay, at 45, I want to be the hit babe. I want to be the trendy chick, and then decide that it's okay to be filming each other. No, there's certain things Oh wow, yeah, I can't remember who she dated, but thank you, Chinwe, in terms of what Eve. Those are all the men that she dated. But what I'm trying to say is that she needs to move away from that and try something new. There are men out there. Just because you're 45 doesn't mean you're left on the shelf. You heard of Sierra. She dated that rap artist, and she's now married again, and she's got 2 or 3 kids. Even though I can't remember the gentleman, but I'm trying to say there is situations where you have a bad relationship, it doesn't work out, get the healing, get the therapy, and move on. But I definitely agree, Uncle Ben. I personally think that she seems to be in this circle where she seems to be involved with a lot of questionable men, and I think she needs to move out of there and try something. And trying something different. So definitely, like M. Jones said, she needs therapy. She needs definitely deprogramming and reprogramming, because the way she seems to attract a certain type of person that you mentioned, Uncle Ben, I definitely agree with that. She's definitely attracting a certain type, and she needs to move away from that. Because like I said, I gave you the example of Eve. I gave you the example of Sierra, where they were dating certain questionable men and they've been able to find happiness with different men, better men that are looking after them. And I know that Eve, she's married a billionaire and she's living large and she's having fun.
Thank you, honey babe. Thank you, honey babe. All right, let's bring it home. I see my sister Dupe. Madam Dupsy, how have you been? Sister Dupe said, I like your point, honey babe. Eve as well had a tape on her. It's not the end of the world for Tiwa. Yeah, Eve and Tiwa case is not the same. If you all will allow me to say that.
Haven't we moved on from this Tiwa's tape? He's the one that is talking about it too. Abi Uncle Ben. I think most of us have moved on. She's the one that
we've forgotten about it. She's the one that brought it back. That is why I played the video.
End of the world, because we've moved on. She's the one that doesn't want us to move on.
That's why I played the video. The video is
exactly.
Right there on
the she needs to move on. And I
didn't actually know thankful that. My family. The first thing my mom calls me and she's like, I'm just happy you're getting that's right, Mom. In her own words, she's like, don't listen to them. I'm just happy that you're enjoying yourself. And I was just like, whew. Yeah. And just hearing my mom say that was just like,
Did you know you was being recorded?
No.
Got you.
No.
So it wasn't the guy that put it out?
Oh my God. Okay, so he said he was trying to save it and then he pressed send by accident on Snapchat.
Damn, that sounds like forever.
Oh my God. I just hate it when people lie through their teeth, man. I just don't like it. Only babe, you were saying something before I played that video.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I forgot about the fact that Eve had something. She had dreadful relationships, and I just think that personally, she shouldn't be going on Breakfast Club. It's long, it's boring. Just like Cece said, date outside of your circle, reinvent yourself, soften yourself up. Eve said something really important, because I remember Eve was very, she's very masculine with her rapping. That's why I liked her. Eve is completely different to how if you see Eve now and how she was before she married her husband, she's doing very much like CC's soft life. She says that she had to feminize herself and she had to allow herself to be the woman that she is. And that is how she attracted the type of man that she's married to, which is a billionaire. Now, I know it's not all about the money, but she had to reprogram herself because she was behaving a certain way and she was attracting a certain type of men. So I'll just come back to Tiwa. Maybe that I'm not a psychologist. I'm just kind of referencing what I've seen from other people that are similar in terms of the music industry. Maybe she needs to do the same. She really needs to do something, change something. She keeps doing the same thing and I'm making the same mistakes.
Okay. But I just want to say this. Thank you, on UN. I really can't pronounce this name. Abby, how do we pronounce this name?
Just on. Like that.
On.
I just saying I'm guessing it's just on.
Give me a name to call you. I'm struggling pronouncing your name. I don't want to look like one crazy old man on the internet.
On as in undivided. On
undivided.
As in on. I don't know. On. I don't know.
Unbothered.
Why don't you just say UN?
No, but see,
UN.
I feel like if it was UN, you'll be U and then N, like capital N.
You see,
So it's
these are
odd.
the problem.
She said her name is Mary. She just said it in the chat. So
Mary,
we refer her to as Mary.
thank you, Jesus. Every time I want to shout out to
UN
her, I'll
Mary.
just say on okay, Mary, Holy Mary. Good. Thank you. So I want to say something about this comparing Tiwa Savage situation to Eve. I don't think it can work like that for Tiwa Savage. From my own perspective, I think Tiwa Savage is looking for an African king. And if you have a tape out there and you want to marry an African man and your tape is already out there, and that tape, no be you are the man when you want marry, now you did that tape. It go hard small before you see quality men with money and affluence who will say they will marry you. That's why our case is not like evil. Here in America, I think Americans are wired differently. Permit my submission here. I don't think Americans attach so much value to SCX or nude. Apology to my American friends. Cece, by the way, where is Cece today? What's happening? We don't even hear, we don't see Cece. What's happening to Cece?
It's been like 1 week. I don't know what Sissy.
Yeah,
I don't know
she's
what
busy.
Sissy is doing.
She's being left out. Can I just say something? The person she married is European, not American.
Yes, European who lives in America. Where does he
doesn't
live?
He lives in Europe. I know that she said that she lives in Europe now. She's in London quite a few times. She's not based in the US, and not anymore.
Okay.
Unless someone can correct me.
Okay, Europeans are Americans. I believe you know the history of Americans. Is it not Europeans that landed in America? Or did you get that history, honey babe? America is made up of people who were escaping British ruling or something. That was what we learned in America.
So if that's the case, if I'm born as British, am I an American? No. What you're saying doesn't make sense.
What I'm saying is that
I know.
As far as I'm concerned, Americans and Europeans, they move almost the same way. That's just what I'm saying. Our values and their values don't align. That's my point. So here in America, nude is not a big deal. They will even post it themselves. Is it not American and Europeans that started OnlyFans, where people go? I've never been there, but from what I gather from some friends, you go there, they turn on camera, they show you what they want to show you, they dance for you, depending on how much money you are releasing.
Uncle Ben, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you simply always assume that this type of behavior, Black people don't do it.
You are not getting what I'm saying, honey babe. Honey babe, you're not getting my point. There are things Black people do and things that are very common. Like there are things Black people do that we Black people will still frown at. But white people can do it, but they don't frown at it that much. That's just my point. Except for the right, the Republicans. That's just my point. So when it comes to this situation of somebody having their nude out there on the internet, especially African woman, Nigerian woman for that matter, that tape will haunt that person for a very long time. It's gonna take the grace of God for that woman to find a Nigerian man who's gonna agree to marry her, despite her having that tape out there. That's the point I'm making. Imagine who is a billionaire in Nigeria now that is not married. Do we know of any billionaire who is almost to a Savage age or senior to a Savage that is single? If you know, mention one. Abby, Simbi, una know anyone? Just tell me one 50 years, 45, 50, 55 years old billionaire.
Uncle Ben, you're making so many Uncle Ben, you're making so many assumptions. That's the
I
reason,
know.
That's the reason why I look for our age mates as there's a billionaire. Because you're making many assumptions about what Tiwa is doing here or what her plan is.
What's her plan? Is it not to marry?
Yeah,
is she not crying? She wants a man with a yacht?
I'm not going to lie to you. In my own opinion, this woman is either she's not chasing the Nigerian audience for sure. She's chasing, in my opinion, she's chasing the American audience. So when I say American audience, I mean the sportsmen. I mean the what else? Yeah, sportsmen, those rappers, the musicians. Not only people that can afford this are
No,
requesting.
you have to define it. When you say
Or
chasing, sportmen and all and the likes, chasing them in terms of what? To marry her?
yeah, to marry her, to date her, to keep her as a partner, whatever the case is. But I don't think her target audience is Nigerian boys. Who? Davido, Whiskey, Burna Boy. There's nobody that can match her now in that industry in Nigeria. So it's either one successful Yahoo boy, allegedly, that is hiding on that tech business. There are plenty of them. And they can be younger than her. Age, you're talking about age. The man can be 30, will be fine. So it's either one successful Yahoo boy that's hiding on that tech business that's going to go for her, or she's actually moved to the audience, American, British audience, and the sportsmen and the likes. Those are the people that have what she's looking for. Or a
But
random or Arab millionaire.
But you are still not getting what I'm saying. You just preempt my intention, Abby.
I
These
don't think
people
she's
you
looking
say
for I don't think she's looking for Nigerian guys anymore.
Because the Nigerian guys will not marry her with that tape out there. That's just what I'm saying exactly. Do you think there are no men who admire her?
I just think
if you say so, but I personally believe, right? Maybe I'm just naive. If the right person comes along, regardless of their Nigerian, British, or Arab, they will love her for her. Maybe I'm being naive because we don't know what people do in their houses. We don't know what people do. I know people that I know people that have cheated and the husband has taken them back and they're Nigerian. You don't know. People talk online, but when they're at home, there's a different way you behave.
I'm not even trying to be funny. There are variables now. We have context. On top of the let's stick to the context, which is she wants a man that's going to buy her all these sorts of things. Buy
a man who owns private jets.
Buy her, exactly. So when you add that to the context of the tape, there's only a few people that might fall under this category. Uncle Ben, however, somebody married the likes of Kora Obidi. There are lots of Nigerian men swear that they can never. Somebody's married to Jemena. And Jemena's husband is Nigerian. And she, in fact, now she prefers her husband. She'll serve her husband food. She'll be twerking. All the Nigerian men will be shouting about it. I just feel like there's a specific market that don't care.
Maybe I'm missing something here, and maybe you are still not getting my point. Jemena, Kora Obidi, do you see their VJJ on the internet? I'm sorry, sister, for using that word, but do you see their nude on the internet?
No, Uncle Ben, I'm trying to
That's the point I'm making exactly.
Uncle Ben, but that's based off of your moral compass. That's your own morals. A lot of Nigerian men that don't care for that. As long as you don't do it after them or while you're with them.
Exactly. I don't think you get it. You're judging it based on your own moral compass.
I know
a lot
of own
men.
Moral compass.
I don't want to give names, but I know women that have cheated, said they're sorry, and their husband has still taken them back.
Is there nude out there on the internet? Do you have the nude of
Isn't cheating just as bad? Isn't cheating bad?
No. That's the point I'm trying to make that you girls are not getting. No. That's the point I'm making that you guys don't want to get. Cheating is completely different from having your nude out there as a woman when it comes to Nigerian men. Don't get me wrong, there may still be some men out there who wouldn't give an F, they will still marry her with the nude. But when you look at her standard, that's the point we are making. She wants somebody who owns a jet. Mention someone who owns jet in Nigeria that want to be with a woman whose nude is outside. So the cheating is by the way. Women cheat on their husband cheat on wife, they forgive each other, they move on most of the time. In fact, the percentage of couples who one of them is cheating and they are still together is way higher than those who actually call it off. Oh, you guys will say I'm wrong with that again. So that's the point. I'm just saying, with that nude out there, he already has a target on her back as far as rich billionaire Nigerian men are concerned. They will sleep with her, they will buy her anything, but they're not going to marry a woman and say, I'm proud of her, knowing that the nude is out there. That's just what I'm saying. Now, the target audience, the American target audience, you suggested that she's going after. Let us ask ourselves. Just, I think CC or somebody said it now, self. Yes, thank you, CC. CC just put it there now. We sportmen are dating black women to marry, please. We are still talking about American black women, that we argue, we discuss this all the time. Now, going all the way to Nigeria. Her best bet, like somebody suggested, maybe she should target Arab man. Maybe.
Uncle Ben, we are also in an era after Ciara, right? And her husband.
What is Ciara? I don't know about that one.
Ciara, the artist, and her husband. And then what's the name of the other girl? Normani, and the guy that she's engaged to. And it happened
I remember
with another. There's a lot of emerging black couples. Yes, they are younger. And I gave sportsmen as an example. It doesn't have to be black. It can be white. It can be like Mariah Carey's kind of whatever, where she married a low-key billionaire. All I'm saying now is that this woman is actively doing marketing for what she thinks is an audience. And there's a lot of older white men that have this fetish. Tiwa Savage is going to bag one man that she's the one that will not make us know that he's a billionaire. Mariah Carey did it. We did not know that man before. The next everybody came, oh, he's a billionaire. Oh, this is fam. It's not because he ended up dating Mariah Carey. So some people, they don't have to date people that are celebrities, right? They will just date one guy. She'll be the one to give him that publicity. And then by the time he search for him, you realize that, he's the number 2 guy at Amazon. He's a this. That might just be what she's going for. And quite frankly, if I were Tiwa Savage, that is what I would go for too. Because this brings me to my theory that I've actually been trying to get an opportunity to speak about, right? Uncle Ben, the music industry is very different for women in comparison to men. I have a feeling that Tiwa Savage is looking at things and realizing that Tiwa Savage released an album since August. That album has not landed. You and I know that in the music industry, there's 2 things that happen. It's either your music pops from when it's dropped, or randomly in 1 year, right? Or in 2 years' time, somebody will do a TikTok video and that music will start trending again. If it doesn't pop again, it may never pop again. There might be a miracle in months or years' time. It happened all the time. It happened with that one Titi and whatever song. It happens all the time. It took 5 years for that song to blow. Tiwa Savage dropped an album in August. None of us even remembered. Why?
Because according to the conversation I'm seeing in the chat
anymore.
No. Sister Chinye have it in the chat. I don't know, maybe you check the chat. Sister Chinye said she did a full R&B album. And Nigeria is all about Afrobeat. This is some of the things that our artists don't recognize. We celebrate our own. So the album is not popping because she wanted to feed the American audience. And the American audience don't buy into your accent or anything that doesn't have names like Yahoo, like Yahoofi, like Tambo, whatever. They don't buy into it. Your name has to sell first with American audience. If your name is Yahuja or Jabelo or one thing, just one crazy name, and you throw away money, you carry goat teeth, you carry chain, or maybe you not see her tattoo. I saw her to a Savage photo with this tattoo. That tattoo look outrageous, although it may be beautiful for those who love tattoo. But I'm just saying. So
Tiwa Savage has always done R&B here and there. Before this album, she had a single just a month before that was like a Afrobeat version of one of the American old songs. Burna Boy has been doing that every year. He's been remixing American songs and bringing the Afrobeat flair into it. He did it with Tony Braxton. He did it with, I think it was Tina Turner. He's been doing it and it still pops. It got to Tiwa Savage's turn. She even got backlash for it. Anyway, let me just give my theory. Whether or not people agree is what it is. I think that the industry is way tougher for women than it is for the men. We see it every single time. Where is Omaomi? Where is Yemi Alade? The younger girls are catering, and that's another reason why whenever people come for Arasta, if Don Jazzy does not do that with Arasta will not be Arasta. I'm so sorry. You have to sell to the Hollywood. You have to sell to the American audience. Everybody knows,
Okay.
even Britain, even Great Britain. Ask Cece. Honey Babe probably knows this information as well. When X Factor stars, 1 second, when X Factor stars break or break out, why do they break out? Because they are able to market them in America. The few that we have, like Leona Lewis and them lots, that is the reason. Even with the UK, if you cannot break out in America, you have not started. Same thing. What look at Damson Idris. What happened to him? He only became a big star because he decided to go to America. He started to mix up with the stars. You cannot even be a big star even in Great Britain. America has always controlled that industry. Always. It doesn't matter if you're Nigerian. It doesn't matter if you're from Morocco. You have to. That's why people pack their bags and decide that they are going to go and live in California or to go and live in LA. They've always controlled that industry. So if people are pandering to that industry, you can't even be mad at them. Tiwa Savage has been pandering to this industry for years. One of my first, when I was at uni, Kele Kele Love. I was at uni when Kele Kele Love was popping. One of the first things I remember hearing about Tiwa Savage was the whole idea. We're talking about 10, 11, 12 years ago. One of the things I heard about Tiwa Savage then was, oh, what she's wearing is so skimpy. It was very new to the Nigerian audience 12 years ago, Uncle Ben. It was very new to the Nigerian audience. Why is she wearing such skimpy clothes? But she's always been like that. This is a girl that lived in that part of the world for most of her life before she came back with her ex and now decided to pursue things in Nigeria. Right?
Anyway.
So sorry, Uncle Ben, I haven't said my theory about what is happening with Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage has done her math and she's realized that she has maximum. Tiwa Savage has max 5 years. Uncle Ben,
All right, thank you.
She has
I hear you. No,
she has done her math and she's realized that for her to continue to get inflow of wealth and money, for her to continue her lifestyle, the best way is most likely going to come from marriage. Because if you do the math, Uncle Ben, how rich is Tiwa Savage to maintain her lifestyle? Similar to what we spoke about with
What is her lifestyle? Is she living a super expensive lifestyle?
Yes, she is. I can go through Tiwa Savage's pictures and tell you how much she's wearing per picture. Per picture. Tiwa Savage has a lifestyle that she has to uphold, regardless of what she sees as. Uncle Ben, we've discussed this before. Even for small influencers, every time they have to go for a party, you know how much those people spend for photo shoots, for hair, for makeup? It's actually expensive. It's not by force, but it's showbiz. You kind of have to do it in a sense. But I'm saying this to say that Tiwa Savage, I feel like she's done her math and realizes that for her to continue, she needs a man that has the capacity. She's done her mathematics. The maximum Tiwa has in this industry is 5 years. After that, she's done. Remember when you asked me the last time, Uncle Ben? She doesn't have any proteges. She doesn't have any artists that she's going to eat off of. Look at Rema. Rema has people Rema's person that brought Rema to Maven is the Prince. So regardless, some artists, even if they're not the ones that have signed them on, they're the ones that manage, have a managing deal with Maven or whatever. So they're going to eat. Tiwa Savage does not have anything she's going to eat off, except she has private businesses that we are unaware of. But as far as anything in her face, personally, I like Tiwa's style, and I thought she would do something in fashion, but she hasn't. So I don't know. But Tiwa hasn't done anything. A lot of artists now, we've seen it with the Rihannas and them lots, they've gone into hair. They've gone into makeup, which is a multi-million company or multi-million industry. Tiwa isn't doing any of those things that she might need that would help her with her money. So I feel like she's done half.
Again, what you are saying in a nutshell is that it always comes back to we men. Now we they sustain on our life.
Whatever, Uncle Ben, that's what she wants to collect from everything that I've said, no problem. But all I'm just
you need men.
All
That's
I'm saying
what
is that
it
this
is.
woman has calculated that in 5 years she will not be earning. And because Nigeria also has a very weird system with the entertainment industry, it's not one of those ones where there's a guy, I remember, that steal any money from Happy Birthday, or someone like Mariah Carey, where for the rest of her life, every December, she's going to get millions of dollars. We don't have that system in Nigeria that allows artists to be rich off of their past glory. unlike America, right? So we don't have that system. So she's realizing that she might want a rich man that's going to look after her once she retires and is no longer relevant, which, like I said, maximum
So
5.
what you are saying now is, anyway, there are people in the studio, because if I say make I follow you now, I enjoy this your breakdown. It makes a lot of sense. So don't get it wrong, Abby. In fact, you absolutely nailed it, because me, I'm always look at situation from my coconut head perspective. But I just have tons of questions to ask. But anyway, this might run away, CC. May we hear CC opinion first. Only God know where she ran away to and coming back. Now, CC.
I've been loved. I've been loved up. Loved up. What can I
You
say?
loved up.
Loved up. Huh? Love is.
You loved up.
blowing
Oh
me.
my God. I
Oh
like
yeah.
that. I like that. You will carry pregnancy. You locked up.
Amen. Are you not seeing push presents that they're giving in this? I had my babies 10 years and 20 years ago. I should be pushing and receiving push presents like baby Rakim's daddy's giving Priscilla. I already sent my baby the thing. I said, this is the standard, though. This is the standard. For push presents.
All right. Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome, Cece. We miss
Hey
you,
guys. Hey, real fam. Hey, Uncle
wait,
Ben.
sorry, Cece. Let me shout out to my sister, Omoye's corner. I saw her.
Oh, is she here?
Somewhere. Yeah, I saw Sister Omoye. Hey,
Oh,
Sister
wow.
Omoye, how you doing, ma?
Hey, Omoye. Long time, sis.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Welcome, Sister Omoye. We appreciate you. All right, Sisi, Tiwa Savage and all this sudden outburst of emotions and talking, telling story, explaining, as well as what is her end goal here. Abby just put up a theory now that she's looking for a retirement husband, which made me think that you ladies cannot survive without us. Even I like make una drag us from now till tomorrow. We men, we are the prize. But over to you, Sisi.
I agree with Abby. I think I sent Abby this I don't know if it was this video or it was another one where she was talking one of her oversharing video. I don't know what's going on with her at the moment. I find it very weird. From somebody who never used to talk much, Tiwa Savage just used to be very discreet. She would hardly say much. She would just talk in her interviews and go about and make her music. And now she can't shut up. To me, I find it very weird. I don't know what angle, if she's got new management, who's managing her, or is she managing herself? And she's just like, well, F it. I'm going to say what I want to say when I want to say it. But I just feel like should I say cheapening her brand in a way to me? So if this is a tactic to try and bag a long-time partner, I don't know. I feel like she should change the tactic. For me, it just looks a bit classless, really. I agree with Abby. She's somebody who I thought was quite classy, but I'm just seeing the more she talks, I'm like, oh, this girl is a bird, man. What is she saying? She's chasing all these small boys. These boys are treating you anyhow. A whole you, Tiwa. Really? Small boys are playing you like this. It's embarrassing. It's not something that you need to come out and be telling the world unprovoked as well. Nobody asked. So why are you telling us? What else? I think she just hasn't capitalized. Yeah.
Sisi, I want you to help me add something to your commentary. Do you know her boyfriend? Because I wanted to bring something out there.
No, from where?
When we talk about Mariah Carey, we talk about Eve, we talk about all these female superstars who end up with billionaires and all of that. Go and look at the trail. Look at the caliber of men they dated publicly. Tiwa Savage don't have that. I still can't put my hands on who is her boyfriend.
I don't think she's ever come out publicly, other than the man that was her husband, the T-Bills guy. I don't think she's ever been linked or like we've seen her with somebody, even though in our backstage, D was giving us some tea. Is it D or Marriott? One of them was giving us tea, but other than people that may know in the industry, I don't think she's come out and said, this is my man, and this person said, this is my woman. No, I don't think I've never seen that. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it's not her husband, why must she come out? There's already enough scrutiny on women. When you come out with this guy, they'll say, hey, you're sleeping with him, you're sleeping with this one, you're sleeping with that one. So I like that she keeps her personal life private, obviously, until this S-tape leaked. She was a very private person. And the Wizkid thing, she's dating. I've never believed that she was dating Wizkid, to be honest. I've never believed that. I find them like brother and sister, just a very weird pairing. But you never know. Yeah.
Sisi, She has never dated anybody. All she does is to get her dick when she needs it. I'm sorry.
That's dating.
That's not dating. That's not dating.
She's
That
not been
is
in a
for taking the
relationship.
edge off.
She has
She's
not been
taking
in a
the edge
long-term
off.
relationship, but she's dating. That dating is
Oh,
getting the
wait,
D's.
Sissy. Are you saying a one-night stand, having some,
I don't think she was having one night stand. I think maybe she has
is
somebody that she
dating?
goes to scratch her itch. There's nothing wrong with that. That's dating.
Oh, that's dating?
Yeah, that can be dating.
What is this we're turning into? We call it one night stand. One night stand is not dating. One night stand.
Who told you she's having one night stand can be dating? She could be dating multiple people and sleeping with them. What's wrong with that? If she's single, she's not hurting anybody, and everybody knows where they stand. What's your problem? They're still dating. It's part of dating.
But that right there is part of the problem. No man want to eat what 1, 2, 3, 4 people have eaten. That's the point. That's why I'm saying it's better she date one big boy that will now become a kind of challenge to other men.
She's never come out. She might have one big boy that she's been dating for years. You never know. There's no one that we can pin her to, and there's nothing wrong with that. But from what she was saying, clearly she has been dating and been in relationships with some people. Hence why she said, "Oh, I was in a relationship. He was a public." I think she said he was a public figure or something like that. In one of her interviews.
Thank God, Sister Chinye, God bless you. Because Sissy, they made me feel like maybe I don't know what I'm saying. Sissy, Chinye is saying having all those flings, all those one night stand is not dating. And me too.
You know, some people from one night stand they become girlfriend and boyfriend. After that, they become husband and wife. It starts from somewhere. So
no, if you move from
just because your dating was boyfriend and doesn't mean that's not for this generation. That's dating. They can be sleeping with 7 people at the same time. They're dating all of them, talking to them, going out to eat with them, and then the one that comes forward and says, "Yeah, I want to move forward with you." That's the one that they get into a relationship.
This is why I keep calling you Gen Z, CC. Gen Z is the one that will say something like this that you are saying right now.
Gen Z.
Uncle Ben, relax. That dating thing, right? The way it's usually advised, forget the bedmatics part of things, but the way it's usually advised is go out with men. Let's say you can be talking to 3 people, and may the best man win. It doesn't have to.
I've said this to Uncle Ben.
That's how it works. Now, in Tiwa's case, where you asked me a question about who she's dating, someone like her, she might not be dating, but she still has needs. We already just answered this question now. So who is to say that it's not a guy that she's been having bedmatics with for a year? It doesn't mean they have a label, because she still has needs, but not a proper relationship.
Abby, the point I'm trying to make is because we are trying to paint her situation that is something similar to Eve or Maria Carey and the likes. I'm just trying to say that, look, let me give you a very good example. Look at Kim Kardashian. Even though I'm not a big fan of hers, but I always respect how she chooses her men. And what she does is, at the point she started with all these basketballers and sport guys and things like that. So now the next guy that is coming in already saw a standard. That's the point I'm making with this Tiwa thing. Now I'll give you another example. Maybe, okay, let me use my Abby as an example. Abby is working. She's a career girl, a professional with a fantastic job. Now, I've seen Abby Instagram and all of that, and you can tell that this babe get level. Let me now see Abby's boyfriend, and it's somebody like who have you take do example? Hey,
Israel.
No. you know, mentioning Israel actually save you, Abby. Do you know who I wanted to use as an example?
Please don't tell me it's that Portable. I felt it.
I was gonna use Portable, but I was racking my head that Portable and Abby, Jesus Christ, this is black and white.
How would they even where would they even have met to begin with?
These are the issues. He's a celeb now. He went to
Where?
went to New York Fashion Week. He's a
My
celeb.
God.
Oh.
Never.
So, who can I use? Who is not rich and not that bad in Nigeria industry that I can use? Somebody is not very rich. That's just what I'm saying. So now, if I see Abby and I see Abby's the people she's actually sleeping with, they are way below her. Like,
with him.
Eh?
How do you know she's sleeping with him? The people that she's tied to, you mean, or dating? This is a very wild assumption that somebody is sleeping
No,
with
we're talking
somebody.
about the XTX tape now, Sissy.
Oh, okay.
Sissy.
So she's sleeping with somebody.
She no
And
get
no
level. That's what I'm saying. If Tiwa date a guy, let's just say out of the blues, for instance, allegedly news came out there, or news is out there that Tiwa Savage is dating Obi Kubana. That's a very bad situation, right? But do you know that actually command a lot of respect? Like, oh, Tiwa and Obi Kubana, oh my God, what are you talking about? Okay, forget about that. Let's move into oil and gas. There are a lot of guys in oil and gas that they are billionaires in their own right. They are just moving privately. Now, let's say Tiwa date one guy that the guy has a jet. But now it's going to be easier for her to find the kind of man she's looking for. Okay, let's not even go that route. Let's go politics. Let's hear something like Tiwa is dating Atiku Abubakar, like the big boys of money. Or let's say Tiwa is dating Wike. That's just the point I'm making. Why are you laughing? Is Wike known? Can't you date Wike, Sissy? What's wrong with you? Eh? Okay, wait. You now you derail me, Sissy. You totally derail me now. Abby, if I give you Wike, won't you date Wike? If Wike is single.
Like Wike's son that just finished law school. Which Wike? Which one?
The dad.
Papa, the minister of Africa.
Why would I? What would I be doing?
Would you do that, Abby? Would you do that, Abby?
Not. I'm even against.
Ben, what are you saying?
Uncle Ben, what kind of question is this, please?
So,
Abby, what
so
are you
if
saying?
You're not making sense, Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, if I come to you and say that, oh, Wike has proposed.
It's not all about money. Who's got time for
feel?
that drama? Who wants to be dealing with them nasty, old, disgusting politicians?
First of all, I don't even like Wike allegedly anyway. As a politician, where do you want me to start from?
Wike is tearing money.
It doesn't matter. It's not all about money. It's not all about money. Who's got time for that? To be dealing with that type of nonsense in terms of what
Wike is always shaking like small Jen. Always shaking.
Exactly. We don't know what kind of spell he's got on him.
People should leave my minister alone. Leave my minister alone, honey babe. Okay, let's talk about.
Don't wish bad thing on Abby, please.
Okay, let's say Tiwa Savage is dating someone like Akpabio, Senate president. Yes.
So why would you be cursing her by saying that? After we know what she did to Natasha. No, stop that nonsense. Please. Get us someone of timber. Give us someone of timber and caliber. Please.
No, I'm bringing you somebody with palm tree energy. I'm just saying. She's looking for a man with money. And I'm calling the all bags of money. Why are you people like this now? In fact, this show don't finish. We are ending this show. Now, no one agree with my analogy. Chucky, please,
Uncle
can
Ben,
you talk to your
problem
sisters?
I have is that people are forgetting that we have young men like Shehu Oshewa, Uche Pedro. We have men, Abubakar, Falalu. These are movers and shakers of industries in Nigeria. They are young men. They are not married.
No. We're talking about.
We also have Yahoo boys.
We don't want these old crafty men. We don't want them. Stop that nonsense.
Okay. Let's say
old men that are married.
No. I'm talking about money misroad. Let's say Tiwa Savage is dating Obasanjo. How about that? How about that for a minute?
Again, we don't want old crafty men. Next.
It's not about old crusty men. It's about the bags. That's the point I'm trying to make. The theory Abby painted for us, Abby says she's looking for money bags. And I'm just saying, if she's dating all these money misroad men, then they will know that whoever is coming for her should be heavy too. Okay, let's say she's dating Jay-Z in the background. Rumor is just out there that Jay-Z and TY is something, and then Beyonce is kind of losing her mind over that. You know, the next guy that will come for her, we know that, oh wow, Jay-Z, man, that's a different level of shit.
And this man now, Uncle Ben, is different. I'm not going to lie. I think that there's a lot of younger men that are younger than her in Nigeria that could try. In my opinion, there's actually some men that are doing really well. There's also some semi-legit, semi-419 Nigerian men as well that are pretty young. I call them semi because all of them have tech companies, but we know that their main money comes from 419. That's why I call them semi-legit. So I think she can back that as well. I also think that not in a bad way, because those men are actually top dogs. They are meant to be eligible bachelors of Nigeria. Those half and half criminal, half whatever. But I personally think that Uncle Ben, I'm seeing her with a footballer, even all these UK ones, all these ones that are up and coming. All these ones that they just signed them and they just start paying them 100K a week.
No.
Now, by the time you go through Manchester United, go through.
Abby, I'm feeling you. I like what I'm hearing.
I feel like Uncle Ben, let's bet £50 in the next 18 months. See what is going to come out with a sportsman. That's the easiest one.
Why did you mention Manchester United players? Are those ones with people?
Plenty to choose from in the UK.
Don't mention Manchester United or Arsenal players.
Chelsea, no vex, Chelsea.
There's too. My point is that Uncle Ben, there's too many of them. They have at least 40 players each. 40 times 400 of them. She's gonna find somebody. I'm telling you that I think that this woman is going to end up with a sportsman. You people are saying that how many sportsmen are dating black girls these days? They are. There's lots of them that are actually becoming black women.
And the thing is, Cece just said that she bought a house in London, so maybe she's deciding to move over to the UK. So it could be possible.
Look, Abby and Honey Babe, you people are not getting what I'm painting here. Cece, help me out here, Cece. If Tiwa is dating Akpabio, even though Sister Yinka won't kill me now, say, well, I mention Akpabio, will that not show that she's really serious about the money bags? What's wrong with dating Akpabio? Akpabio get money.
A man of questionable character.
Exactly. Look what he did to Natasha. Come on, man.
I think she can just meet a guy who's just a business person, maybe somebody low key in the backstage that's making money. There's nothing wrong with that. Why does it need to be all these? I mean, there can't be two of you that are up front and center. The person will be playing football. You'll be doing tours here, there, and I mean, it's just not going to work.
She's about Sissy. You're talking about tours. This woman is about to retire. Which tour? The most that she's going to be doing. I'm not even trying to be rude. The most that she's going to be the most that she's going to be doing is all those private, all those 100.
Okay, what about greatest hits? You know when you do your greatest hits tour? Is that what you're talking about?
Who is going to
what are greatest hits?
You don't know how promoters move. You guys now, you people are laughing as if I'm insulting her. I like Tiwa Savage, but promoters, you don't know how they move. That's why you see that people have. That's why you see these people have 20 concerts a year. Tiwa Savage only have 2. Promoters are there to make money now. Who is sponsoring her?
Of course.
There was a time Tiwa was acting. What happened to that?
Because
in what film?
That's why.
No.
You know what's really annoying, yeah? She should have kept it. And I say this all the time. When people get into music industry, you need to be sharp. You need to diversify. Look at JC. I don't like the guy, but he's got into different sectors. What's one with investing? What's one with having an agency where you can be mentoring younger people? Why not go and do what Rihanna did, have makeup? You just sat down, go, and just did music. And there's a time limit with music. And this is the situation she is now, where unfortunately I have to agree with you, B, where she's looking for retirement husband. He's pinning me because I don't like to agree with you, B, on this situation. But when she was in her prime, she should have known that music, there's a shelf life when it comes to music. We know this. Why didn't she look into the future and say, let me start planning, have an agency, mentoring other Nigerian or, UK people wanting to go to Nigeria? Perfume, someone mentioned. Chucky Abeg said that one. Or
Yes.
makeup, or bags, or fashion. You just sat down there
And
like
Sister Yinka
rubbish
said
and
the same thing.
nonsense. Exactly.
Yeah, Sister Yinka said the same
You
thing,
should
that she
have
should have been planning
capitalized
for
on
her
it.
retirement.
Exactly.
Look, whether you guys
Who
want
said
to,
that Who said that
Right?
she?
What'd you say?
Who said that she hasn't planned for? She has a child. I'm assuming she has not been.
Abby,
No, but you know what I'm talking about.
Now, Uncle Ben, it's
What
not
I'm
Abby.
talking about, Cece, what I'm talking about, Cece, is like I said, Mariah, yeah, is set for life. Every time there's Christmas, I know she's getting her royalties. We know that already.
Yeah, I think
Mariah
she
is
just
loaded. She
to
got her.
digest
Remember, she got her
right?
divorce settlement from her first husband, even before she married Nick Cannon. We know that when she settled. All I'm saying is that why couldn't she be a bit more shabba like Rihanna? You understand? She's got her bag. She's got her makeup. She don't even need to worry about going into music anymore. It's about us. You know, I just think that as a woman, she's not exactly stupid. Why didn't she think about the future? Music is you know, she's 45 now. You can't be doing music forever. She could have been doing investments, moving and shaking, fashion, Nike, this one, that one. You understand what I'm saying? She could have done so many things. She just sat down and was just singing.
That's why I said we are missing something.
It's very annoying.
I know Sister Natu is here anyway, but this is why I'm saying we are missing something about Tiwa. Tiwa is known to be dating and having relationship with raggedy boys.
I agree.
Backstage boys.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
That's the problem. As a girl,
but what's that got to do with her investment?
Just because what investment does she really have? If you are in the music industry,
nothing, because
nothing. Said that I wish she started. I don't know, but for me,
she could have done. She could have opened an agency. She could have opened an agency, and like I said it. Mentoring.
I don't agree that she should have opened an agency.
Why not?
Music business.
Let's allow Sister Natu.
1 second, sir. Music business fails a lot of times. I think that I could have seen a collaboration. To me, Tiwa is a fashion girl. I would have loved to see a collaboration. Tiwa X Jacquemus, Tiwa X this. Like, it can happen.
Exactly.
If Tiwa was about that life, but I don't know the team that she has. When you have a team, it's very important you have not just a musically inclined team, but a team that actually has your best interests at heart. Or I'm thinking about it. There's so much that if I were on Tiwa's team, for instance, she would have done, because she's that girl in Africa. Who else is that?
And even the hairstyle, the sexy hairstyle.
Oh, leave that one, CC. Not everybody wants to have
Tiwa. This hairstyle is called Tiwa in Nigeria. Does everybody know?
This is how she dresses.
Chioma Pixie. I'm like, when did Chioma even?
But do you know that this hairstyle used to be called Tiwa hairstyle?
It's called Tiwa and Tony Baxton. Tony Baxton. You remember Tony Baxton? That's the hairstyle.
No,
I think
in Nigeria it's called Tiwa.
All right. Let's get.
Can I just say something?
Let's get this conversation real quick, please.
Okay, I just wanted to say about the whole marketing thing, but it's fine.
Ben, I was coming for you.
I
was coming for you, Uncle Ben.
This conversation. Let's continue our
I am coming for you. You are the one that was mentioning Fabio and the rest of them. I want to clarify something. You know, when Louis Vuitton started, if you bought your Louis Vuitton bag 20 years ago, it's not the same with the new Louis Vuitton. So we're trying to explain to you that Tiwa is going for the bag, but she's going for the newer bag. You get it? You get it or no?
I don't get it. The newer bags are not attached to old bags.
The old Louis Vuitton bag is not the same with the new one. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what Abby is telling you, that there are new younger guys that have the money that she can back the bag with them. You get it?
Don't want her.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Those ones, Uncle Ben, hold on a second. Those ones that used to see Tiwa and go into the bathroom and go and do MAB, this thing, what are you talking about? We know them. Oh, it matter, Joe. They don't want her.
Even at 45, she's a beautiful woman. Let's not do age shaming.
Are you playing? Are you playing? Uncle Ben, stop doing shalai. Even you now, serve like this, if they give it to you, I think you not collect. You're just running your mouth. It's Tiwa. TWTIWA. Please put it in capital letter.
Ben, what did you say? I heard my name. Uncle Ben.
I said you should continue the moderation.
No, come and continue. No. After you see the trouble, you say you want to say.
I made recommendation. Now they get my recommendation.
No, Kuben, come and continue your moderation. You are the one that came to come and scatter it. You now want to go. No.
You're saying that no one will want her.
We were having peace. No.
Okay. Okay. Sisi, what kind of man do you think would be good for Tiwa? Be honest, Sisi, please. Be honest. First off, do you think all those football players in this thing they are what of
Tiwa needs a man like Polo. That's the type of man, not the age. I'm not saying the age. I'm saying his level that he's got to in terms of he's not looking to chase women. He just wants to be chill. He just wants to be calm. Maybe he doesn't want to get married. Maybe his kids are older. He's just looking to just have one woman companionship. That's the type of person Tiwa needs in her life. That's the type of person she needs. Somebody stable. Do you understand?
And that's why I said that she needs to stop hanging around with all these people.
Yeah, her running around. Look, as much as we say age shaming, honey babe, we can say that all day long. Tiwa lives in Nigeria for the most part. She wants to date.
She needs to come back to the UK, man.
Nigerian men, 99% of them do not want a woman over 21. They don't want a woman with a child. They most definitely do not want a woman who has had a sex tape. I don't care what we say, how liberal we try to. That's just a fact.
Sisi, wait for our lawyer. Just wait for our lawyer. Sisi, you just throw us under the bus.
So let's just be for real. So in the pool that she's dating in right now, if that's the pool that she's looking within, Nigerian men, Nigerian this, Nigerian that, those men are not interested in her. That's the truth. That's why she's not with anybody now. The rules are not the same for women as they are for men. And I feel like we need to just accept the fact. We can say it's age shaming. Yes, African men age shame women. They do. She's also a single mother. She also has a child. She also has a son. So those are all angles which a lot of African men are not prepared to take on. They don't care how big you are, how successful you are.
And she also, Sisi, she also has this crazy tattoo that looks scary from my family.
It's not a big deal. Tattoo is not a big deal. Sierra had one. You have one.
People comparing American and African, it's not the same. Sierra's tattoos are not, even Sierra's tattoos, Sierra dresses actually very modestly. Other than when she's performing, you don't see her with all her skin out. She dresses actually very modestly, and I've not seen her like all with her. Tiwa, I don't know why she went to do this very tomboy from nowhere. You did a speech.
Sisi, please, no verse. Sisi, look at the video I have on the screen right now. That is Tiwa, and is that Osunbajo or Erufai? Those two, I don't know who is taller between. Is this Erufai or Osunbajo?
No, that was Osunbajo.
This is Osunbajo, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Osunbajo will not date.
Look at now, it's even his page. You brought it out from. I asking us, Professor. Look at the thing on your screen, sir. But yeah, that's Osunbajo.
See, Tiwa supposed to capitalize on this.
A guy who's already been married, had his kids, got money. I'm just looking to settle.
Wait, Sisi, no verse with my Sisi. Make una help me appreciate my sister Doopsy. Doopsy tear us $20. You see, Doopsy is enjoying. She's enjoying the conversation. Doopsy is in the US. We don't spend on our pounds. On our pounds is so difficult to spend. If not for, I think Auntie B. He says Sister Oshe, I think like only 3 or 4 people from UK, and then they give pounds. If we remove Honey Babe and other people, majority of UK people now know they like to spend on our pounds. We Americans,
excuse me, the UK people like myself, we are in the members. We pay monthly, not one-off payment. Once in a fortnight, I pay monthly to support the channel.
You need to amend that
way
sentence.
more.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say about that.
You shout out your
members. My money, I should be
babe.
buying new shoe. I've seen new shoes that I should be buying. I'm supporting YouTube channel. Leave me alone.
In my life, I'm not gonna argue with UK people again. You guys always know how to corner people. I totally forgot that you guys are the one who are sponsoring every month. Anyway,
can you see my comments? My name is in green. My name is in green.
Exactly. See, Abby's, see the members. Come and look at the Americans. They're not members. The UK people
but
are
the
members.
Americans are Don't you see Uncle Emeka $20 all the time? Anyway, Dupe, thank you very much, my sister. God bless you. We appreciate you. Please, Dupe, don't go and you Akpabio no fit you. I'm still on my own take anyway. Akpabio is still the best thing for Tiwa Savage at this point. Please,
no, he's not. That's an insult.
Continue the
Why
breakdown.
Can't she not be with someone that is single?
I've said the person who I think she should be with. Forget about all these small boys, fast boys in the fast lane. Like, you need a guy who's already stable, mellow, looking to take you seriously, has had children, and doesn't want kids, or maybe wants one more, and you can just live your life together. Not all
One
these
more.
men in the limelight. You are in the limelight, he's in the limelight. I mean, when are you gonna have time to spend with each other? Worrying that he's running around after this groupie, worrying about he's running after this person. No, please. She just needs somebody. But I feel like she needs to change her look, first of all. Her look is too masculine. I'm sorry, people can get offended. It is. A lot of men are not into this. How I see her presenting herself now, she's very masculine in her dressing, the haircut, the tattoos. I mean, you want a guy, you need to be appealing to the guy. I'm not saying she's a very beautiful woman, she's very attractive, but the type of man that is going to go for her and wife her, or maybe take her seriously, the look that she's going with at the moment is just too hard for a man. I feel it looks like there's two men dating. So I don't know. She needs to change her look. But other than that, and maybe I feel like Tiwa as well, her friendship circle, they're younger than her. Please find people that are your age and above to be rolling with.
I don't think so.
Listen, Abby.
All
apart
friends
from,
are older, okay,
at
they're
my
not
age,
younger.
at my age, I'm not carrying friends in my daughter's age bracket of 20,
Oh,
21,
wow.
22. What?
I thought
What?
we were friends.
What? As my friend, I'll say
Yeah, friends. Our friends are all them token now. All them Kini or
I think it's
Motayo.
only
What's her
Toke.
name?
Who
Tanya
else?
or Motayo. A
The
lot of them
one
are
in
much
the
older. I not seen
industry.
our friends. Let me go and
I'm
look for
always
them
seeing
for
her
you.
with these young girls and these
No,
young
most
boys.
of them are old though. No,
I think
you
she needs to change her circle, because I personally think she needs to broaden her horizons. To get the type of man that CC is talking about, she needs to broaden her horizons. This music industry is not healthy for her. She needs to move.
I mean,
I don't
she's
know
not
how
gonna
she
put her
does it.
husband there. No.
No, I don't think
Yeah, well, exactly,
her
exactly,
colleagues or
CC.
her friends.
She needs to
No.
move out. I don't know. Sometimes you do the same thing, you get the same result. She needs to broaden her horizons, move away from those circles. I don't know how she does it. I don't know. Meet new people, network like I do for business.
You
But
see,
start
finally,
networking,
Honey Babe comes
you know?
around. Honey Babe comes around finally. I'm enjoying your Honey Babe right on.
I just personally think, I come back to Eve. I know I keep saying example, but she broadened her horizon. She went to fashion shows. That's how she met her billionaire husband. She needs to move out of this ghetto mindset that I'm seeing her doing. And I agree with Cece, even though I have really short hair right now, probably lower than my son's, but it is what it is. But I personally say that she needs to broaden her horizons and just move out of these ghetto circles that she's in.
It's not the
Yeah, I
short
don't
hair.
have
The
a
short hair is
problem
not a
with her.
problem. It's just the way she presents. To me,
I get you, the
looks
title
very
and everything. I
masculine.
get you, babe.
I'm
I
not
get
going
you.
to lie. I think that Tiwa Savage's fashion is very balanced. She's one of those people where you can put her in anything. Because I'm actually on her Instagram as we speak. It's actually very balanced in my opinion. She can do the tomboy. She can do the mix. She can do completely girly. I'm not going to lie. I'm one of the people that had the problem with her tattoo. But I think that in terms of her outfit and the way she carries herself, I think that she's good. Honestly, and her friends, her core friends are her age.
Good.
Maybe you're mixing her up with her industry friends, and that tends
Maybe
to happen.
her
a lot.
industry friends.
She's
Because I'm
going,
like,
she's
she
going
needs
to have to
friends
hang
that are
out
her
with
age.
Wizkid. That is even Wizkid is even much shorter than her. What do you want her to do? That's her colleague. But
hey,
at the end of the day, her actual friends are actually her age. That one I can confirm. I've seen her in so many whatever. I've seen that. But her fashion to me, in my own opinion, even the hair that I was talking about, sometimes she wears a wig, sometimes she has braids. I think her fashion is just very diverse, which is that reason why I really, really thought that Tiwa was going to take advantage of the fashion industry. I can see her doing it. I don't know what has gone wrong, or makeup or skincare. These are million industries. I don't know why she's doing this.
You have to remember that when she became famous, when did she become famous? It was almost 20, is it 20 years ago? I don't want to kind of shame her more than she does. It's a different era right now. You have a lot of like artists now that have collaborations with like all, ambassadors of all these luxury brands. So maybe she's missed it because they want younger people, whether it's K-pop idols or whether it's people like Rihanna and whatever. So I think maybe her time is done. And I'm not saying it in a harsh way, where even if she wants to be an ambassador of any type of clothing line Burberry, I'm thinking so many things, or a clothesline, Gap, or anything. They're going to look for younger people in the music industries or influencers. So I think maybe she's just missed her timing. And it's such a shame because at the time that she became, you know, obviously the it girl in Afrobeat, she was everywhere. It's a shame she didn't capitalize on it. But then again, social media wasn't what it was that it is now in terms of the whole ambassadorship and the whole being an influencer when it comes to you being an artist. So I don't know.
I'm not looking at her being an ambassador for anything. I'm looking at her having her own Tiwa Savage closing. Savage.
I get
Somebody
you.
has even done it. Somebody has even done it before her. Meanwhile, her own name is Tiwa Savage. This is sad. No, but thinking about it, right? She was, she could have done something the way was her name, Fancy Beauty.
Fancy Beauty, yeah, but yeah. I think it's the marketing.
Whatever.
You need to understand that Rihanna had a whole, I don't know, she had like a whole train road of marketing and everything. And that is how she was able to be as famous as she is. And
how did she have marketing? Did she not start the business?
No, but what I'm saying, she had obviously she was signed by Jay-Z.
No,
you can't compare that with Tiwa.
No, I don't think
you can't compare that with Tiwa.
I don't think that Rihanna. I don't think Rihanna pre-Fancy and pre-Savage has anything to do with her music era at all. I don't think that has anything. I'm not even talking about being that big. Chances are, again, like I said before, everybody has to make it big in Hollywood.
And in Hollywood,
so high chance that she's not going to do as well as Fancy. But my point is that she never even tried.
Exactly.
Look at. Do you realize that Kim Kardashian that we're always talking about? Kim Kardashian is about to do Skims x Nike. Can you imagine that Kim Kardashian? She has done Jacquemus. She has done what's the other one for that was the cold weather?
She done
whatever.
Skims.
She's doing Skims Nike. It's coming out next month. What is there? And I know it's, don't get me wrong, it is Kim Kardashian and she has access. But I'm just even saying that Tiwa could have done something, Africa, something.
Totally.
So
she didn't capitalize on it.
Come on, Banke Kuku self. Tiwa Savage has not even done Tiwa Savage X Banke Kuku. Come on now. There's something that Tiwa can do. Come on.
I just think that at the time that she was famous, people were not doing that. I don't know. Am I wrong? Was that the same time that Kim did her crazy explicit video and she just exploded? But I think the time that Tiwa was famous, people didn't do those things where you had all these massive collaborations with all these clothing brands. I could be wrong.
She's still famous. I expected Tiwa to do this like 5 years ago. I'm not talking about Tiwa when she did Kele Love. I mean talking about even now, even 2 years ago, even 3 years ago. I feel like Tiwa could have released something for her 40th birthday. That's just me.
Totally.
Even Toke, her friend, has done it. Toke did it, is doing it. Toke did it with bags. Toke just did it with perfumes last year. It has nothing to do with the era or the age. Tiwa Savage can still get behind and do something unique. I don't know if
the thing is, you have to have the foresight. She doesn't have the foresight because, like I said, whether she has a marketing, branding team behind her, have they done the foresight to say that, okay, let's try and get a branding deal and do all the things that you're talking about, Abby? It's having the foresight to do it.
But I'm thinking of something. You see, all these brands, all these having our own clothing line, skincare, and all of that. I don't think those ideas works in a place like Nigeria. I don't think Nigerians support people like that. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, Abby.
No, because you're thinking about it as Nigeria. I'm thinking about it as Nigeria.
We're talking about global. We're talking global. Yeah, we're talking global.
She's not moving like somebody who want to do global. Don't you get what I'm saying? That's why I have two sisters who are the boyfriends she have dated in the past. I don't know if you guys are getting what I'm saying. Look at all these women you listed right now. They have history. It's like all this I have standard that ladies talk about all the time. If you tell me, oh, I have standard, and I look at you, your wig is still 250,000 naira wig. Your shoe is still 70,000 naira shoe. And you say you have level, you have standard. Which standard? You see what I'm saying? Okay, for instance, when Tiwa, I just wanted to say this. I don't know if it is relevant. I'm going to read all the comments. Please, my sisters, Dupe, M. Joes,
Sue, I see your comment. I'll go there shortly. But it's just that this conversation, I wasn't expecting it was going to go deep like this. And I'm beginning to see sense is what CCRB and Honey Baby saying right now. That's why I wanted to say this. Now, Tiwa, when Tiwa started having problem with Davido, I was like, this woman no smart. Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. These are the three guys who are really big, both in Africa and in abroad now. These are the guys you should be collaborating with right now. If you really want to win the game at the international level. But Tiwa was not doing that. Instead of focusing on her career, she inserted herself between Davido and Davido's baby mama.
Oh my God, Uncle Ben, that was a one-off. Which one is inserting herself?
She inserted herself in it now, the Sophia Davido issue. Or you guys don't hear that gist that time?
That was a one-off. That's not affecting her music career.
How
are you going that route?
Not necessary, sir.
Wait, how is that not one-off? How is that not
a one-off? She had an incident with somebody, and that's that. They moved on. It's not that affected her whole music career. Come on.
It's part of what we are saying. That is why, are you guys not the one who preach emotional intelligence and social awareness? Her collaboration with Davido would have done her more good than being friend to Sophia. That's my point. So when we talk about skincare, cream, everything now, like I said, if you do all of these things in Nigeria, Nigerians will know they might go after it the moment you launch it. But after a while, they will just dump it. And you are saying she needed international recognition. But the guys who are making all these deals, Abby, you know what I'm talking about. Look at the deals Davido is making, Wizkid and Burna Boy. Is still not supposed to be in that same level?
Uncle Ben.
Yes, she should be.
That's the point I'm making. So fighting Davido, being on the wrong side of Davido, is even funnier than that. You said what kind of argument?
Uncle Ben, she can't. We can't have that argument. It's rigged against women, especially in her own industry in Nigeria.
I don't believe in that ring against women. It's rigged against women. I start. Is it I start? What did be that girl name? That one we win Oscar.
Ira Star. You have to say this. I think that Tiwa did not.
Okay, since we're going there, let's do a comparison between Ira Star and Rema.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it then. Rema is still the bigger star. And why? Because he's a man.
I agree with that. I agree.
Because he's a boy.
No,
Uncle Ben,
disagree.
it's true. Everybody knows this. The proof is in the pudding. It happens every single time.
Okay, Beyonce. Okay, wait. Let's not do this argument like this, Abby. Beyonce that still remain the top star. For how long has Beyonce been in the industry now? Is it not over 20-something years now?
Let me tell you
something.
Why
is the same ring no ring against her? No, Abby, don't
Uncle Ben, no, Uncle Ben. Everybody in the world knows that Beyonce is an exceptional exception. Even, let me tell you something. Beyonce, everybody, this is a known fact. Beyonce
and it's because she married Jay-Z. It's because they were
power
couple.
Jay-Z for a second. Beyonce has been in since she was 16. That's literally and has been consistent every single year. Even when she took breaks to have her children, that has never. See, everybody knows that Beyonce is in a league of her own, and there's always going to be that one artist. Let me tell you when it's sunk in. Look at who is the male version of Beyonce in America. If we had to go based off of the time in industry, the music they've released, maybe we'll say Usher. And even Usher cannot touch Beyonce. Everybody knows that Beyonce is an exception. There's no need in bringing her into any conversation. Nothing to do with Jay-Z.
Okay,
can I say
Rihanna,
something? I disagree because her first single, Jay-Z was on it. You understand what I'm saying? She was with Justin. She was with Justin. Let me finish, please. She was with Destiny's Child. Fine. She was doing really well. She catapulted when she started her solo career, and that was produced by Jay-Z. And they were in a relationship.
Honey, babe, what happened to all the other artists that Jay-Z was on their stuff?
I don't know.
Because they're not Beyonce. Jay-Z is not enough. Jay-Z is not enough of a factor. I'm telling you that the reason why every week Beyonce is being accused of Illuminati is because she's special. She's
I
one
get
of
what you're
one.
saying. I get
Don't
what
bring
you're
her
saying.
into conversations. Beyonce is one of one. Nobody's touching her. Don't worry about it.
Abby, let's look at it this way. Sisi, please help me bring balance here. Do you agree with what Abby is saying, that the entertainment industry is ringed against women?
Yeah.
Yes, they say it all the time. You hear people talk about it. Yes, we can't be naive to say that's not the case.
I see a lot of successful female artists all the time.
But when you compare them to
Cardi
their
B,
male when you compare them to their male counterparts, the success is substantially a gap between the male counterparts. Name Cardi B's counterpart and see the success. No, you have to do comparison. You have to do everything in context. If you're saying Cardi B, who is her level as a man, and see the success he has?
But Cardi B also started from nothing. Remember her history. That's just what I wanted to point out. This thing comes down to your team, your strategy, and your network. It's not mostly about one man have to pull you up or somebody have to pull you down. Okay? Sometimes your strategy, the people you work with. I just mentioned Davido now. Imagine if in the last 2 years, Tiwa Savage has collaborated with Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. Let's just be realistic here. Imagine what would have happened.
Uncle Ben, do you think that Tiwa Savage can just call Davido? Hi, David. I want to collab tomorrow. Okay. Uncle Ben, this thing is
not how it works.
There's a process. So, do you know how many people have to sign off? Uncle Ben, don't you watch interviews of artists? They give us this gist all the time now. Those that have fallen, those that have left record labels and tried to rebuild, they give us this gist all the time.
It's part of the industry. You don't expect people to offer.
So you remember what happened with Maya? You remember Maya? What happened to her? These things happened where you can suddenly be blackballed. I'm not even going to go about the accusation about what people accuse Beyonce of. But what I'm saying, you find out that maybe something happened. Maybe suddenly you're famous. Maya used to be very famous. I don't know if you know Maya very well in the US. All of a sudden, no one heard of her. Then there was this one where someone said something against Beyonce and they blackballed her. I can't remember the lady, but she did something with Usher years ago. But suddenly we don't hear from her. So it's very tough for women, and for us to say that we don't, not to recognize that, it's hard.
But
even
Rihanna,
but even Beyonce had to work hard. What I'm saying, even Beyonce had to work hard to get to where she was. Probably twice as hard as a man to get to where she was. It's not easy for women.
People don't have to offer something to you because you are women. That's my point.
What we're saying is that it's hard. We're not saying that. We're saying that what I'm saying. She was a famous R&B artist. I can't remember. Sorry, Zeno, but you should look her up. But what I'm saying to you is that women have it hard. I'm not saying you should have it on a platter, on a plate, but we should acknowledge the fact that even for Beyonce to get to where she is, it was hard work. And she probably had to work twice as hard as a man.
I disagree with working that twice as hard. That's the point I'm making exactly. I agree.
Yeah, CC. Yeah, it was Kerry Hilson. She was blackballed because she said something against Beyonce, and she was a really good singer and a very good songwriter. So what I'm saying to you, things happen in the industry, and it's hard for women. So we need to acknowledge that.
Uncle Ben, do you know that even me, Abby, I'm not even a celebrity. Even me, I have to work twice as hard.
Why do you have to work twice as hard?
Because I'm competing with men. And they're going
Wait.
You're laughing, but it's the truth.
Abby, you guys want to set me up this evening?
No, I'm being very serious.
It's the reality. I don't know why you're not a man. You don't understand.
I don't know why you cannot understand things from our perspective sometimes when we're speaking. But
I understand it, but I don't like it when we want to make it an excuse.
No,
okay, let me give you an example.
It is valid. Uncle Ben, do you know that one of the things that I think about outside of what I'm doing right now is thinking about the fact that there's a point that will come where I may not be able to do or to push as hard. We spoke about it here. Honey Babe came, she was on the she spoke about it during Honey Babe show, during Nancy Inku show. She
Remember?
spoke about it. The fact that women, we often have to take a backseat. It is not an excuse. It's not an excuse. There's a lot of things that work against us, Uncle Ben. I don't know how
I
else to
agree.
you. I don't know, but your
Wait,
man making it seem like,
see,
oh,
Abby,
we're just coming out of nowhere to now make ourselves the victim. When actually that's just the case. It's not me, and it's not an opinion, no, Uncle Ben. That's the funny thing. It's not even an opinion. This thing I'm saying about Beyonce is not an opinion. It's not my opinion. These articles are out there.
I agree, but we cannot use them, and we cannot look at the favor they are getting without appreciating or acknowledging the effort they put in. That's my point. That's my point. Yes,
But you can
this
make the
life
point
is not
without.
balanced.
But you can make the point without dismissing the fact that it's a reality that when it comes to male and female artists, it's tougher for women. You can acknowledge that without
When you say
you can acknowledge
okay,
that.
break down that is tougher. What makes it tougher? No, let's have it. What makes it tougher for women? No,
You
because
actually
the
want me
woman
to
she's
break it
singing.
down.
Oh, she's a woman. She's singing. Just put her on the stage. Is that what you're saying?
Number
No,
one, there's
I agree
patriarchy.
that it
Number
don't
one,
work.
number one, there's patriarchy. Number one, look what happened with oh my god, that whole P. Diddy trial. There's a bias, and the fact that they don't take you seriously as an artist. Eve said, I always come back to Eve because I listen to a lot of her stuff. Eve said that people did not take her seriously when they said, oh, a woman rapping, that's nonsense. She had to work twice as hard to be credible. And to me, she's one of the greatest rappers out there. But what I'm trying to say to you is that there's a lot of women in the music and the hip hop and the rap industry, and they have experiences like Eve, where they're not taken seriously. They're seen as just, oh, a woman. Who is she to say that she wants to be a rapper? So are you going to dismiss Eve's experience or anyone's experience that's in the music industry just because you don't agree with it?
Uncle Ben, let me answer your question,
Okay,
please.
let's just move on because we are having more people in the studio. But answer it real quick.
Let me answer your question. Very
All right.
simple. There's gender bias and double standards, just like on this show right now.
I agree.
If it was
where gender bias take enter this show now? Just because Chucky enters
Uncle
studio now,
Ben, why are you not
don't
letting
they mention
us
gender
land
bias?
now? Let
No,
me
because
land.
you see
Everybody
Chucky,
has been interrupting
just like gender
me.
bias. Okay,
Let
go
me
ahead.
land. There's gender bias and double standards, just like we have on this show with the X tape, right? If it was Davido that had an X tape out, we'll not be talking about it this much. Even she will not be doing them that many. Even if he did many interviews about it, it will not be a topic. But it's a topic because she's a woman. Women
The fact
are
that
just
Ben was championing Davido marrying Chioma with all his crimes is already the gender bias. But okay, sorry, I'll be continuing.
Women, Uncle Ben. Women are judged far more on their appearance, on their age. How many times have we said today? Tiwa Savage is 45. Me to have said in 5 years she's done. But there's Idibia, innocence, just did 50th birthday, no problem. Women are judged far more on their appearance, their age, their sexuality, like we just said today, than men. I also told you when I was at uni, when she had Kele Kele, before uni, Kele Kele Love, everybody was talking about what she was wearing. Why is she wearing that? Why is she wearing that? Again, the reason why Ira Star and that other babe from Tyler are popping is because of this they're dressing. Let's Ira Star stop this addressing now. It would change the market for her a lot. Everybody knows what they're doing. Also, unfortunately, just like in every other industry, in my own industry, there's more men. I'm sure in Honey Babe's industry, there's more men. In most industries, there are more men.
Totally.
Okay, men are not supposed to work in the
I'm
industry,
not
right?
the only black person, especially with property.
Please. So what that means is that a lot of times in the industry's leadership, it will be overwhelmingly male. We have more label execs that are going to be male. We have all of these the promoters. How many female promoters do you see? How many events brokers do you see? The reason sound engineers, they are male because at the end of the day, there's more male because of the power roles. Uncle Ben. So what that means is that you're going to have more men in those positions that are also going to favor them. And in that case as well, you're going to have things like safety and harassment issues. Every single day, the girls are coming to tell us about how same thing happens in Nollywood, in Hollywood. You have to sleep with this person to do this, to do that, to do that. Madam, what's her name? Fumi Desalu Vold here on YouTube, that's now a full-time YouTuber, was once a model and actor in America. She gives us this gist all the time. There is also safety and harassment issues for women. So lots of women are not able to fill in these shoes of sleeping with anybody.
Okay, Abby.
There's so many
Okay, if I leave you, Abby, I know you will become a lawyer on this matter today. But we have
I
Chucky,
should
we
have
have
actually
Zeno in
studied
the
law.
building. You study law too?
I should have.
No, go study law. It will be worse if you study law. Join the one way we did now. Let me quickly do this so that Chucky, Zeno, and the honey babe.
Let me love and leave you guys. No, I'm jumping off. Good night, people.
Okay,
I
Sisi,
just
want to fight Abby this night now.
Yes.
Before you jump up, let me get your vote on this thing real quick before you go. No vex. I have 3 questions you need to vote on. Number 1, should women hire a grown lady as house help? Yes, no, or depends.
Yes.
They should hire a grown lady as house help.
Yeah. Why not?
Sisi, will you hire a grown lady as house help?
I'll hire a house help, but she's not sleeping in my house. There's a difference. You come in, you do your work, you go back. Because I have a cleaner. I have a cleaner now. The person comes in and the person leaves. You don't need to sleep in my house.
You're finally gonna get Don Pedro. That's one of the things I said earlier. So now you agree with me that it is not reasonable.
Listen, for me, I don't believe that these people need to have house helps. I just feel like they can do some of the work. They can, you can, what do you call it? You get somebody to come in, do the cleaning. You'll be there monitoring, and they leave.
Okay, thank you.
They don't need to stay in your house.
Second question: should men allow their wives to hire a male trainer?
Yes, nothing wrong with it.
Sisi, leave the studio. Good night. Sleep well. You are a bad sister. Very, very bad somebody.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I won't even ask you the third question.
The trainer is a professional. Would Uncle Ben, I don't know. Last time we talked about going to the gynecologist, you say you don't want it to be a man. Please. I hope men are not this rigid.
So house help is not professional.
Pardon? A house help?
Yes.
Somebody to come in to cook, to clean. Are they not being professional?
Professional cleaner and professional chef. Is that not a professional?
That's professional, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the same thing as male. So why can't the house
exactly?
So even if they go, my own point is whether they stay or they go. A madman is a madman. That's what Uncle Ben is not understanding.
Even if you hire, if your husband is the type of man that cannot keep his thing in one place, and you're worried about make a male team. Men do a better job.
No, Sisi, you want to jump up, but right now,
what was my third question?
The third question, anyway. Does Tiwa Savage need deliverance? Why are you laughing?
She doesn't need deliverance. I just feel like she needs to stop making a fool of herself.
What do you mean she doesn't need deliverance? Do you think that woman is totally healed from her marriage that broke? Because I quite agree with what Dupsin is saying here.
Well, she needs counseling.
This is why I asked this question. See, Dupsin said, as with many things stacked against Tiwa as a female artist from Nigeria, I think we are making a lot of false equivalencies. Mind you, during her hit time, she was married to a man that sabotaged her. Now we are talking about Tiwa Savage now, who seems like maybe she's struggling and she's just looking for, I think she's looking for happiness. There's just a vacuum I think she's trying to fill. And I think, my dear, please, no verse. And I think Tiwa is still moving around with that pain from her broken marriage. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, probably. So she should go for counseling. Go for counseling. Counseling is necessary.
That is deliverance.
Yeah,
she said it during that same interview with Charlemagne that she does have trauma and she's trying to heal through it. That she knows that the marriage did her a lot. Like she literally said it. Did you watch the entire interview? She acknowledged that she has problem. She acknowledged that she has problem, and that's another reason why she's scared to fall in love, because the marriage and everything really, really ruined her, and she's realizing that she hasn't dealt with a lot of issues. And they asked her the same question: do you think you will seek therapy? And she said, I'm already on it.
Well, there you go. That's that's good. That's great.
So she needs deliverance in a nutshell. Thank you, Sisi. Have a good night,
guys. Have a good
Wahala.
That's not
All right.
Okay.
All right. Chucky in the building. Baba, what's up with all of this? Congratulations on your
I
team.
want to fight Abby right now.
Eh? You want
I
to
want to
fight
fight
Abby?
Abby. Yes.
Instead of Chucky to come in to add contribution, you're coming to fight. Are you people seeing that?
I'm going to fight you. What do you mean by you want to compete with men? What do you mean by that?
Chucky, is that what I said?
Yes, so.
That's not what I said.
No, you say you want to compete with men.
I said, even I, at my own low level, I'm not as
Voila,
tough as you are, Savage. I have to compete with men.
Why would you want to compete with men?
I did not say, why are you saying want? I said, I have to, not I want to. I don't want to. I have to. Because men are leaders of my industry. And I want to be a leader of my industry. So who am I competing with? Men.
Men.
And that's like every other woman on this. Zeno here. Zeno is in construction. Who leads our industry? Men.
Okay, I'm not going to use you for example actually. So
Only
okay,
babies
now
in real estate. Who leads our industry? Men.
Mm-hmm.
We have to compete with men if we want to lead our industries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
In what industry are we talking about?
I just give everybody's industry now. I said Zeno is the construction.
Okay, let me ask you.
I'm in oil. I have to compete with men.
You have to compete. Okay, let me ask. Let me say it this way, right? Yeah, because people, women, they normally get this thing really wrong. Honestly, to my own side of things. If any woman wants to come to me and say you want to compete with men, there are other jobs out there that a man do now. Now, can you do it?
Thank you, Jesus.
We did not hear what you said, but God is good.
Oh,
apart from management stuff or anything like that, anything physical or something like that. Oh.
Chucky, we can't really hear you. I don't know what
it keeps cutting off.
I think God is trying to save us.
Sorry, you say that again? You're breaking up.
You're the one breaking up. We can't hear you, sir. You have to start again. You broke up.
Somebody say praise the Lord.
We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but we didn't hear most of what you said. Chucky is using Ojo Elegba network. Oshodi network. Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, what's going on?
God is saving I don't even think it's us that God is saving. God is saving
Make una carry una this thing. I'm hearing you guys with your wuru saying God, thank you. God save us from Chucky. Chucky, I don't know what happened to your audio. You were going in and out. Can you hear me now?
Nice.
Yes, I can hear you properly.
Okay, Chucky is back. Chucky is back. See, Chucky, I go do amebo when you were out. CC, yes. No, not CC, Abby and Honey Babe, they were saying, thank God that God is good, that your mic is not working.
I heard it all.
Go ahead, my brother.
I did not say anything. Why are you lying against me?
No, I just wanted to address the part. Okay, no, I wanted to get clarity of what Abby said when he said that women is competing with with the men or something like that. I wanted to find out what she meant by that, because the other things that women can't compete with a man with. And if you want to go and bring a woman now to compete for something, I don't know if you can do it or not. So the thing of saying competing with a man, I think is utterly wrong. If that's a way of saying that's feminism of equality and everything, I disagree with that. That's my point.
Chucky, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you know the people that are on the C-suite in your industry, in your company?
If I
do you know them? Do you know of them?
Yes, I do.
Do you know their names? Do you know of them? Have you heard of them? Have you been in meetings with them? How many of them are women?
Majority of them are roughly about 8. Why?
And how many of it is in total? How many are?
Well, you're right. Majority is going to be male.
Okay.
Male dominated.
That's all. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But what about some things like if you want equality? Okay, you want that kind of situation to be equal, like 5 to 5. Now, I'm asking you a question. Now, let's say there's only one job left in this world now. right? And it's something that has got to do physical. Would you do that physical job?
You know what it is? I think you're grasping at straws, right? You're
Good
grasping.
question. Good question, Chucky. Ask her. Good
Uncle
question.
Ben, you're grasping at straws because what you're insinuating now is that I need to go to an industry that is female dominated, but there are not that many industries, especially because I have 3 degrees. So except you want me to go into makeup and hair, of which now is even a lot of men even are in the industry. Except you want me to go into those very specific ones, even fashion is not even female dominated either.
So are you saying to me that feminism is mostly those with degrees?
No. I'm telling you that based off of my degree, I did not do hair and makeup, HA, any of these courses. I did 3 degrees in a certain field, and I don't have a choice. It is my reality. Now, another lady called Tina might decide that she doesn't want to compete on that level. That is fine. Me, I've already seen my future, and I know that I want to be one of the movers and shakers of my industry, and I know what that takes. Another woman, that might not be her own goal. It's not a thing of every woman. This is an Abby thing. And I said here that even that I know that I'm not even close to Tiwa's level. I realize how much competition there is where in my own industry where I have to compete with men. And that's just the reality in most women's industries. Even Honey Babe here that has way more experience than I have. Honey Babe has told us, has given us a bit of a portfolio where she started in finance and gets to this point where she's her own boss. Even her own industry is saturated with men. And those are the people that, in a sense, you have to compete with.
So let me ask you. Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Okay, no, go on.
Sorry, so I feel like you're grasping at straws and you're trying to look for something to kind of argue with me. If you have a suggestion that is going to make things better, maybe. But in this situation, there's actually nothing I can do about it. Most of my bosses are male, and even anytime we have a female, it's very short-lived. In my own industry specifically, it is short-lived. You can have someone that is head of finance now, for instance, or head of strategy, and a man for, let's say, 8 years. When you reach a woman's turn, there's always something, whether it's childbirth or something that makes it not as long-term, unfortunately. And that's what you don't understand. That even me being 28, when I think about things, I'm already thinking about how I'm going to take a break. What is going to happen then? Like, these are the things that you have to really think about as a woman. You have to think about the benefits when you have to take maternity leave. You don't have to think about that as a man. These are the little things here and there that push you back a little bit. And it's the truth. So I don't know. I don't feel like it's that hard to admit it as a man that actually these are the things that we go through that make us have to push a little bit harder than the average man has to. The average man with the same degree, with the same GPA, all of these things, I still have to push a little bit harder than he does. That's just the truth.
So what about those without your qualifications then?
What's those are my qualifications?
No, what about those that don't have your qualifications and still want to be in the man's world?
That's their business. I don't know anything about them now. I'm talking for myself. And again, I can't speak for anybody else. But the reality is that across most industries, it is male dominated. And that is your competition. That's all I'm saying. So whether some women are okay, there's some women that will get married and will never step in. I have friends. I have 2 friends that have gotten married and they've not worked since they've gotten married. They've been married for 2-3 years. They don't believe in they're going to work ever again. They've had babies and that is it. Some women will never work again even after marriage. That is their own choice. That is never going to be my choice. It would never be my choice, Chucky. So me, I'm speaking for myself and the women that are like me, not the women that are going to finish up and depend on men. That is a different ball game from them. They don't have any the only competition they have is between them, their children, their nail tech, and their hairstylists. Me, I'm not in that
Abby, I think you are not getting the point Chucky is making here, Abby. Frankly, it's the same thing I was trying to say. You sometimes the way you ladies say some of these things, it comes off as if you just want people to offer things to women just because if they don't give it to the woman, it will come off as gender inequality or the men are trying to dominate them. You said, look at, let me, you say what?
She's not saying that. The whole
no, I'm just saying
foundation of feminism is equality of opportunity. so that if a man and a woman applies for the same job, there isn't a bias towards the men. It's the best person for the job. True feminism at its fundamental is equality of opportunity. And that's what Abby is talking about. That there's this unconscious bias that if you have two people, one a man and a woman, normally, and I'm not trying to generalize, it would normally go to the men. The women want the opportunity to apply and have the opportunity to be able to get that job. That's all we're asking for. We want to have the same level.
No, I acknowledge.
When it comes to applying for jobs. It's different when it's the home. I don't want to go into that, but that's all we're saying. And what Abby's saying is correct. I worked in investment banking. I know what I went through. I know that when I had my two children, I had my first maternity leave for 1 year and the second one 6 months. I know how much it set me back. And for anyone to now say to me that, oh, that's not a big deal. Us as women, we go through a lot, especially when we have to take time out to have children. And that disrupts our career paths. And that's his challenge. Men don't have that unless you're telling me that men have children now. So they have a smoother career path because they have no disruptions compared to women.
Honey babe, I get you. I quite understand that. But you can't just blame that on men.
I'm not blaming. I'm just saying the fact that men have a smoother. My English is very good because I studied up to A level. What I said to you,
my own English is not very good. My own English is I'm hearing a different thing right now.
What I'm saying to you is that I'm not blaming men. I'm just saying men have a smoother career path because they have less disruptions, i.e., hardly any disruptions. Women are disrupted. If I had 4 children, I would have had 4 maternity leaves. I had 2, and I know how much it set me back. Me having the first maternity leave in the UK, you can have 12 months. And then the second one, I had 6 months.
Babe,
that's the reality. I'm not blaming. That's the reality. I'm not blaming men. And that's what Abby is saying. It's easier for men compared to women. And we have to compete to be in the same space as men. What's wrong with us saying that without you saying to us, we want it on a plate?
No. I think you are misreading what I'm saying. I said the way it comes off as if anytime a woman don't get her way, that means there is bias, there is no fairness, no equity. That's the way
that's not what we're saying. We're saying the realities of our experience as women. That doesn't mean that we're saying to you that that we're now asking for handouts. We're telling you our lived experience. What is wrong with us saying, obviously vocalizing that? We're telling you the realities. I'm telling you my reality, having 2 children, and then Abby's telling her reality being in oil and gas. What is wrong with that? That is not saying that we're blaming you. That is not saying and I'm dismissing your experience. We're just making you understand. Don't dismiss our own lived experience.
I am not dismissing it. We are having a conversation, honey, babe. Everything is not fight. You can say something.
Fight, but I just feel that I'm not fighting you. I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate when I speak, as you know. But what I'm saying to you is that you come off as very dismissive sometimes, and it can be very irritating and triggering for us as women because you're very dismissive.
Please, I'm not fighting. No,
it's not.
You understand what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is this, honey, babe. You made your point.
I think you see it as a joke.
Point. You just have to understand my point.
You're always joking about it. You're always joking about it and being very dismissive.
You have to understand my point also. Look, I've said this multiple times. I'm a consequentialist. For instance, if my daughter wake up tomorrow and say, hey, Dad, I want to be a space engineer, I'll say, good job. Go for it. Now, if you go and become a space engineer, and now you go and apply for that job, and there are maybe 10 or 20 other men, and you are the only girl who applied for that job, and maybe they hire 5 out of those men, they don't hire you. If you come back and tell me, Dad, you see, this is the gender inequality I'm talking about. They hire 5 men, they didn't hire me. I'm going to dismiss it. That's not an excuse.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying
now, only you know the lay person they talk, only babe.
Okay, sorry. I'll let you talk.
My point is, if you come back and give me specifics, oh, Dad, they told me I am not qualified for this job, because they want to climb a ladder to do one thing, and they think as a woman, I can't do that. Oh, yes, now we are talking. That's the point I'm trying to make. Remember how we started this conversation from Tiwa Savage? The industry is tough on women. The industry is not favorable to women. The industry, okay, give me specifics how the industry is not favorable to women. And I made an example, which I think I'll be pushed back on that. I said, for instance, right now, where Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy are at the moment, Tiwa Savage is supposed to be at that level. And the easiest way to be at that level is through collaborations. She is the top girl that we have in the industry right now. She is supposed to be in collaboration with these guys, no matter how nasty is their character or something. They are the one who somehow figure a way to be at the stage that she wants to operate. Now, if she's not collaborating with them, because those are the three top guys that bring Nigeria to global attention. If she's not working with them, she's not cooperating with them, and we are now saying, oh, the industry is not favorable to her. The industry, for me personally, I'm not speaking for everybody. For me, that is on her. That is not on the industry. That's the point I'm making. She used to work with Mavi Records. We all know that everybody, what's this guy's name now? This Mavi Records boss, Don Jazzy. Everybody Don Jazzy work with, they end up becoming superstar. They blow. Lately, how many times have you seen her Don Jazzy doing anything at all or doing anything? That's the point I'm trying to make. So
Uncle Ben,
this is
she's not
not
with Don Jazzy anymore.
okay.
Uncle
Fine.
Ben, I have
So,
specifics for you when you are done.
I agree. If you give me specific, I will agree. But I just don't want to go with that. I don't want to go with that. Oh, the industry does not favor. It does not. There are many girls out there that are also trying. Okay, the industry does not favor Tiwa. Let us look at this from another angle too. Do you notice any significant changes in how she sings? People, these Afrobeat artists, they have moved from regular beat, they've mixed it up with amapiano. The Tiwa Savage have a song out there with amapiano. Okay, here is Tiwa Savage now releasing R&B record. Do Nigerians ever listen to R&B records? No, that's the point I'm making. So we can't look at it and say, oh, the industry does not favor women. No. Let us have the reason why it does not favor her. If somebody deliberately sabotage her, and that's why I like the comment Dupe make earlier on, the husband worked against her at the beginning of her career, 100%. That guy is a demo, it's a weapon fashion against her. So that's the point I'm making. I'm not talking in terms of the whole world, that women are not being marginalized or something. I'm just saying that on a case by case, on a specific by specific basis, I won't want my daughter to go out with this mindset that when I'm going to go to this industry, the industry is already ringed against me. I will even tell you, don't even go there at all if you have that mindset. Because the industry is ringed against everybody in the first place. People have to work together. You have to network. You have to at least give and take something, whichever way that is going to work. And if the industry operates strictly on the basis of your merit and performances, then go there and show your skill. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Let's just hear from Sister Chinye before Zeno will give us specific. Sister Chinye, this one you enter studio. I hope Zeno will need to guide you.
I have to enter studio real quick. Good evening, everybody, my lovely ladies. How on that
Hey,
day?
babe.
Good evening.
Hey, darling.
So Beno, so I'm agreeing with what Abby and them are saying, right? You might not see it as you're being dismissive. It's not like, and the way you're taking it is like, oh, so things should be handed to us. Number one, us in this Western world. So I'm in the IT field, and IT field is also male dominated. And so there are two things that are working against us. One, being a woman. Two, being Black. So you have to work 3 times as hard to prove yourself. Yes, by the grace of God, you have your degree, you're showing your skills, etc., etc. But when you're in that field where is male dominated, sometimes there are times when you could have exactly the same qualification with someone else, and they're even paying that person more than they're paying you. That happens too, and that's one of the things that women in the whole gender equality they've been fighting. Those are actually the situations where that's why feminism started, not the toxic mess we have out here now. It's reality to know that you cannot say, oh, if your daughter already have the mindset of, oh, it's tough for women, she shouldn't even go there. No, she should know this is the reality. So embrace herself to like even work harder. Unfortunately, that's just what it is. Women of color in the engineering industry, in the IT industry, you gotta come prepared. You just gotta come and to do your best. Now, when it comes to the music industry, even the artists, even the men will tell you the way it's. First of all, the music industry is a very deadly place. Yeah, some people, when they play their cards well and they have maybe better managers, things might work out a little bit for them. But in all actuality, in all fairness, even no matter how hard you work, sometimes it's still the way they design it with the male dominance, it still works against you. And like when we compare the women to the male counterparts, for example, the female rap artists, even these people in these radio shows will tell you, yeah, it's really tough out there for the female rap artists, for example, to break out. And then when it comes to Tiwa Savage, even before she when she started, she didn't we at the time, we thought she was younger than she was, but she was, older, and that was also working against her. The whole age thing was also working against her. She's talented and everything, but at the end of the day, she, kind of broke out and was doing her thing. But it's just kind of hard. It's hard. It's not like, oh, it's just something that we're saying that is out there. It's in there. Like if you even watch the American artists when they talk about it, when they talk about what they have to go through, even Cardi B, they'll tell you how much more challenging it is. Maybe she might have been able to move a little further, but you don't just pop off and collaborate. There's a lot of different things involved in it. You never know what efforts she might have made, with this camp and that camp to try to collaborate with somebody, and it didn't work out, and the deals was not made, and the powers that be did not allow it. So there's so many things that could be working against her. Now, you cannot say who listens to R&B. Nigerians listen to all types of music. Let's not get it twisted. We listen to reggae, we listen to Afrobeat, we listen to all kinds of stuff. But I understand that, yeah, we're used to her doing Afrobeat, but R&B has always been her number one love, right? But with this type of album where, so this artist, when they're going through a lot of pain, it's also therapeutic for them. They pour it into their music. Like Mary J. Blige does it a lot. When she's going through her pain, whenever you want to know what's going on in her life, you listen to her music. So for this particular album, all the, according to her, I haven't listened to it yet, but all the pain, everything that she went through, like it's her about her real life, not made up story. It's her real life. So Afrobeat is like a feel good music. So she can't really communicate her pain. She couldn't really channel it through that feel good music. So she had to go the route of R&B, which is where she can actually pour that into it. So let's see how that goes. Let's see how that, it might not really pop like that, but let's see how it, being that she's promoting it now, let's see if people pick it up. And, she usually go on tours too. So let's see how that works out for her. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Sister Chiye, thank you very much for your insight there. Were you listening when we were talking about her finding a man and all of that, like talking about retirement? Because that is how we landed in this battlefield that Honey Babe and Abby dropped me now. You listened to that conversation, right?
I listened. Okay, so I was at work at the time. I listened to. I might have missed some of it, but I listened to the conversation about. I think you guys mentioned that she said that she would like to settle down with a rich guy or something like that, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So my thing is, before she can, and then you were saying that, oh, her rape is out there, be hard. Well, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. Even people that are people that went in the shower business, they're the ones that usually landed big. They're the ones that usually get, because they have what Ola calls, the seduction skills. Seduction not in just being sexual, but knowing how to, deal with the man. I think in her situation, she needs to continue with the therapy that she's doing. You're asking whether she needs deliverance. I believe she does. So combination of prayer, deliverance, therapy, and just to basically figure her life out, to deal with all the demons that she's dealing with, because it's really not easy for her. And hopefully, see
Oh, oh, Sister Chinye is breaking. Abby, can you hear Sister Chinye?
I
She's
can't.
breaking.
And Uncle Ben, your juju will not work. Sister Chinye, let's see. We need to share you. We cover
Sister
you.
Chinye, you are breaking.
Cover
You
your
are covering Sister Chinye with blood of Jesus.
we cover your Wi-Fi with the blood of Jesus.
Abby.
sorry. The reason why it's breaking, sorry guys, the reason why it's breaking is that this particular place in my neighborhood, as soon as I'm passing that place, it must break. Very annoying something. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I was saying that she needs, it's good that she's already in therapy, but she needs a combination of therapy, deliverance, prayer. She really needs to heal. That way she's not attracting the same spirit in a different body. You know how sometimes women will be dealing with the same type of cockroaches, but different. It was the same cockroach, but different man. It's because when your eye is not seeing clear, you're attracting the same type of people. But when your eyes start watching Amazon, sorry, but when your eyes start seeing clear, your energy, first of all, your energy will not even attract them. You know, so I hope things go well for her. I hope the healing that she's seeking, that she gets it. And sometimes those type of work takes a long period of time, and hopefully when she gets it, she'll land exactly the type of man she wants to land. That's it. That's all
Oh
I got
my
to say.
God. Sister Chinye, it's so cool to hear your voice. It's not every now and then you call in the studio. Usually when you come like that, now you say, I don't go find your trouble. It's not me. I be CC and Honey Baby are the one that started this bad
Thank
blues.
you,
So
Sister
please
Chinye,
spare me.
for that.
Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you, my sister. All right.
Bye.
Zeno, you say you are gonna give us specific on how they muzzle her out.
I don't say how they muzzle how to. I'm just saying how women are harder in the industry. Don Jazzy, the same Don Jazzy that you called. Don Jazzy had an interview and said it is harder for him to sign a woman because, and it applies to, he himself said to, that it applies to all other music producers and egbons. And that's because when you want to sign a woman, first you have to think of wardrobe. You have to think of makeup. You have to think of hair. You have to think of security. He said where he will place Rema to sleep, he cannot dare place Arresta there. And then on top of that, after spending all of that money, you also cannot tell if they're going to blow or not. And then on top of that, they can go and get pregnant, and all the money they've invested has gone. So when it comes to women in the industry, it's really he himself will sign one woman for every 10 men. So that's specific. Is that not specific enough for you?
Zeno, you know you are a bad girl, right?
I'm just giving you specifics. You said specifics.
You said the part that got me is they will go and get pregnant at the end of the day. So you are coming from investment point of view. I see what you said and I understand it really, but I think Doc Jazzy is just being honest. This is an investment. You got to think about it. You don't just want to invest your money on somebody you are not sure.
Sorry, I want to add something to what Zeno said. Do you know that Arasta's contract says that she's not allowed the boyfriend for 5 years?
She's not allowed to have boyfriend for 5 years.
Yes.
He also confirmed that too.
Is that a crime?
It's not a crime. He's trying to say that she can be distracted, so she's not allowed to have a boyfriend for 5 years.
Is that a bad thing?
No, we're just saying. Why you cannot be distracted? Why
But
is that
Uncle
not
Ben,
in
is that
Rema's contract, Uncle Ben?
Yeah, Rayman. What about Burner Boy, Rayman, other men? Is that the same? Do they have it in their contracts? Probably not.
Look, I know as much as this conversation is so difficult to grasp, I got to be honest with you. If I have to sign a lady as a record executive, I will also put that in my contract. No boyfriend for 5 years, no pregnancy for 5 years. Okay, is that my fault? I want to invest. Do you know how much money this record executive spent on their artists? From their album to video shoot to going on tour to security and everything. Come on, let's be realistic. And that is what I was trying to say when I say, look, yes, really, there is gender bias, there is inequality when it comes to men and women at work. But it is not in every or in all circumstances that is applicable. That's just what I'm saying. How we make the same decision.
But you got this example here where you think it's okay for him to say that you can't have any boyfriend for 5 years, but you wouldn't do the same for men. How is that fair? Of course. Because men can, I assume that men can get women pregnant. So you got the issue of your artist be generating multiple baby mamas, but that's not a problem, right?
Honey babe, let's look at it this way. Thank God you are into real estate now. You do a lot of investment in properties and things like that. Now, imagine you are a record executive and you want to sign somebody like Ayastar, Thames, and the likes. And you already know you're going to invest to the tune of maybe $200 million on this girl. If this guy stays focused, if she really focus on her talent and she's producing music and she's ready to go, ready to perform and everything, you know that $200 million you're spending, you can recoup that back in like a year or two. But she's a girl. If she got pregnant, that's it. That's it. I don't know. Is it not I start to sing that holy water? That one they are dancing with one year.
No, that's Tyler.
That's Tyler B. That I start waiting with the song where that one sings. I don't even know song where that one sings. But let us use that Tyler for example now. A lot of people are attracted to that girl just because she's beautiful. She's a young girl. Even I start Thames, so even this same Tiwa Savage. I have one of Tiwa Savage song on my playlist. Ife Wangbono. I've played nonsense out of that song. Look, even the same Tiwa Savage and everything. We all know that in the entertainment industry, especially music industry, the beauty, the energy, how pretty everything you are, that's what people fall for mostly, even though you have great songs. So, honey babe, would you risk investing $200 million on a female artist and don't consider what might go wrong and you might lose your money? Would you do that?
I'm not going to answer the question. I'm not going to answer the question.
Only babe, I swear, you go answer this question or I go reach
London. Then you can't beat me now. I'm not going to answer the question because for me, because for me, I don't do the whole gender thing. If it was a guy, I'm sorry, if I'm investing the same money, I'm saying you're not having any girlfriend for 5 years. Why should it just be for the woman? No, because men are troublemakers as well. You do know that.
Chucky, bail me out here. I don't tire. Bail me out.
I want to say something in Don Jazzy's defense, right? Don Jazzy had this artist called Deja. I don't know if anybody remembers Deja. Deja had not even dropped 1 year. Deja now went to go and get married to a rich man in the north. Deja is a outside girl anyway, so she went to get married to a rich man in the north. So maybe Don Jazzy say, is this how people used to do? But in very serious note, Uncle Ben, all of this is just to say that we see it every day. It's not even, I don't even think that it should be an argument. It's one of those ones where you really should take our word for it. And really and truly, if any woman goes about life the right way, I think if anything, we should just see this as awareness. It's not even that I'm going out with a mindset. I'm aware that this is what I have against me and what I need to put up with. I don't think it should be a negative thing, but we are sure aware and we know where to start our fights from. So that's what I'm going to say. But yeah, don't just working with He's very going with what's it called? His experience with Deja.
And I agree. Thank you. Chucky, you don't run away. You are the one who come and trigger the whole thing now. What would you say about the situation?
Well, to me, Tiwa Savage needs to disappear from the limelight, go out there and reevaluate herself and come back to normal. I mean, the way she is right now, just all over the whole place, like a confused woman or something like that, it's just not right for her now. It's best for her to just stay away from social media, reevaluate her life, and see what she wants. That's my take on it.
Thank you, my brother. All right, Abby, let's call it a day because bad goes plenty. Honey, babe, your final take, my sister. Even though you don't come make me and you fight tire today again.
Yeah,
what's your final take, honey, babe?
Yeah, I think there's no final take. I'll leave it to Abby. I really enjoyed being on the show, but I'm actually exhausted from talking. So I leave it to Abby. I'm gonna leave it to Abby because I know that Abby will say everything that I want to say. Fantastic show. I'm running away from you, UB. You don't stress me. I got to take paracetamol. All right, then, everybody.
Good night, my sister.
Take care, everybody. Take care. Thank you.
Right, good night. Thank you,
Uncle Ben. For Honey Babe to run away, do you know that you have stressed everybody?
Oh, no, Uncle
Ben, can I ask you a question?
What?
Uncle Ben, are you aware that Burna Boy's younger sister is a singer and is signed onto his record?
No.
Nisi, I knew it's Nisi. Have you wondered why he doesn't have like so many collaborations with her?
No.
Because even for your own sister, you can't make stupid business moves just because they're your sister. If they are not popping, they're not popping. If you don't need them on your album, you don't need them on your album. That's how that business is. Sometimes Maven Records may not agree with Chocolate. What's the name of that one? Chocolate Boys, whatever they are, whatever. Chocolate Factory, whatever that other one is. They might just not agree. That's just the truth. It's not, unfortunately, you hear artists all the time say they feel they have a great record, and it's their boss that is saying no, it should not be released. They can't do anything about it. It's one of the reasons why Ricardo Banks left Maven. He would go out of his way, he would record music, and they would say it's not time. Also, I think it's also worth mentioning that a lot of record labels are known to only focus on one or two artists at a time. They almost cannot carry everyone along. I think what happens is that they kind of weigh their options and realize that, okay, these are our top stars, so we're going to invest everything in them. They are almost unable to invest across the board. The other ones, they just use them to stay afloat. We see this happen with every single record label, whether it's in America, whether it's in Great Britain, whether it's in Nigeria. It happens all the time. It is a known fact with industries, right? The only thing I would say about this Tiwa's thing is that I just wish she ventured into something else early on when she was still very, very relevant. Tiwa Savage is still relevant because she's one of the pioneers of this new wave of Afrobeats, especially for women. So she's always going to be relevant, just like Two-Face is relevant for the rest of his life, regardless of if he ever puts out music again, because they're the pioneers. But I just wish she ventured into something that her fans would love, like fashion or beauty or something like that. Besides that, a lot of times, the success of the artist is not left to the artist alone. It's also left to your manager, your management. It's also left to how, I don't know if I've watched interviews with Fowles, for instance, and his manager, the kind of things those people have been through, right? Fowles and Femi Soro, the kind of things they've been through. Your management has to hold you down. And most especially, whoever your boss is, record label has to believe in you. It's not up to you alone to push for your success, unfortunately, you know. So also with this Tiwa Savage R&B album, sometimes I think artists want to do something for themselves. They come to a point where they're like, you know what, I like R&B, I want to do this for myself. I'm 45, I have nothing to lose. I think that's what's happened with Tiwa Savage. Not to mention that she also changed her management last year as well. Who knows if they were trying to start something new. I remember seeing something about Adekunle Gold, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. He's been trending a little bit on social media because people realized that Adekunle Gold became AG Baby, like we call him now, because he changed his style. Sometimes what you need to do is change your style, and it just might open doors. I think it's also worth mentioning that a lot of times with that industry, a very big part is luck. You need lots of luck. And that's why one person can have one hit single and that is it for the rest of their career.
That's it.
Other people
Absolutely.
for 20 years. And it's like, which
Mhm.
same example, Beyonce, some people, whether it's grace, whether it's juju, whether it's luck, whatever you want to call it, it goes a long way in that industry. So that's
Thank
why.
you. Thank you, my dear. That's a very, very good summation right there. But one thing you did not say, tell me whether you want make Tiwa Savage go with Wike or make it go with Akpabio. You are supposed to have added that anyway. So, Abby, answer this question as you are leaving too. Should women hire a grown lady as house help?
I'm going to be very honest. I like the idea of professional setup. I've never liked the idea of anybody living in the house. Maybe except you need extra help with like childcare, depending on the children that you have, maybe on holiday or special occasions. But for me personally, I prefer for people to show up in the morning at, I don't know, 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or whatever, and go back home at 4 p.m. I believe in even same thing with cleaners. Come and clean, go, I can maintain. What's the big deal? I don't see what the big deal is. If you have a family, you should be willing to put in some effort yourself. So I'm not going to lie, even if I lived in Nigeria, I don't really feel like it's necessary for staff to stay over. I think that they can come, do their work and leave. We see this all the time, even here abroad. That's how most private chefs work. Most private chefs will do all of their meal prep, what they need to do, and they will go home and come back the next time their services are needed if you're not doing food every day. So I think it could be the same thing with a childminder. I think it could be the same thing with anyone that's cleaning or whatever. I think just outsource it to known, companies. Let them send the staff, do what they have to do, and leave. That's honestly
All
what.
right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And why did you now stress me? We wouldn't have gone this long if you have just agreed with me from
No,
the
I,
beginning.
I don't. I
Eh?
still, I still disagree with you.
You
For
are
those.
learning from all these aunties. All you do
No,
is
Uncle
you
Ben,
just stress me
so my
unnecessarily.
stance from earlier still matters. If for you, what works for you is for you to have living mates. I don't think that
Yeah.
your problem should be what your husband is going to do, or what your husband is not going to do, and
All
vice
right.
versa.
No wahala. Abby, should men allow their wives to hire a male trainer?
I don't know. It's up to you. So personally, I've had a bad. So I used to have a personal trainer a couple years ago, and I had a bad experience with him where his wife even got involved. So personally, I don't know. It was going to take a lot for me to have a male trainer again, and because there's also a lot of amazing female trainers now, I think my first choice would be to search for a female trainer. However, Uncle Ben, a lot of women claim that they find that male personal trainers push them harder than female personal trainers. So my answer to that question is that it just depends on what works for you and your wife. Ultimately, the same thing applies. There should be trust. You're employed to be a trainer, moving. But my own personal preference, just because a lot of male trainers can also be quite perverted as well, is I would go
Mhm.
for trainer first.
All right. Thank you. And finally, should Tiwa Savage go for deliverance?
No, she doesn't need deliverance. Tiwa Savage is
Ah,
fine. I just
you are
want
not
Tiwa
helping her.
Savage. You know what I want Tiwa Savage to do? I want Tiwa Savage to employ the coach of not a PR, the name they call them image consultant. I want her to. She might need to clean up just the same way CC was even speaking about her. I don't have a problem with her fashion, but she might need to try something slightly different as well that presents her as more feminine and soft. That's the
All right.
way. So I just want her to, maybe if she can't do it herself, I want her to employ an image consultant to help
All
use
right. Thank you.
and
Thank you
help
very much, mommy.
herself at this interview.
Ooh,
So
that was so fast. Good. Thank you. All right, Sister Chinye. You saw the three questions already. Be like Sister
Yes,
Chinye answer at
sir.
that time. Sister Chinye,
Yes,
Tiwa
sir.
Savage.
Hmm.
Okay, make I ask you the first one.
Okay.
Should a woman hire a grown lady as house help?
Yeah, they should. They can if they, if they want to.
The house help to be
It,
living in the
it's
same
the
house with
the
her
house self
husband.
thing can be tricky too, because sometimes I don't know where these demons come from. They'll come and they'll like do some crazy things to scatter your family. Be it be it like a nanny, sometimes like a living nanny or a house help. So the idea of coming and going is not a bad idea. But if it's a situation whereby, because of how the setup of the family is, for the time being, they need somebody to stay over, like that, the husband should be respectful. Like, I mean, it's really disgusting what some men do. It's like really, 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 really disgusting. But yeah, the idea of them coming and going is not a bad idea either. But depending on what the circumstance is, because there might be a situation where the coming and going might not quite work for them, at least for the time being. If there's a situation like that, everybody should respect themselves. I beg.
Okay, thank you. Number two, should men allow their wives to have a male trainer?
Once there's trust between you and your wife, and your wife is is not, for sure your wife is not messing around. Yeah, you can have a male trainer. I've seen sometimes when husband and wife together have the male trainer. The male trainer is training both of them. But if it's a situation whereby it's just the woman, she can have a male trainer. However, any small if she notices that this male trainer is being an idiot, she should drop his butt immediately. Immediately, right? And that's my own with that one. But if we make the man have peace, that the male, he can be training both of them. I've seen husband and wives, especially like couples have been together for a long time. I've seen male trainers training husband and wives, even from female trainers training the husband and wives. You know, I've seen that as well. So that's my take on that.
All right, thank you very much. And lastly, Tiwa Savage, did she need deliverance or a therapy?
I think I answered that. I said she need both. She needs both, and she's already working on the therapy part, which is great. She needs both the therapies and both the deliverance, but it all depends on, like um she might not feel that she needs one, but a lot of stuff happen in that music industry. A lot of people that you're dealing with. um I remember Abby, just to go off on a tangent a little bit. I know Abby was talking about Beyonce, whether it's not Grace or not waiting. I'm recently finding out a lot of demonic stuff that goes on in that music industry. That is why you could find something that is very, very, very talented, can sing their tail off, but they don't get that break. Not because they don't have the right people, but there are gatekeepers in that music industry that would lead you to if they'll be like, if you really want to blow, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And those X, Y, and Z are like very, very dark things spiritually. Like there's a lot of crap that happens there. Even a lot of them talk about it. Even Rotimi, I like Rotimi, I like the actor. um I've heard Americans praise him, like speak very highly of him, say, man, Rotimi is one of those people that did not taint himself in the music industry. That is why, even though he's really, really talented, he didn't blow like that, because he didn't do the things that he's supposed to do. Not supposed. He didn't do those things that make other people blow, that basically compromise and mess with their destiny and all of that, you know. But Rotimi is okay. He's doing his movie thing, and then his wife is also a Tanzanian artist who she had to stop because, according to her, it was so much demonic things that they were offering her to do in order for her to blow. And she quit the music industry. Got to a point that she was like drinking, and then after everything, she stopped all of those things. But yeah, it's just a lot of dark stuff that goes. People that are continuing to stay at the top, if they tell you what they're doing, the embarrassment rituals, all kind of juju, all kind of even um it's what's her name? Beyonce is very open about what she does, what she believes in. She's heavy into witchcraft. She's heavy into Ifa. She's not, that, like they're rapping what their beliefs are and what they're following and what's giving them that quote unquote luck. So, but anyway, um, that's my own take about that. She might not believe that she needs deliverance, but um, it's a lot deeper than just therapy. It just think there are things that she really is dealing with. And she has to, she has to chop. That's why she has to try to promote her album. And I hope and pray that things work out for her, honestly, because I like her, I like her. We're in the same age group. I'm 44, she's 45.
Yeah,
So
things will
I
work out
just
for her in
I hope
Jesus'
things
name.
I hope things work out for her, honestly, because she seemed like to be like a pretty good, I don't know her personally, but I like her as a person. I like her style. She's a pretty cool person. I just hope things will work out for her, where she don't have to do all this demonic crap. And some of them like, no, I can't take this. I'm not gonna do all this stuff. And sometimes they compromise a little bit, you know. So anyway, that's my take on that.
Why? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I'll see you whenever you have a chance again, my beautiful sister.
No
My own
problem.
Wahala sister Chinye. I see you throwing your regular terms which they should stop the goddamn thing. I said, Jesus, sister Chinye is here again. Thank you, sister Chinye. Thank you very much. Have a
All
very
right,
good
take
night.
care. You
Yeah, I
too.
love you, Mama. Thank
Love you
you.
too, man. All right. Bye.
All right. I see. I will come to you comparable shortly, but let me hear from my Zeno so she can leave too. Zeno, your take on all the three. Put them all together, my dear.
First one, actually, wait, hold on. Sorry, before that, the R&B album, Tiwa said the reason she released it is because since she's been into music, people have been telling her what she can and cannot do. So this year was just for her. So everything on that song was her own personal feelings. She just needed to let it out. So I'm choosing to believe that there's just a lot of things she's been holding back. So she chose to let it out on this album. That's why it's solely R&B and it's different. But after that, do I think a grown woman should be my house help? Absolutely not. You can come. I can hire cleaning service. You come and you go. That's all I have to say on that one. Personal trainer. I think it just
Why don't
depends.
you want a grown woman in your house? Jealous
I don't
girl.
want anybody in my house, period. I'm a homebody and my house is my sanctuary. So
I'm still laughing. You're funny. All right. The next one. Should men allow their wives to hire a male trainer?
I honestly think it just depends on the individuals. It just depends on trust, because whether it's a trainer, whether it's a grocery worker, whether it's a gas attendant, whatever wants to happen will happen, whether you hire or don't hire. Would I personally hire a male trainer? I have previously, but knowing what I know now that there are female trainers, my trainer right now is a woman. So if women are available, then yes, but not because I think I'm going to do anything or he's going to do anything, but just because if there's a woman, I'm going to hire a woman, not because of any not trusting people kind of thing.
Would you hire me as your trainer with my one pack?
No, because the goal is to be better, not Uncle Ben. I'm so sorry, but I'm trying to get 6 packs. So you're at 1 pack. There's nothing about you that tells me that you train me.
Zeno, I disinvite you from our barbecue. Bad
It's
girl.
okay. No, Zeno, I'm not going to take that from you. I'm not going to take that from you.
I'm sorry. You were the one that was asking me yesterday if I would allow Sheila to isn't it Sheila that's her name? Advise me about marriage. It's the same thing. Uncle Ben, I want a hot body. Sorry, you have a uncle body. Sorry.
We'll talk about this in the
Well, I must go and look for a lawyer. I have to sue this girl. This girl don't finish me.
I already
All
told
right,
you I'm not politically correct. I'm sorry.
All right, Zeno, thank you, Mama. I appreciate your time.
Bye,
okay?
Zeno, Bessie.
Bye.
All right, bye, baby. Zeno, don't finish me this night. He said I get uncle body. Yeah, girl. All right, Chucky, Baba, what's up, man?
I'm
Chucky,
okay, brother. No, I did hear. I'm right here.
Okay, Chucky.
I'm right here. Yes, sir.
Give me the three. Give me the three. Quick. Should a woman hire a grown lady as housemaid?
You see, Uncle Pino, right from day one, I'm talking from my own personal experience. My mother has never support having a house help in the house. He believes in the children should do the whole work in the house and also include your study. And that's the principle I followed through all through the years. I've never supported that house help thing. Never.
Okay, so you are against it.
I'm against it, not just because of not because only because of the employers. Also, what might even happen between what's it called the kids involved, depending on the age, is either you're spoiling them or you're not. But as at that time, my mom was alive as of that time. Throughout our lifetime, we didn't have any housekeeper or anything like that. You only want us to know to do our chores, wake up 5, do what needs to be done, wash the clothes rather than leave it for a house help. If not, kids will come out the other way around, and she didn't want that. So I'm against it, and I see what she was talking about, and I'm against it.
All right, that really makes a lot of sense. Thanks for sharing, Baba. Next one: should men allow the wives to hire a male trainer?
This is very, very. You want me to go on a personal note or general?
Abby, did you hear your party?
Yeah,
you hear the way your party they breathe?
No, the way I'm eyeing him, I don't know that I'm eyeing him. Continue.
Go ahead, Baba.
Would that be a personal side or a general side of things?
Both of them, general and
both
personal.
of them. Me personally, at this moment now, I play my football and stuff like that. That's a way of me getting away from the house and everything to do. If she wants to go and do her gym stuff with a male trainer or a female trainer, I'm good. I will just leave it as it is and just go my own way, go my own way and situation. As long as she's happy, she's happy. As long as I'm happy, I'm happy. But the general side of things, that one gets to be. Uncle B, this was very tricky actually, because if it comes to a male trainer, it depends on the kind of how should I put it? What kind of what kind of relationship do you have with your male trainer? Is it strictly exercise or strictly something else? If you're going there more than 10 times a day just because of this one particular person, then you become highly suspicious. I said, no, you're not doing it.
Where have you seen anybody who's going to the gym 10 times a day, sir? Where
I said, like, if you want to go there 10 times a day, just because you want to go and see this male trainer or something like that, that can be highly suspicious. But there is a limit to going to the gym anyway, so I don't see that as a problem. As long as there's that respect and that's responsibility that you're going there to get your training, I'll go there. Anything extra, be ready to face the consequences.
Okay, so Chucky, let's walk around one hypothetical situation here. Let's assume Abby is your wife.
No, don't assume that kind of assumption.
She's your wife.
No.
She never born at all.
Make another assumption. Chucky,
say, hey.
You say the what? A madman.
Chucky is a married man. Use his own wife. Don't use me.
No. It's an hypothetical situation.
Use Tiwa Savage and Chucky then.
No. I want to use
you. Don't know.
Uncle Ben, use me and Tiwa Savage. Use me and Tiwa Savage.
No. Chucky, let me mute Abby Mike. This guy no go let us talk. Mute her Mike. Abby happened to be your wife. You just marry her. Oh, that 1 year. No picking, nothing. She can tell you, darling, I think I need a personal trainer. You can't go bring this guy with 6-pack, way tall, where we come. Say, babe, meet my personal trainer. Maybe he go bring somebody like Nino Lowo. So, will you sign to that or not?
It depends. It depends how she looks like. Actually, is she in full shape or not? If I see that she's in actual shape, I'll be like asking, okay, what's the problem? What's wrong with the way you're looking? What do you look like? But if it's something that you want to go to a personal trainer because of what? 6', 6 feet tall. Oh, Uncle Yubi, you know how to put someone on the spot too. Bros.
You just asking me.
10,000. I'm not going to lie to you. As a man, there are 10,000 things that were running through my head. What's going on here?
Can I ask you a question? I think UB was using that specific based off of how I look. However, let me explain something that you know that most women, that first year of marriage is always usually sweet. First year of dating, you'll not be adding weight because you'll be eating ice cream, you'll be doing the most, you'll be adding weight because of too much love. So she really needs the gym. First year of marriage, the wife really needs the gym because the love will be just making her fat. The women know what I'm talking about. There's weight that women add when they're in love. That first moment.
See, Chucky, I see why they give this girl headache now.
So Uncle Pino, there's something that you mentioned earlier on your show yesterday. So does that mean that men are the prize? Uncle Pino, I'm asking you.
About killer.
Yes,
for me.
They know it, Chucky. They know it. They know men are the prize. That is why they will not let us drink water and drop cup.
Exactly.
I beg. Wait, my brother, make I bring my brother comparable fat. We don't come out when he come. I want me my brother talk first. Because if I leave you and I be here, we don't go come out. Hello, sir, Mr. Comparable. How you doing?
Great, Uncle Ben. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
You
came in so late.
It's okay. It's okay. I listen to your platform every now and then. You know me, of course. The other day I came in on one.
Yes, I know, sir.
Dr. Damage. But having said that, I listen to you every now and then, But I'm more into politics. But I was just strolling I saw you come up today again, like you did the other day. So what attracted me is about Tiwa Savage, But having said that, I'm not, I know you've been posing people. The guy that just spoke, he gave him about 2 or 3 questions. So let's go. Let me see the one I can answer.
Okay, sir. So the first question is, let me see.
House help.
Should women hire a grown lady as house help? We came up with this because Rude Boy Paul Okoye, he's trendy right now because of the allegation that he allegedly slept with the house help. So that is how we started today's conversation. So that's why I'm asking the question. So, bros, Mr. Comparable, would you?
So the question is that should women hire a woman as house help in the house where they have a husband or whatever? Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Looking for the key? I don't have any problem with that. So I just feel like as a man, who's been around for a long time, men gonna do whatever they want to do. So if you are very soft, maybe have an attractive woman, as a housemate. As somebody helping you in the house. Are you? I don't know. It's a very tough question, okay? Because we are all men, so we know how we are. Even at all, we said we are very strong and all that kind of things. I don't know. I don't know. That's a very tempting question. In my opinion, I will say no.
Bros, God bless you. God bless you. The same thing I said.
Just to avoid, because
the same thing Uncle Dayo said, and everybody were fighting, dragging with us all day long. That
don't put yourself in that situation, okay? I think because there's millions of beautiful women everywhere. Even your wife may have been the most beautiful woman, but man, I know how we are. So anybody that is telling you that they are lying because don't put yourself in a fire when you see a fire. So in order to do this kind of avoid that situation, in my own opinion, I will say no.
Thank you.
Morally, no. Gone are those days where the house help used to be house help, but in today's world, I will support it now.
Okay, go ahead. For the rest of the question, I know you're in a hurry to get out. So
yeah. All right. Second one is: should men allow their wives to hire a male trainer?
Oh, you have actually come to my precinct. I'm a male trainer. Okay, I'm a gym freak. Of course,
Wow.
not a licensed male trainer, but I go to the gym. Maybe about 4 times a week. And what I see at the gym, from what I have encountered, I see how we, I mean, how we go around women and, be very friendly and everything. But for me specifically, I can only speak for myself. I don't have any problem with that. My wife go to the gym every now and then, not as religiously as I do go. So, yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Actually, my wife has done it, few times when I'm not available. When I used to travel a lot, I don't travel anymore. So I don't have any problem with that. I mean, I trust my wife. I'm not saying whether she has cheated, not that I know, but anything is possible. Okay. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
I
not
don't I
when
don't
I
even
even
trust myself, let alone. But
yeah.
not because of just the trainer. Then
Me,
I'm
I'm
saying,
just coming.
she's gonna cheat because of that. No, I don't have any problem with that. Maybe because of that, my appreciate. That's
Yeah.
my terrain. If I may, be more specific, I don't
Me,
have any
I'm just
problem with that.
coming. I'm coming from the angle that I can't just stand the idea of another man touching
Come
uh
on.
woman,
what,
all
is,
in the
what, is,
name of
what is that?
stretch this
Okay.
me,
Are you with your
move
wife
this me, open this
24/7? Do
here
you know that
shop.
man that touch her? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any problem with that. As beautiful as my wife is, of course, every person
Uncle,
say their wife is beautiful. I'm not insecure in that regard. Not at all. No.
Uncle Bino, can I say something actually?
Yeah, go ahead, boss man.
Yes, I think it's got to deal with the more we grow, the older we get. I think those kind of things kind of levels out. We're not bothered about things like that. But if you're talking about people like, let's say, the teenage years and all those 25 and all those things, that's where they become so conscious of things like that. As we grow older, as we are now, I don't think we're bothered with that. Majority of men of our age now don't bother with that. I think that's what it is actually.
Yeah, you make sense, bro. Whomever is speaking, I don't know you, but you're right on the money. That's the way I see it. I mean, it may not be majority, but it may not be all men, but majority of men, in my own opinion. Okay, maybe my circle of friends that I know. Yeah.
Me, it bothers me. You cannot grab my thing anyhow. It bothers me.
That's why we said majority
Have
of
to watch
Yeah.
men.
where you grab.
You're a
Do
very
you
interesting
see?
guy. But okay, let me not leave it like that. I don't know.
Sir,
Everybody's different.
have
Okay,
you
whatever
seen
make
how
you happy.
those stupid gym boys how they hold another man's wife?
Uncle Pino, what you're watching,
They
what do you
grab the
think the
waist,
age, the
push
age,
it from. Eh?
when you see those things online, what age are you looking at?
I'm not even looking at the age. All I can
No, you have
imagine
to
is
look
that
at it that
somebody
way.
trying
You
to
have to
grab
look at
my
it that
woman.
way.
But all you care that your wife is obedience to you. I mean, is that not what you care about? I don't know. When it comes to
But that body,
respect, all that
that
kind of stuff.
body, that body, a man should have the monopoly of that body.
True, I understand. I understand your point of view, but that won't take anything away from
It could take away. No.
I don't know, but you see, everybody's different. Okay, so
Okay, lastly, sir,
yeah.
Tiwa Savage, you are aware of all her social media rants, shalaye lately.
Well, that's the reason why I came in, because I was trolling on Nigeria social media. I don't know the whole story, but in my own opinion, from the little that I got out, I kind of feel, why is she revisiting that, say step again or something like that, and saying that she haven't had Kirewa, for is that 3 years or whatever. I mean, I don't know, but I doubt that. But that's what she said. I mean, I remember about a year ago or whatever, something like that, she was saying about somebody that treated her bad or whatever, a boyfriend. Wasn't she having sex at that particular time? Is that a promotion stuff that thing that she's doing right now? She just released a very good album, which I listen. Why is she not promoting that? Why is talking about revisiting about the tape that happened 3 years ago? I'm trying to understand the relevancy, behind this behind this news coming out coming out of right now,
No,
her narrative.
I think no, she feels so betrayed of what actually happened some 3 years ago. She's betrayed, and also at the same time, she doesn't have that trust in any man that she goes out with anymore. So right now, I think she's just R&B is more of trying to venture out into something new for her to to come back to should I say come back to reality, or trying to
Hmm.
find herself, or trying to find her true self now. But for her to go into interviews right now and saying, bringing that thing up, should have been something that should have been discussed before that interview start, and say that please do not bring this up. So
But you
as to
know what she
promote.
does not right now? She has
Mhm.
revitalized that situation because right now,
Exactly.
looking
Yes.
at
Yes.
Nigerian social media, everybody's looking for that tape to watch again.
Exactly. Going back to it again. She should have before that interview. You should have said, no, don't come up with this subject. If they
Right.
do, walk away. If they do, she has the right to walk away from that interview. She doesn't have to sit down there, cross her leg, and answer that question. She owes nobody that answer.
Right. I think one more thing that she said it wasn't Whiskey that break her heart, it was somebody else.
Mm.
Because there has been a speculation going on there because of, she was a very good friend of. Believe me, Tiwa Savage is one of my favorite artists. So that's why I keen interest to that conversation, and that's one of the main reasons why I came in here. Um, I mean, that's your opinion, but I didn't like the revisiting of that part. I'm so and I want her album to do well, and she's not talking about it. That's my annoyance.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother.
All
Now,
right, thank you, bro.
Yeah, she's sorry, sir. She's
with
actually
respect. Okay, Abby, don't
Uncle
step in.
Ben, no,
Carry
she
go.
wanted, I wanted to say that she's actually speaking about the album. It's just that you know how interviews they take all of those little clips that are more that's going to get engagement and they put it out. So a lot of people have not sat through all of the interview. They've just seen those little clips here and there on blogs. So I think that's
Oh,
what
so it was this particular standby about her life that that garner more attention, right?
that's what they do. That's how the vlogs work. Because you know, when they do the media rounds, when they're doing this stuff, they go on different channels and all, and they just talk about everything and the music. So, but usually that's what they're there for. But in usual fashion, they will just cut and join, and just for engagement, and they will never put the important parts. That's how the media works. So that's why even as a celebrity, you have to be careful about what you say on these shows as well if you want your music to stand out. A lot of people will say that as a celebrity, you have to figure out what it is you want to stand out. Is it your home life or your actual professional life? And I think that's what's going on with Tiwa now is that unfortunately for her, she's making all of these extra things that are actually distractions stand out when it should be her music. And I don't like that. But yeah.
Thank you very much. You actually sound very smart. You need to go and be her coach.
Thank you, sir.
Abby. No, yes. No, Abby, you're definitely right on that one. I mean, what she's doing is just off the charts right now. But the question is, if she's going into this podcast, she has the right to tell them that do not bring these particular questions out, if I'm correct. So why would she want to be answering our question to every podcast that she goes to? Is it to promote her album, or what is she looking for? I mean, do you have an answer for that?
You know what it is, I
Yeah.
said this earlier in the chat that her team could have said, listen, these are the talking points. Because again, the
Yes.
deal is we want to promote this album. These are the talking points. But I have a feeling that, and I say this all the time about most Nigerian artists or most Nigerian celebrities, they don't really understand PR. Sometimes they take cheap publicity and cheap PR for, you know, I don't know. I feel like sometimes they need to skip all of these things and focus on the bigger picture. But this
Exactly.
whole talk about even a negative publicity is but all those kind of nonsense. I don't subscribe to that. Sometimes you have to carry yourself and take the high road. So I think that's what's going on here, where every publicity is publicity to them. But for me, it's like this is Tiwa Savage. I need her to do things in a tasteful manner and drop all of this nonsense for the little girls. That's my opinion. Her team can package her better, and they're not doing that. And she herself, with all of her experience, she's not doing it either. She should be able to say, listen, guys, this is what I'm trying to achieve. And then they come together and give her that based off of their own expertise. But she's not doing that either. So I don't know why we're talking about X tape
Yeah.
and insinuating whiskey, and I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. It's very distasteful to me.
Yeah, it's very true. Now, instead of going for the album which she has released, now I have to go and look at a previous video that she did 3 years ago, which is more going to be on more of the charts more than albums, which is not right. They shouldn't have. I believe that she does have a good team around her. I don't think she has a good team.
Clearly, she doesn't. If she
Doesn't.
did, even this thing we're talking about, where we want her to diversify her portfolio as well. I want to ask her if she do something in fashion. Honey Baby's back. I want to ask her if she do something in fashion. I want to ask her if she do something in the beauty industry. These are multi-million.
God of Zachariah, where did Honey Babe come out from?
I'm so
No,
sorry, guys.
I would want her to venture out something out from the music industry. We all know it is very, very toxic for female artists over there. To me, if she ventures out, look for something. I prefer that she goes to something like perfume manufacturing and stuff like that. She would do excellently well there.
Yeah.
She would do well there. So she just give herself a break from the music industry and venture somewhere else.
Or even like body, you know that Tiwa always has this whole thing where people refer to her as glowing and stuff. Even something like all this body glow, body.
Tiwa's a natural beauty now.
That kind of thing for like chocolate girls, I think it would land.
Thank you very much, Mr. Comparable Fact. Honey Babe, you want to talk to Mr. Comparable?
Yeah, I want to chip in because you need to watch The Breakfast Club. You remember the issue of Tyler and the whole drama because she said that she was, what did she say that she was? Sorry, guys. She said that she was colored. She specifically, her team specifically said to Charlemagne and the team, do not ask certain questions. You know what Charlemagne said? I'm going to put that in the interview. So when he now asked the question, please explain about you being colored, he said it in a condescending manner. She now turned around and spoke to her team, and her team said, don't say anything. It's all over the sound bites, and that is what a lot of people have an issue with Tyler because of the fact that she refused to explain and summarize the reason why she's colored. So when you're saying what you're saying, Chucky, in respect to the fact, tell the Charlemagne the God, you need to watch him. Charlemagne the God. Do not ask questions. Do not ask questions. You're asking for punishment. He will say no, and he has said it on record regarding Tyler. He said it was the onus was on her team to explain about the colored. If you tell me not to ask, I will ask. And that is the type of person that Charlemagne is, where when you say to him, Tiwa Savage and a team should have told them not to ask. It's like you won't punish Tiwa. It will be all over because that's the type of, when you go into Breakfast Club, you have to be ready for anything. They will refuse not to ask the question you've asked them not to ask. So I just wanted to just interject there because I agree with you. She shouldn't have gone on that show. Everybody knows on the Breakfast Club, they have carte blanche in terms of what questions they're going to ask you. And if you refuse, they will put it in the interview and make you look stupid. But for you to now do a list of demands saying, do not ask this, do not ask this, do not ask this, they will not adhere to it. And that's exactly what happened to Tyler. She told them, do not ask about, is it that YouTuber? And do not ask about the whole, colored. They asked those questions and made her look stupid. So I just thought I'd just interject that she shouldn't have gone on to Breakfast Club because they are notorious for basically like taking something you say and twist it. You cannot tell them. Who are you to tell them that they can't ask that question? So I just thought I'd interject there because I watch the Breakfast Club a lot and I know how they twist people's words.
Can I ask a question though, just to clarify? Do you believe that as a celebrity or as an artist in general, especially someone that has been in the industry as long as Tiwa Savage, do you believe that there should be some sort of media training? So they're saying
this all the time.
There's certain questions that should be asked, and you yourself, you know how to answer in a way that would not implicate you. I believe it's very possible. And I know that not everyone has that skill, but I've seen it happen with a lot of celebrities across the board. They will find a way to laugh it off, to bring it in a way that, it doesn't affect them in any way. And I think that Tiwa Savage is doing a poor job at that. If anything, she's offering more information. You're talking about Breakfast Club, but there's other interviews where she said the same thing. We've seen at least 3 interviews. The same thing. All of the interview, the stations or whatever, the platform's the same. I think Tiwa Savage really, really enjoys talking about this, and I don't know why. I think that she just really is, at this point, hungry for relevance in an industry that is almost leaving her behind, where the Ira Star, the Thames, and them lot are becoming, the better, or should I say the bigger artists, or the artists that everyone is looking up to. And it's crazy because, like I said, she's always going to be Tiwa Savage because she's one of the pioneers. So she doesn't have to even feel the competition or the heat at all. But I do think that Tiwa Savage can package these answers in a way that would actually end up being positive, in my opinion.
Thank you, Honey Babe and Abby. We got to go. Mr. Comparable, what's your final take, sir? I know you are interested in this Tiwa. I hope you are not falling in love with her, sir.
My wife knows that
I'm in love with you.
I've always been in love with her, so my wife is
I'm
okay
in love
with
with
that.
you.
Zachariah, that means you and Chucky are looking at that her tattoo, the tattoo that covers. Say half
No,
of her.
I've loved
No,
Tiwa right from day
apart from
one.
she's a nice looking woman, I like her personality. Okay, it's
I
not all
love
about
Tiwa
beauty.
right from day
Just a
one.
beautiful woman. Even some of them here. But having said that, I mean, Tiwa Savage has been in the business for for a long time. I can't. I mean, you can't really say she doesn't have a good PI or whatever. The knowledge. I think, in my opinion, going to Breakfast Club, knowing how they are, I think she's seeking for relevant. I don't know why. Like the last speaker said, because of the younger generation, she feel like she's been left behind. They have ascended to a better position where she was. But I mean, this lady has been in the business for a long time, so nothing. Her accomplishment shouldn't be taken away from any of them, because up to right now, none of our star term or whatever, they're beneath her in that regard in terms of musical achievement. So I don't know why she should feel like that. The ladies has accomplished a lot. Unprecedented in Nigerian music industry. That's strictly my own opinion. So she shouldn't be scared about whatever is happening. Be what she is. I don't know why she's pivoting to that area. That's not necessary. She should have concentrate and promote her music. She know what a PI is about. She has been in that industry. I've had her interview previously, so talking about she doesn't have a good PI. No, that I don't agree with. She did that deliberately or whatever is going on with her right now. That's how I feel. Thank you, everybody.
Uncle Yui. So, Uncle Yui. Uncle B.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. I just want to just notice something actually, because this is Tiwa Savage. Now, you remember that video she did when she was wanting some halaji or something like that? I can't remember, but some 2 weeks ago. Do you remember that video that you brought up here some time ago?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When she came out, she may have a very good team. When she came out, she had to leave wherever she is to avoid what the team was, what she was going to say in front of the team actually, and she went away from the team and went and started saying things on the platform of this on social media. Whereas, remember, the team told her not to do so. Probably they might have told her so on the breakfast not to mention this particular thing that happened 3 years ago, and she still went ahead. I'm just saying, maybe she has a good team, and maybe she's the one who's just going AWOL. My take.
You have a good point right there, but the whole thing about that video is just message.
I think she's a loose cannon in a silent way.
Exactly. You choose the right word. She's a loose cannon, and that's why I'm thinking maybe she might be experiencing midlife crisis or something. I don't know what midlife crisis look for women. I'm so sorry, but I know when men are going through midlife crisis, sometimes they wake up and they are just a different human being. But for women, I don't know how they react. This Tiwa, you get as it be. Now, don't get me wrong. There is something sweet about her. A part of me want to believe that she just wanted to clear the air. As a Yoruba girl, I think that is like way below what she expected. So I think she felt that urge that let me just explain it. But we don't need it. Like Comparable Fact said right now, a lot of this crazy Twitter boy, what did they call them? How did get name for those boys? Is it
Anger boys?
Hey, many of those mad boys now, they will be hunting for that video again. Why do you want to give us trauma over you launching an album?
So
Also,
that's the thing,
Uncle
Chucky.
Ben, you know that she did a lot of work to kind of wipe out that video as much as they could. You know when you Google
Somebody
search
could have
some.
downloaded it now.
No,
But,
I know, but you know that sometimes it costs a lot of money to get those guys, those
Mhm.
SEO guys to wipe to make sure that whatever information is on the fifth page of Google, not the first or second page. Her team did that, and she's still talking about it. I don't understand.
That's the crazy thing, Jared. Thank you, everybody. Now, Mr. Comparable Fact, please don't stay away from us. I think tomorrow, Friday, we're going to have political show. There are so many things we need to cover in politics now. Nigeria,
What time you coming tomorrow? You know?
It will start. Are you in the US or you are in the UK?
No, I'm in California, so three hours behind you, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, I usually come live around 12.
12 Eastern time
now.
12 in the afternoon.
Okay, that's Eastern time, right?
No, not Eastern, Central.
Oh, Central time. Oh, okay. That's about 2 hours behind for me. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, so we have a lot of political issues to cover tomorrow.
All right, you come to my arena. I'll be here. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do 1 hour politics before we enter our issue, because I think the real fan backstage, I saw them discussing a topic yesterday, and I think they say we should do a show about it, but I will get back to them. But I know we'll talk a little bit of politics tomorrow. So thank you, Mr. Comparable. And by the way,
thank you, everybody. Good night.
With, Uncle One Man, he told me you reach out to him. So thank you very much for doing that, sir. I appreciate
it.
It.
Bye.
All right, bye, sir. Okay, it's just me and Abby, and we are rounding up here, but I still wanted to. How do I end this show now without Abby and Chucky not turning this into another thing? I asked a question earlier, we really can't address it. I asked you specifically, Chucky, if you are married to Abby, have you been to Abby Instagram?
Uncle Ben, don't bring my Instagram out again.
Oh, you haven't been to Instagram?
Chucky doesn't need to be on
sorry,
my
I
Instagram
forgot,
because
Chucky.
he has a wife.
A married man, I don't forget. No,
exactly, he has a wife. He does not need my Instagram.
I forget. Now
So is it as a married man? So I'm banned from Instagram.
You are banned from.
You are not supposed to look. You can't look. You are banned somehow. You can't. The same jail when they put me, now they put you, Chucky.
You're on your own. You're on your own. I get my own Instagram. You're on your own.
I they call my sister. You need to sleep for couch tonight. So, as we are leaving, I just wanted to ask, what exactly is it? Why will Abby not allow you drink water drop cup? And why is it that the first reply, the first response I ever see from you is always on Abby's comment? Why? Why won't you leave this baby girl alone, Chucky?
I was away for some time. I've been busy as she is the one that came up to me and says that come. Is it come outside or come inside? I said, which one is come outside? Leave me alone now. I'm busy.
Uncle Ben, do you know what is very funny about this conversation? Is that this conversation?
Why is everybody say I should stop? What did I do? I say, as a married man, I'm not supposed to look at Instagram.
If you want to be very, very honest and not do brotherhood, there's lots of evidence. I can be on my own. Chucky will just say, just like Abby, or Abby is excluded. Who was coming live this evening on my own? He said, as long as Abby is not there, as long as Abby is excluded. What did I do that he said I have to be excluded from this live stream? Think about it. He always comes from me unprovoked. This evening now, I told him that his sister Laura is looking for him. He thought I was talking about him. He also takes things out of context. You see, it's not my fault. I have no issue. I have no.
Okay, finally.
There's no it's just for the fun of it, actually. So don't.
Exactly.
If I may ask you, Abby, if Chucky was single and is your husband, would you allow Chucky to have a female trainer?
Why are you going that far now?
Somebody's husband now. So why you?
I'm saying hypothetically.
There's no need for hypothetical.
Hypothetically, okay. If Akpabio is your sugar daddy, will you allow Akpabio to have female trainer?
I don't care. Akpabio is my sugar daddy. I feel like you said sugar daddy, so I'm there for the money. What's my business?
Oh, you won't be jealous.
You just said sugar daddy. Anyone that has sugar daddy, it's not money, that it's not sugar you're there for. Why you involving yourself in things that don't concern you? You cannot get sugar if you don't mind your business, so Uncle Ben. The rules are very simple. Focus. If you're
Then
a
why
first
are you?
wife, focus.
You know why I quickly use Akpabio? You people, you and all the sisters, you were fighting when I say Akpabio that Tiwa Savage should go and chill with Akpabio. All of them, they fight me up and down there. Now
with that name, Sabi.
you know reject Abi. You know reject Akpabio.
No, Uncle Ben, you said it's hypothetical. I'm never going to be a sugar baby. I'm never going to date anybody that is 20 years older than me. All of those things are not going to work for. It's never going to happen, right? Never, ever, never, ever, never date a married man. Never. But you say hypothetically, if anybody's in a relationship for money, sugar, whatever, that's what you focus on. Why are you jealous? Focus on the business that pays you. That's how it goes, Uncle Ben. That's what I'm saying. But it will never be me. Never, ever.
All right, baby of the house. You always the bring up. See, all your sisters, they don't come back. I think say they don't go sleep. Blood of
me, not you. They don't get it
twisted. Goes back.
You see, look at what Auntie Yinka said. Sugar daddy is for sugar, not love. Exactly. Focus on the business that pays you. Why are you thinking about love or jealousy? You should be thinking about it every time he does that, you ask for one G-Wagon. Every time he moves mad, you ask for one house. That's how it goes.
Is that how those Instagram baddies behave?
That's how it should be, Uncle Ben. Think about it. Why would I give? Imagine, because I can imagine that if you're dating an Akpabio, you're not having fun. So everything has to be compensation. You can't be having fun, Uncle Ben. Let's be honest. So everything has to be G-Wagon. Everything has to be house. Baby, I saw one house in Ikoyi I like. Oh yeah, take. Baby, I like one house in London. Oh yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it should be.
They will call somebody like our Senate president, baby. Baby.
That is not sweet, right? You just say, "Oh, don't do that. Don't say that."
But Uncle Bino, why would they want to put indulge themselves with so much wahala like this? It's stressful. It's stressful, man.
I don't understand it at all. I don't get
it's stressful.
I don't get it. Craziness. Well,
no, I find it very stressful.
Uncle Ben, if I ask sugar daddy, you don't know that. They'll tell you, I'm in Puerto Rico, I'm in Bora Bora. Every week, you will see me go. I will not be working.
Who's paying for all the expenses?
I'm telling you that one thing about me is that when I become a millionaire, the proof will be in the video. You will not. You'll be
that millionaire.
Your mouth too sharp than somebody with they get sugar daddy. Even sugar daddy go wrong for you, Abby.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with that one. But amen to that.
I'll be humble, I'll be meek. Yes, baby.
Oh my God.
Abby, give one humble.
Because I'm there for the money.
What do you mean? You mean say happy and humble? They no fear exist side by side.
No.
If I were humble, how will I be successful as my baby?
I'll be go finish man.
If I were quiet, how would I be successful at this my baby of the house role? Think about it. Think about it.
We are loving you as our baby of the house. Exactly.
Let's be honest. We all need this. It's important.
Yeah, it's true. Anyway, for the younger viewers, if you want to indulge yourself with baby, or what is it called, have yourself a sugar daddy, just get ready for the stress because I won't be there to solve it for you.
See, Sister Mario, don't show it. Say sugar daddy, we hear it. Where are you people?
Mario, you know that's right.
Mario, why?
See what Auntie Yinku said. There will be proof. As in, there will be proof that I have sugar daddy. You don't understand. Hey.
You have proof.
But Abby, before I let you go, I get one axe to grind with you. I have an issue with you. Wow. Zeno came here earlier on, and I offered to be Zeno's trainer, and Zeno rejected me blatantly. You did not say Pim.
Uncle Ben.
I have seen him with one part being a gym trainer.
Uncle I have seen it. I literally stood up for you. You literally said, Zeno, we're not happy.
You defend me. You said Zeno tagged me. You defend me. Zeno said we are talking about 6-pack, not 1-pack, and you did say nothing. Abby, good night.
Yeah.
You don't really annoy me.
Good night, Uncle Ben, but that's not true. I stood up for you and I told Zeno that I'm going to meet her in the backstage to have a chat about that. You can't talk to my Uncle Ben like that and get and
Yes, now.
It's not possible. Zeno, how dare you?
She not even give me soft landing. At least you go come, you go see Amy Small, say, Uncle Ben, no, we see your muzzle. This is the problem with Nigerian women. Eh?
Why?
When you see American women, they look at you, they forget your 1-pack, they look at the upper part of your body, not the belly part of the body. What is wrong with you people? Anyway, I just want to tell you, did you really provoke me today? I was like, I think you will say, okay, Uncle Ben, yeah, you can take me.
It, we'll talk about it. I know.
Yes, this is why I told you I don't do no business with Gen Z. My goodness, you don't laugh. This Gen Z,
Really?
they don't even know how they purpose something. I say, instead, when she takes time, give me soft landing. Yes, Uncle Ben, just like we say yesterday, what you are not supposed to eat, I don't want you, I want 6-pack. No worry, I'll be shocked all of now. I've been working on this.
Zeno says she's a consequentialist.
Hey, someone don't steal your word, UB.
And traditional man, Minister of Tradition and Culture.
No worry, I'm good. Thank you, Gary. My people.
All right, Chucky. Good night, sir. Uncle Ben. Good night,
everybody.
Sir.
See the Zeno. I just can't look my computer now. See, she did here. Bad girl. All right, Chucky. Thank you.
Sorry, the topic that we want tomorrow is the one about women. Thank you. Bye.
Wait.
What did you say?
One
about being being independent and how we've been able to curb it, especially those that have been married and blah blah blah. That's the topic.
Abby, what you're going to do now is to just organize all your troops on this subject, isn't it? Tomorrow being Friday.
No, I know we've already had the conversation, and
I think I saw the thread.
We want it to be a broad conversation where we talk about how just being very independent before for some women like Auntie Yinku, Sister Sue, Sister Natsu, Sister Marios that have gotten married, Adana as well, Sister Dana, how they've been able to curb it and allow their husbands in a sense lead, and how they allow them to stop for them. And then those of us that are coming up, if it's affected relationships and if we can curb it. So
I saw that conversation. It was very interesting. Chucky, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I saw the conversation in the backstage. It's just that what was I even doing, sir? I was going in and out, but I saw it was a great thread. The part where I don't understand is they say the girls will be the host. Maybe the men should not show. I don't even know how they put that.
No, that's not what.
You clarify that part. Make I understand first.
Sister Sue said it would be nice for us as girls to just put our pajamas on and have this chat. And then I said I'm waiting for Auntie Yinkus to start hosting shows like that where it's like girls hangouts without you,
Exactly. Tell Sister Ika. Don't tell Sister Ika make she they do live shows.
Well, she said she has a lot on her plate at the moment. So one day
they're too busy.
Yeah,
anyway,
but that would be nice. Now we don't have to have Uncle Ben. We don't have to have Chucky. We don't have to have Uncle Dayo. Only Uncle.
What do you mean?
Sometimes Uncle Ben is allowed, but everybody else will ban you. Girls chat.
What do you mean?
How would you say that now?
Because you think about it, if you come, you will stress us. The idea is we're in a pajamas sipping wine.
What if we come in? Wait, I'm going to second. What if we come in and it was just just 3 questions only?
No. You will ruin the energy.
Chucky, don't worry. Let them have the show. We will be listening. The moment they won't carry out the other side, we will crash the show for them.
How are you going to get crash?
Now we will set it up for them. We want the moment we see say they are taking it somewhere, we go get crash. Come check them out. Abi, if you now hold the show, we not go allow people come be contributor. We'll
block. That's the thing. We'll block you so that you can only watch but not comment. That one is very painful. You'll be watching but you can't comment.
For some reason, I believe you will. I believe you will.
You could give me the go ahead. I will do it. I'll block everybody. When we finish the show, we'll block you.
I don't think you need any permission for that. I think you will.
All right.
Abby.
Thanks, Uncle Ben. Also, Uncle Ben, I feel like Uncle Ben is training me because I want to say something. I don't know if anyone knows, but I've been on social media for a long time, and the one thing I've always wanted to do is actually talk. I've always been very shy. I know that doesn't make sense. I've always been very shy to start talking on my TikTok. I feel like Uncle Ben is giving me the opportunity and training me to be able to do that. So, thank you, Uncle Ben.
Abby, you're lying. You
I'm
are
not
lying.
lying. I'm not
You're
like,
shy.
there's a reason why I post many pictures and videos with music over it. I've always wanted to do like get ready with me while I talk about maybe trending. For instance, this Tiwa Savage's thing. I've always had the idea to do get ready with me while I talk about whatever from Tiwa Savage. And I wanted to even see Sister Natu was dragging me because during Chioma Davido's wedding, I was supposed to do commentary on the wedding. Sister Natu kept asking me, Abby, where is it? I'm like, I'm not ready to come back on social media. So I've been wanting to do commentary, but I've not felt bold and confident enough to do commentary on my TikTok and my Instagram. I don't know. I've not been able to.
Do you suffer from stage fright or something like that?
Not really. Actually, I go for conferences where I address like rooms. I've always been in like address. I don't know what it is with not wanting to be vocal on social media. But I've always felt since I've started to come like here on Momo 5 channel, I would say it's like my first time really being vocal on social media. I've never really been on panels, and I feel like he's training me for that bigger thing.
Abby, don't worry. You're gonna do great. You'll do great, Abby, trust me. I even like you. I like you where you are moderating and where you are contributing. Where you are moderating, you are calm, sweet. But when you don't turn to me, you comment like this. Now their back goes the day. So it be like you go to moderate so that the rest of us go to get peace of mind. You are just like your sister. So now go come after anybody. If person just say one thing. Okay, today now, what did I say? Just because I say women no be every time I go they blame men. No. Boom. We do another 2 hours plus. Just for saying that. Anyway, thank you, everybody. We got to go now.
Good night, Uncle Ben. Good night, Chucky.
Good night. Take care.
Good night, Chucky. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it.
I don't know where you carry all these things from, but
don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. It's not easy. Even though I've been working all this while, Abby and Simbi, they held it down. Honey Babe, thank you very much for your contribution. And everybody that participated, we appreciate. Uncle Emeka, thank you for always showing up for us. Sister Grace was here earlier. Sister Rose, Sisi, Sister Yinka, Sister Chinye. Who I know say I find trouble today when Sister Chinye enter studio. Thank you. M. Jones, and of course, my fantastic sister gave us $20 super chat. Doopsy, that was no Daisy, too much money. Thank you, everybody. We really enjoy talking like this. Sister Yinka, go and come back. Everybody go, they come back again. But that is good. It's because it's all love. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, peace out.
From Nigeria to Vegas, the lights are bright. Champagne popping under the neon night. I swear be shining gold and white. Laughter louder than the city's height. Oh yeah, step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. There's a heat, but we bring the rain. Palm wine vibes in a champagne lane. Jollof aroma drives me insane. Culture's a wave you can't contain. Raise your hands if you feel alive. Heartbeat matching the drums drive. Oh yeah, step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow.